Hey guys, welcome back to Themis and Thoughts. Grab your coffee, water, tea. This is Mudwater. How is everyone doing? I missed you guys so much. If I look different, my grandmother hated when I grew my hair out. So for her upcoming funeral, I decided to cut it off for her. I've been going back and forth, but I decided to cut it off. But we we won't talk about that. We're here to have some fun, and I will we'll talk about this more in depth in the after show, right? Like we can get more sentimental in the after show. So no condolences. I love all the message that I've received. Thank you so much to everyone, but like we're going to put that to the side because I do not that emotional space is not, I don't want to be there right now. So I appreciate you guys so much. You honored her by cutting your hair. Thank you. I appreciate that. And if you know me, you know I don't love cutting my hair. But I cut it off. She hated me having hair. I think every sort of older woman, everyone is kind of that traditional. So we'll hope it grows back. Anyway, let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me as we play the intro. Please let me know if we can. I haven't done this in like forever, so let me know if you can hear me. Oh, you guys are sweet. Before we start, there's a funny video. Oh, I know. I put nose. There was a question mark at the end of the sentence. I intentionally put it there. We're gonna talk. But how come no one told me about Miss Fox? You remember Kanye's ex-girlfriend or whatever it was that they were. I feel like I'm coming close to the mic and stuff. I want to play something that I found funny before we start. So let's play it.
Would you consider yourself Ye's muse?
Yeah, a little, maybe.
What does that even mean to no one that's ever been? Because I remember you were like, this is not the first time that
Yeah.
what is a muse?
I mean, I was Josh Safdie's muse when he wrote Uncut Gems.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like things like
Right.
that. Like I think people make it seem a little more dramatic than it is. Like it's not,
Totally.
you know what I mean? It's not like
When she said Uncut Gems. When she said Uncle Gems, she was like Uncut Gems. It's actually a really good. It's actually a really good. I could not listen to her talk for more than like 2 minutes at most. Before we get into the food. Apparently, this was a whole thing on Twitter. What's the other app? I forgot the app. Apparently, it was a whole thing on social media, and I completely missed it while it was happening. So I find that super funny. I've watched it more than 10 times. So while I was gone, apparently you guys were getting advice from Kim Kardashian. Apparently you guys were getting advice from Kim Kardashian, and so I don't know why you guys are taking advice from Kim Kardashian, but she told you that you needed to get up and work. Precisely, she said, get your, I can't say that word, I won't say that either. Up and work. She said, you guys better work. Kim K told y'all to work. Kim K is helping you guys. Yeah, you guys have been so amazing. I truly, truly appreciate just the love and support. All right. So I want to get into, well, actually, I don't want to talk about Chloe. I don't care about Chloe. Um, I don't care. Jordan Woods is probably somewhere just doing a praise dance. I don't care. What I do care about is Juicy Smouye. You know the French actor. Do you guys know the you guys know the French actor Juicy Smouye? So, if you guys don't remember the French actor Juicy Smouye, he was in Chicago in sub-zero weather at like 3 a.m. going to Subway for a sandwich at 3 a.m. And some MAGA supporters rushed him. So, some, sorry. Some MAGA supporters, rushed him, and they were asking him if he was that guy, that gay guy from Empire. So these MAGA supporters, they were watching him on Empire, and they were wearing MAGA hat in sub-zero weather while he was going to Subway at midnight. Now, sorry, it's not funny. This is bad. Now, apparently they attacked him, beat him up. He called the police. They threw bleach on him and told him to die F word. And he went back to his apartment with a noose around his neck. So he didn't remove the noose or anything because obviously he needed the evidence for the police when they came. And he had a noose around his neck, and he said they were white men, apparently. And so the city decided to investigate. They found out that it wasn't two it wasn't two white MAGA supporters, but it was two black men who on the stand, they admitted to, at least one of the brothers admitted to going to like a bathhouse with him, and they were doing all kinds of things together. I can't. I don't know why he did this. I don't understand why he did this. Anyway, I was just giving you the backstory because it is very important that you understand that this was a hate crime sort of thing. And so he was sentenced to some time in prison, jail. But I don't really care about his sentencing. I really don't. I don't think anyone care about any of this. But I care about his outbursts in court after he was sentenced. And so this is what Mr. Juicy, the French actor, had to say. So this is what he had to say.
Okay. I am not suicidal. Okay. I am not suicidal. I am innocent, and I am not suicidal. If I did this, then it means that I stuck my fist in the fears of Black Americans in this country for over 400 years and the fears of the LGBTQ community. Your Honor, I respect you, and I respect the jury, but I did not do this, and I am not suicidal. And if anything happens to me when I go in there, I did not do it to myself, and you must all know that. I respect you, Your Honor. I respect your decision. Jail time. I am not.
All right. This is troubling for a lot of reasons. It's very low. It's not my fault. I don't know how to turn it up. It's not giving what he thinks it's giving or it's supposed to give, right? If if in fact he orchestrated the attack against himself, I would be extremely worried um, when it comes to him and what he said. Because on one hand, we can look at this and think, oh, he's trying to say they're out to get him. And so we should know that if something should happen to him, he didn't do it himself. On the other hand, from my perspective, it feels like he is trying to prime the audience to say he's not the one who is going to do something that he's going to attempt to do. And that's very troubling for me, right? I don't know. I don't know if he would go as far as to harm himself. I don't know that. I won't even endeavor to sort of think about it in that way, but it is kind of troubling that he was so adamant about him not hurting himself, as if there were people after him, which if he believes that, this would make sense. But if he also orchestrated his own attack, then I would be worried about what he would do, the length to which he would go to prove his innocence, even when he knows he's not innocent. I am kind of worried. Like, I'm actually kind of worried. Not that people are going to hurt him, but that he might hurt himself. So I hope they keep this and him under surveillance. Like, it is kind of troubling. It is kind of troubling for me to see this. And I mean, I am on the end where he might hurt himself just to further prove a point. I mean, we could just all pretend like we believe him and let him live in this fantasy. I don't know, but I find it quite troubling. In any case, um, I think we're gonna go to. I remember when he said this. Um, the boy who cried wolf. I am going to go straight into Love is Blind. I was thinking about doing Tina Noel's thing first and then do Love is Blind second, but because Love is Blind might be a longer discussion, I think we should just jump into that. Um, I'm with you on that thought, Themis. I think that he is going through an episode. Yeah, and that's the thing though. Like, if he got some therapy and he went out and then came back and say, "Hey guys, I want to apologize for what I did. I was having an episode. This is what I'm suffering from." Because in my mind, for you to do something like that, you are suffering from something. I think we are at a place as a society, whether rightfully or wrongfully, more rightful than wrongful, where we give excuses to people who are suffering from mental health issues. And when I say excuses, I'm talking about Kanye West. Like, because you have mental health issue, it does not justify you behaving certain ways, right? But I do think, and I'm happy that we are at a place where we recognize mental health issues as serious, and we are willing to engage with people more meaningfully who have these kinds of mental health issues, even if it's not always justified. So I wanted to say that before we go on. All right. Let's do Love is Blind. Love is oh. Love is Blind. Jared is disappointing. Shake is just awful. Shayna is like a snake. All right. Let's do this. I'm going to drop the link and we're going to come up and we're going to have a discussion, because Love is Blind was not it. It was, how do I put this? I've never watched or cared for trash TV until now. And having had so much time to myself at nights, particularly where I'm just like binge watching, it is nice to see that like other people life are just ridiculously bad, like just horrible. And it's one of those things where you see the train wreck and well, not, let me not speak for anyone. I am fully invested in their train wreck. I am fully invested in their train wreck. So let's break this up with a video interlude and then come back. All right. Someone said Themis IG stories was lit. Thank you. I was watching, if you guys were on my IG, you and I were watching it in real time. I was watching and sharing it and my thoughts in real time. I would put my IG up, but if you guys come to my IG, just like watch the stories and stuff and you guys can react to it. But yeah, there's my IG. But actually, yeah, I don't care. I'm promoting it. It's fine. It is what it is. All right. So Married at First Sight is a train wreck this season. Oh, I have not seen that. I mean, I've seen like small clips here and there, but I have not seen it. All right. Let's go through some of these couples real quickly before we get started. I think Lantoinette is in the back. I'll add you in 1 second. So the first couple we have oh my god, this is so embarrassing. This couple, she has okay, by the way, I have to preface this by saying I am not a psychologist. The other day I said I only took one psychology course in undergrad at uni, and apparently that's not true. I took 3, but obviously I didn't remember 2. So nothing I say when it comes to people's psychology and how I am interpreting this and all of that, on like a human level, you can agree with me, that's fine, but know that I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert. I don't know anything. It is fine. This is all for fun, jokes and giggles. I need this debrief, this time to decompress. So please know that nothing I say from this point forward regarding Love is Blind should have any bearing on how you see the world, feel about the world, and feel about people. I do not have the range to do what I'm about to do. I'm still gonna do it, but I do not have the range to do it. So take everything that I say from here on now regarding Love is Blind with a huge grain of salt, because we're about to go in. All right. So this woman comes off as extremely desperate to me. Desperate in that she is so in love with the idea of love and marriage that she is willing to do absolutely anything and be with absolutely anyone, particularly him. Danielle is willing to be with Nick, and Nick is giving me very Nick, Nick, Nick is nicking. Nick is nicking. Nick is just giving Nick. Nick is giving very much Nick. Nick is giving me Nick. I can't say what I'm gonna say because look. The thing is, no, actually, let's move on from these two. Because if I say what I'm gonna say, that's gonna be oh god. All right. By the way, I'm just giving a brief overview, and we can go through. We can go through some more. Wait, no. Actually, so when they went to her family's home, Nick got a text from a friend, and um my one question was whether or not the friend was oh my god. My one question was whether or not the friend was whatever. All right. So here's a psychological breakdown that I didn't want to give, that I don't like. I think we all have intuition, and there are people who we claim have a sort of anxious attachment style. I think this is what my therapist calls it, an anxious attachment style. And I do believe this is true. I think people have anxious attachment style. Danielle would be a perfect example on screen of what a anxious attachment style is. She overanalyzes everything, absolutely everything, except the one thing that's important that we won't say here. But she overanalyzes everything. I actually see this, again, don't take my advice. I think this is a superpower. I think that people who are quote unquote anxiously attached, are overly sensitive and over analytical, or all of that stuff. I actually, for a lot of people, I think they're just very intuitive. I think she knows something is off and it is bothering her, and everything that happens is amplified in her mind because she's literally aware that something is wrong. Like she knows she knows something is wrong. She might not want to admit it, but she knows something is wrong. And I think a lot of people who are anxiously attached are just not always, because I'm not a psych. No more disclaimer. I'm done with the disclaimer. If you take my advice and you mess up your life, it's on you. All right. I think she is aware of the thing that is off, even if she doesn't know it on a conscious level. And so everything that happens is amplified in her mind because she's unwilling to admit that, girl, girl, girl. Let me stop. All right. So I like fruits. Let me put up the fruits because I do like fruits. I'm only putting this fruits up because I like fruits. Fearful, avoiding attachment here. Overthink everything too, and I'm aware of worse behavior as well. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, let's continue. I actually wanted to skip them. We're going to get back to Shake and Deepti. So I think I was projecting a lot on this couple. And what I was projecting, I think a lot of the conversations we have online about relationship intraculturally, particularly when there are people who idolize whiteness, for example, I think it comes up in this couple more prominently than anyone else. And before I knew how it ended, I was rooting for them. I was rooting for them because in my mind, if Sheikh could get over his colonized mindset, again, these are my opinions, but if he could have gotten over his colonized mindset and realized that this is a woman that is a cultural fit and they seem to be a perfect fit in terms of what was shown on camera. Not perfect, because he's just not it. Like he's he he's trash. And so I wanted it to work though because it gave me hope that these two people could transcend being in a world dominated by whiteness. And so it I wanted it to work, but it just couldn't. He had an image of a skinny blonde lady that he could throw over his shoulder, and he would not let that image go in terms of his quote unquote sexual preference. But interestingly, I think Deepti gain social credibility from him in the pods when he said, no one asked, literally no one asked him. And he was like, oh, I only date blonde women. Like, sir, no one asked you. The fact that you volunteered that information meant you wanted the person on the other end who you knew was Indian, like yourself, even though you hesitated. I, someone said, I love your endless optimism. Oh, it's not. It's so bad. He wanted the other person to feel inferior. And the fact that you think someone is going to feel inferior because you date white people exclusively means that you have pedestalized whiteness, right? And when she responded and said, oh, I've only dated white guys also, he then felt, he felt insecure. He felt insecure. And this is where I saw the change in the interaction. When she said, I've only dated white men too, she now had quote unquote social credibility in his mind because let's be clear. This is how I view this. He believed dating white women would stop him from feeling insecure about himself. And in so doing, he only dated white women, right? And she reminded him of who he was when she said, oh, I've never dated an Indian man either. I've only dated white men. So he felt insecure in that moment. I wish she had played it cool the entire time, but she just went all into the relationship and he was just not about it. He was not about it. I like the fact that his mother dragged him. Finally, like she dragged him, and I was here for that. Shayna and Kyle. this this is how incels get created, by the way. This is how the red pill community was formed. Right here is how the red she was dead wrong. She was dead, absolutely dead wrong. She was dead wrong. The entire show, she was dead wrong. Now, was he also wrong? Yes. Every step of the way, this woman indicated in every single way that she does not want him. She does not like him. She does not like to be around him. It was in the middle of the day, and she said, I had to go to sleep. Erica pointed this out. She said, I have to go to bed, and I'm going to a separate room. It was literally still light outside. Like you could look at the camera and see that there was still daytime. It was still light, and she just left him, went to her own room. She packed and left him in Mexico. She left his ring. He comes and he was like, oh, I don't know what's wrong. I'm so confused. What are you confused about? She does not like you. She literally does not like you. Like, let it go. He would not. And so he got burned. She's a snake, though. She's an absolute snake. I don't care about them. I was annoyed. Actually, let's talk about it. I don't know why people like him. This man just said he does not believe in 401ks, and she was more than willing to pick up his slack and be the provider in the relationship. Like Natalie was willing to provide for this grown man. I don't know where they do that, but if you like it, I love it. I don't care. Mallory, don't really care about her. By the way, you guys can come up now, and I'll add you in a moment. Mallory, Sal is such a good person. I think I wish he will get the world. I don't know this man, but I appreciate him. I would hope my daughter would come home with someone like Sal. She's a good person. Mallory, we'll get back to this woman in a minute. And the minute is here. All right. I'm gonna add Erica now. Wait. Let me do this and then add Erica. This is Erica's domain. This lady is mixed. So she is part black and part something else. I don't know part what she is, but this was not it. She, I was embarrassed so many times. Someone said, nothing wrong with a woman being a provider. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that if you're a feminist. I agree with you if you are a feminist. Jared is just the absolute worst. He, I was so annoyed. This man was crying. He was bawling when Mallory turned him down, right? So not only did Mallory turn him down, let's not, because I think people keep forgetting. This lady right here, said, I know you're the one that I want. So can we be together? And Jared was like, no, I like someone else and I'm going through the motion. So he initially rejected her. It's not only that he proposed to another woman, no, or tried to propose, because he didn't even have the guts to propose. He was like, if I propose, would you say yes? But she actually asked him initially if they could go and be together. And he was like, yeah, no, I'm good. Then he went out and go propose to Mallory. Mallory was like, no, I'm gonna stay with my own race, essentially. He goes have a whole breakdown crying, and some other guy told him, hey, that other girl liked you, you can go and propose to her and see what happens. And that's why he went and proposed to her. And she said yes. She said yeah. Actually, let me add Erica, because I'm so annoyed. This is not it. How are you, Erica? Hey. Oh, your mic. I can't hear you, Erica. No, Erica. Well, when your mic comes on, I don't know what's wrong with your mic, but when your mic comes on, yeah. Correction, Jared was bawling his eyes out over the hypothetical of him proposing. The man is a joke, and I want more. All right, yeah, like, let me pull it up. By the way, you guys can come up. Before we get to the Tina Noel's portion of this, I would like for us to come up because I had a lot of thoughts. So here it is. Not only did you reject her initially, right? Because he rejected her initially. So not only did you reject her initially, you then go and didn't have the courage to propose and then come back, right? So you propose to someone or attempted to propose to someone, they turned you down. You then go cry. You went through all the stages of grief. And someone told you, hey, there is this mixed woman, there's this girl that you could date, you could ask to marry you instead because she liked you. And then he was like, oh, okay. And then he comes back and tells her and proposes to her. She says yes. They meet and he goes, oh, your voice and your body doesn't match. Her voice and her body doesn't match. I actually have a ton of thoughts about what I think. He thought she was black, and he said he could envision the other girl, and he thought this girl was black. And so now he didn't want her, he wanted the other one, even though they had better chemistry, even though he told her all the things about him almost dying and leaning on her, and everything he said about what he liked about her was her strength, her strength, her strength. And I'm like, okay, but like, what did you like about the other girl? It was just, I don't know, like, it made me sad, and I really wish she had said no. Not only did I wish she had said no, when they were in Mexico and he was off talking to Mallory and talking about he would have gotten her a better ring, I wish she had, without anyone knowing, went back to the room, packed her stuff, and just left. Like, that would have been such a boss move. Like, had she just packed her stuff and just left. Waddles, thank you so much. Oh, let me drop the link again. There you go, Erica. Sorry about that. Let me pin it to the top so it's always there. Pin. All right, there it is. I just wish I wish she was stronger. And she keeps saying, "Oh, I don't want to feel like I was second picked." What do you mean you don't want to? What do you mean you don't want to feel like you were second picked? Like you could have just not been chosen and been fine, but you were second. Like you were chosen second because he could envision the lady that he wanted. He chose her. She didn't choose him. Not only did he reject you, he literally forgot about you, and some other guy had to remind him that you liked him. And so he came in after he was convinced to come back. No, absolutely not. Jenny says it's probably a reach, but I found it interesting. Jared and Yana did the do in Mexico. She wanted to wait. I wonder if it was the same night he and Mallory had the disrespectful convo. Hashtag manipulative. You know who is manipulative? You know who is manipulative? Mallory. Mallory gaslight the Mallory gaslit Sal. Like, I felt so bad for Sal. Thank you, Jenny. Hey, Erica. Please tell me your mic is working, Erica, because this is your domain. I just found that super interesting. Is your mic working? Oh, Mallory is a snake. She is a snake. She sat there and gaslit Sal after Sal confronted her about speaking to Jarrett about her ring and things. She was like, sometimes I don't even know if you love me. I'm like, what? Anywho, oh, Erica, your mic is not working. Keandra, you're muted.
Hi.
Hey, I love that Sal left her at the altar. Go ahead.
So I'm super shocked that I'm even on your live first. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So just watching the show is crazy. Everything that you said is the exact same thing that I told one of my coworkers. And so he knew, Jared assumed that the lady, that Ayana was not Black. So when he first saw her, he was like a look of relief. He was like, "Oh my gosh, she's not Black. She's not totally Black."
Yeah,
So
no,
he was so relieved, and you could see it.
yeah, that's what I thought. Themis, what? Anywho, that's what I thought. Like, legit, he was like, "Oh, your voice doesn't match," and he was so excited. Oh, sorry, your thing is echoing. He was so excited. SKJ say you're pretty. Erica.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Oh, that is
Okay.
perfect.
All right. I had to come in from my phone. Yes, I think somebody said that. Do they think that Jarrett and I thought it was weird that Jarrett and Ayana had sex when she was adamant in not having it until she got
Wait,
married.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, she said that. She said that
Oh.
she said she wanted to wait. And then they finally, like on the reunion, they said that they did. So I'm thinking the same thing as the person who put the comment up, is that was like a manipulation, because why did you go against, first of all, you coming in second place, let's just call it what it is. And then you're going against your standards and your values. Where is the respect going to lie when it's all said and done?
True. This woman literally says, you go out and party every night. So when you do, kid, you come in before 3 a.m. I was
like, what?
3 a.m.
At least 3. What? That's the boundary? Oh, before the sun comes up, I guess.
I was confused. It's like, on one hand, it's like, well, I wasn't rooting for them. There was no point at which I was rooting for them. When they were having the conversation, I thought, this is him talking to her and getting to know her, and it was cute. But it also felt like he was like unloading on her, where with Mallory, Mallory was the one talking about herself. And I don't know why I imagined that meant because he was so honest and open with Iana,
Hmm.
Ayana, that he would have chosen her. But I think in my mind, I think honestly, the lady
But
who came up before just said he thought she was black. Like I think
but
that's
they
what
trauma
happened.
bonded too. Did you notice that?
Hmm. Yeah, yeah,
They trauma bonded when the father, who did not look interested at all in the relationship, said, what do you love about my daughter? He started talking about the way she's strong and she's resilient. And then the mother said, okay, that's fine and dandy, but what do you love about her? And it was
yeah,
almost as like, I love that she can be a strong woman for me
yeah,
and be
yeah.
this mule for me and take on all of my trauma. And then and then to come and to me, I feel like second place, that's never going to work. Like,
And it's not, you're not gonna forget it. You watch. Imagine you sitting there with your husband, then watching before he proposed to you. He was like literally crying and just boohoo bawling over someone turning him down.
and
Not
she's
only
never going to
that,
live that down.
no, like I mean, maybe she can, and she's a
Mm.
stronger person than anyone I know, but that is a mess. Then add to that, when you say he's looking for a mule, I didn't even think about this in that way, but he definitely talked about the fact that he had a near death experience and there was no one there to take care of him. He
Mhm.
said this, and
Mhm.
this is why he was trying to get married, which instinctively I thought, okay, so he's going to go for her, but he didn't even do that. Like, even when he knew what he wanted and he liked her strength, he still didn't pick her. He chose the he chose the other woman. He
Yeah.
literally, I
And
could not.
I believe that in his mind, he pictured Mallory and she is his preference.
Yeah,
And
he said it. He
and
said
I
it.
don't understand how any man, like, why would you give another man advice and be like, oh, just go out there and propose to the second one. She's waiting for you. Like, no.
Yeah, yeah. It's interesting because on one hand, I was thinking about kind of, well, more generally, how I don't want to apply this more generally, so I'm going to limit it because I want to speak candidly here. It's interesting to me that one, he's looking for someone to mule for him, and you said that, and I completely agree. But on the other hand, it's he admits that he knew what Mallory looked like. Like he said,
Mhm.
from your voice, I could tell. He even said, I dreamt about you, and the person I saw in my dream before I met you was you. Absolutely not. How do
Absolutely.
you watch this? How does she watch this? What's her name? Iana. How do you watch
Ayana.
it? Ayana. How do you watch this and still feel comfortable with him? Like I don't know how you like, even if it's a lie, everyone want to feel like they're the number one. Like no one is the number one, just
Right.
FYI. But
Right.
like
To feel
you
like that.
want that facade.
Yes. And also, did you notice that when she says that she wants to further her education, he was apprehensive about that? Did you
Mm.
notice that?
Yeah, because she had it in her head that he liked the other girl because the other girl, Mallory, had her master, well, had her degrees and was already established. No, he literally didn't care. He didn't, he literally said he envisioned her how she was. It was about her and what he believed how she looked. It
Mhm.
wasn't about how established she was. And I I feel like she didn't. I don't know. I just felt really bad for her because I feel like it's a really bad look. I actually feel like it's a horrible look that she went back and accepted a proposal knowing like she was his second.
But and also, I feel like what's missing from this show is the I feel like they're being forced into marriage. I feel like the show
Yeah.
would work if they said, okay, love is blind. Let's figure out how to emotionally connect to someone and then see if you fall in love with them or like them or whatever for the possibility of marriage, but not to get married in 3 weeks. I feel like they should wait a year to come back to see how did you all progress in your relationship? You fell in love without seeing each other. How did it work out a year from now? And then let's come back and discuss marriage. I feel like that's a major flaw in the show. That's just
Yeah.
my opinion on that. I feel like it's like, why are we being forced to marry? Can't we just at least say, okay, we've fallen in love emotionally and then work from there, you know?
Yeah. The thing is, you want to know something about Shake? I don't like Shake. I
I
don't
don't,
like him at all. What I do want to say though is I don't agree with people who are like saying, "Oh, he is wrong for not being attracted to her physically." Deep T. I don't think for a lot of people they can control that. That's not my problem. My problem is if you don't appreciate her physically in the way that a man should, if you're going to marry the other person, let her know. Do not tell everyone else around her while she's bragging about you to them. And she's the last person to know that the
yeah,
person that
that's
you
not
don't
fair.
want her.
Yeah.
Like, I felt so bad, and she has like the sweetest, kindest eyes, and she just treats people extremely well. And
Mhm.
he's just a, it's just like he has no empathy.
Well, I
Like,
felt like he was like a supreme clinical douchebag. I'm just going to say it. Like that's like the textbook definition of a arrogant, self-absorbed, self-centered a-hole.
all right, so your understanding of him is kind of different from mine. Mine is he is an insecure little man who feels inferior to other people, and he has to stack up on everything and promote all that he have in order to have social acceptance. When he showed his apartment, he
Mhm.
was just talking about kind of everything in there in a way that highlights that this was nothing he does is for him. It is for him to maintain an image. Like he is so insecure
Yeah.
that like he needs all this external validation, including a white woman, right?
Well, and remember he said that he used to be overweight.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Used
Oh,
to be,
I
oh, they
heard
both were,
that.
yeah, they were both overweight. I think that, like, I think like part of an insecurity that men have for their things and stuff like that, that will turn you into an a-hole
Mhm.
because after you acquire all those things, and this is what I think for a lot of men, they acquire all of these assets and these things to get the attention from a woman. But then when the woman gives them the attention, they're now resentful towards her because they know without these things, they would have no access to her.
Yeah.
You know what
And
I mean? And I think for him, his insecurities is like, I'm going to go for the white woman. I'm going to get a white woman. I'm going to get a white woman. Why wouldn't you go for your own?
yeah.
Where is the disconnect? And I also feel that Deepti, I feel like she may have only dated white men because the brown men were not into her.
And you want to know something? I'm not going to get into the colorism argument or conversation involved in India specifically,
Mm-hmm.
but I find it fascinating the amount of parallels that one could draw between our community and theirs.
Mm-hmm.
So oh, hey. So I found it really fascinating, and I had to stop myself from projecting the kinds of relationship that I see in the Black community and the conversations online with what was happening to Shake and Deepti.
Mm-hmm.
It it was bad. Like
Yeah.
it was like, and it's interesting because I think that she really, really wanted it to work.
And
Um,
I love the advice that his mom gave him. Like she deserves 100%. She doesn't deserve to be in a relationship with someone who looks at her like an auntie. Like that's not fair. And she deserves 100%. I love that his mother gave him that advice. She said, I'm on her side on this one.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I feel like it's unfair to even enter into relationships with people that you're not even attracted. Why would you do that? And, just to my point, I know I said that I feel like they're being forced into marriage, but I don't feel like not necessarily forced, but it's like, I feel like I need to accept this proposal. I feel like I need to be like Shayna. Shayna bended herself into a pretzel to accept a proposal from an atheist. Girl, what?
Like I was never gonna. this ghetto mess was never gonna.
It was a mess, and he was giving incel vibes all day.
Very much. Like I don't know how you can read all the signals. Like she could not have been more clear that she was not into you. Like I saw it.
And
Like,
then, did you hear him when he said, "You're out of my league"?
yeah.
Ladies, don't date a man who verbalizes to you that you are out of his league. Take his advice and leave. Go to another league, because if a man is telling you you're out of his league, there's like a worshiping fetishization going on there, and get away. Like, go away from that.
Yeah. Or the opposite, they can try to berate you because of their own insecurities. It's not cute. What is your opinion on these two?
I think that Nick might be the B.
No, you don't say it.
The B maybe. The B in the letter. The B, I think. And I also believe that poor Danielle is riddled with so much insecurities that her too will accept a proposal from a man who is clearly or queerly.
Not queerly. Get off my line, Erica. Get off.
Okay, I'm going. I'm going.
No,
I'll get back in the comments.
I'm joking. No, that was a joke. That was a joke. No, you were saying queerly. You did not just say the queerly.
I'm just saying, and to me, it's like the women, and I don't know. I want to say I see this a lot in women, where they will actually bend themselves into a pretzel to ignore the red flags, to accept a proposal, to be picked. Ayana did it. Danielle did it. Shayna did it. All of them bent themselves into a pretzel to accept a proposal that they didn't even have to accept, and they knew they didn't want to accept it.
Yeah. Wait. One thing. When they were in Mexico, did you see he jumped in the bed and he was arching? I saw that. The whole thing. I was like, wait.
You better arch your back.
So we just go ignore this. All right, period.
Okay. Okay, let me be quiet for a second, because I'll get back in the comments.
No, please don't. No.
Okay, I'm gonna stay up here. I'm just gonna mute.
Yeah, you need to stay up here because this is your domain. Like, I'm just here because I'm watching and it was fun. The kid's mom. Wait, before you go, Melissa says Ayana needed some of deep self-love because her decision to marry Jared was not the best decision. He didn't want her, or was not the first choice. Reminds me of, look, I agree with you. I don't know why she said yes. I'm very perplexed as to why she would have said yes to the proposal and then go with all that insecurity talking about this is not good and I am the second. And he was like, why did you choose me? She said, why did you choose me? I'm like, because the other girl said no. Like, why are you pretending like you don't know? Like, I'm confused.
Yeah.
Why are you pretending like you don't know that the reason he chose you is because the other one said no?
And you just don't accept proposals like that. And if I was her mom, I would be like, sweetie, no, you don't do that. Because there's going to be a disconnection there. And it's always going to be in the back of her mind. Like, he did pick me second. And now I'm here in this relationship with this man who's not really supportive of me furthering my education. I'm on the floor on a mattress in his apartment. He wants to still go out. And did you notice when Mallory said that Jared was familiar, but she says that familiarity was a man who centered himself and didn't put her first. So I wonder if Ayana is having that experience.
I mean, Ayana just said, we are supposed to be married. You said you would make some changes. You're still going out 3 times a week. Your mattress is on the floor.
Mm, it's a mess.
Did y'all see Jared's? So Jared said they couldn't live in Ayana's place because it was a studio. It was too small. Period. I'm here for that. Then they went to his apartment and showed his, and I'm like, wait.
And his bed was on the floor, girl.
I mean, you might have a very low, like, bed frame.
A platform, but still, no. It's the optics for me. I'm not doing.
You are too big to be like, hello. You are too. Go ahead, the kid's mom.
Mm.
Hey, Themis, I've been watching you for a long time. Your channel brings me joy. This is my first time up here. Hello.
Hey, I'm glad you
What go on?
I'm glad you.
Yes, what go on? That's all the patois. I know I have a Jamaican upstairs. That's about it. Yeah. So I love your show. I watch it just like it's TV. My daughter's like, oh, there she goes. But so I was watching your Instagram and I was like, what is this? And so I'm recovering from a procedure. So I'm like, oh, I'm not supposed to be doing nothing. Themis had me, y'all, on the TV watching every episode. I did not get a chance to get to the reunions and the weddings, and I was trying to hurry up before your live started so I could have an intellectual conversation.
Oh no! There is nothing intellectual about this mess. This is trash TV that we like. My brain is literally on off right now. And I will say about this is it got the show got me through. Got me some dark times. Like I literally shut off my brain and watched, and I was like, "Oh, so there are people really this desperate. Like there are people, and by people I mean her. By
So, Themis, do you not believe in the?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Do you not believe in the experiment, Themis?
I actually do believe in the experiment.
Okay.
So that's part of why I watched it. I don't believe love. I don't believe love is something you quote fall into. I think you can make a very conscious decision to love someone. I think arranged marriages can work. And the way that the Indian families were talking about how this might be dissimilar to arranged marriages, I do think this can work. I think if you will have someone that you are physically attracted to as like when you meet, but if you're mentally compatible and if your personalities are comparable, you can choose to be with that person, love that person. I think people overcomplicate love and say, oh, I need to fall. No, in my mind, you can choose to love someone and they love you back and you guys can build and become really good friends, because I think relationships is just adding sexual intimacy to a really solid friendship. That's how I think of it.
I agree.
That's not what Shake thought.
Girl,
Jake wanted to get busy right away.
I have never wanted someone to be. Let me not say this out loud. If something negative were to happen to him, let's just say I wouldn't have cared on the show.
Themis, no.
Like I've never seen someone that outwardly just obnoxious. When you get to the reunion, you will see what I mean. Because through the show, I was annoyed with him, but I was like, okay, whatever. It's fine. He's just an obnoxious person. And Deep T, I don't know how you don't see the problem, but okay, go off. You do you. But then at the reunion, I was like, you are just a horrible, like you are literally a horrible person. Like he cuts off everyone, chimes in, tries to speak for everyone as if he's the final authority on anything. And it's like, no one, literally, there was no one in the show that liked you. Everyone hated you. Everyone had something negative to say about you. Everyone told you to shut up. And you don't see that you're the problem. I mean, he did release an apology, which I'll play in a moment. But sir, Like, no.
Well, Themis, I came in kind of late, so I'm not sure what you talked about. But when I first started my journey after watching your Instagram, thank you, I noticed that he was just the questions he was asking. The whole point was to go in and try to get to know someone. And he's like, well, can I lift you up? And I'm like, couldn't have been me, because I'd have been like, I don't know. I'd have switched it around. I'd have been like, how many muscles do you have? What do your pecs look like?
Yeah.
He was dishing out a lot of just toxic energy. And then when he came out to have someone in the end, because I thought he was getting off at first, I was like, wow, he must also be a good maybe manipulator. And then I didn't like how he was using Dip's and how he was just like, oh, she's a great friend. And then he didn't even try to do any other work for physical connection, because I'm not going to lie, I've met some really nice guys and it wasn't always the physical connection there, but they were really good people, right? And we had a really good friendship, and I could make some things work, and things like that. So if you really care for someone and you want to have a well-balanced relationship, you can, but he just refused, like flat out.
Yeah.
And I saw the picture you put when his mother was dragging him. I was like, yes, drag your son, please.
Well, the thing is, I was waiting for one of you to say this, so I'll say it. Shake is the manosphere personified.
I agree.
And when I say that, what we hopefully all saw was that he was rejected by the broader culture. The broader culture being everyone else. Everyone around him rejected him. He is the guy that wants to know your dress size. He wants you to be a trophy so he can keep you for a minute, wine and dine you for a moment, and then toss you aside. That is what he wanted. And it was like, even a lot of the men were not great, but at least all the women rejected him. They overtly said, absolutely not. You are disgusting. But he exemplified a lot of what we talk about here. So it was kind of refreshing to see that, like, people were saying absolutely not. Sheikh just announced on Instagram that he's starting a podcast. Well, the Manosphere just got a new member.
I was gonna say, isn't that the starter kit?
Right.
Yeah.
Microphone is the starter kit. There you go.
Where is it? I'm gonna go through some of the stories.
But you know what? I also think like it's weird that some of them even made it through. Like, I wonder, do they have like a psych evaluation? Because that Danielle should have never made it through. Like, Shake should have never made it through.
Yeah.
So I'm like, are they setting them up for failure? Because
think
there's
so.
no way that I would put her, all those insecurities that she had, because she's not suitable for partnership at this time in her life, in my opinion. I felt like she needs a lot of work. And it's like, how did you pass the psych evaluation? I don't understand. What happens? How do they get into get on the show?
Yeah.
And I think some of that was for drama, because as I was watching some of the things that were happening, and when they let that Cheyenne or whatever her name is, the tall blonde with Kyle, when they let her back in, I said, that's for drama.
Yeah.
Like they let her back in for drama, because without that, it wouldn't have been as, like, juicy. So I think some of it is.
They
drama.
said it in the reunion. Well, they didn't say it. Someone was asking. I think Kyle was like, how did she get back in? How did she get back in? And no one wanted to answer. But yeah.
The producer.
This is the Jared guy crying because his preference rejected him. He was bawling. Let me play this. He was bawling. Like, she rejected him. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that face. I just can't. I cannot believe you went on national TV crying like this over like someone you don't even know. You have not even met this person yet. And then she turned around and accepted.
Not Hispanic loves wins.
Girl, I was having too much fun on this, man.
But Salvador, I think he was hiding something.
Oh yeah. Well, I thought he was going to say the thing that I thought about the other guy, but he was definitely hiding something. I don't know what it was. This man said, I am confident we will get married, girl. The delusion. Shayna didn't even like him. Shayna, I don't know. I don't understand how he didn't see it.
And then he got mad at her because he was like, you led me on. And I think the mom's ring, the grandma's ring was manipulation too. Like, who gives their grandmother's ring to somebody they just met? Like, that's ridiculous.
Right.
It's
Like,
ridiculous.
yeah. Oh,
But I thought that Cheyenne or whatever was very manipulative also. I mean, I he definitely owns a part of not being able to see, but at least from what I saw, because once again, I'm on the outside looking in, I thought he was very invested, too much, but very invested. And I think the thing that got his investment was that she was down to earth. She wasn't like, degreed up and looking down on him because he was a construction worker and they had similar backgrounds, and he really felt that connection. But he should, like, I don't know where she's from, and no disrespect to people in religion, but certain people, especially like in the Bible Belt, they don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just don't. And he didn't respect that.
She is holier than thou, talking about, oh, my faith, my faith. But she was talking about all their sex in the pod. She was like, oh, I am this and I do this and blah, blah, blah. Girl, you're not married, so one, you shouldn't be doing that. But she's also messy.
Yeah.
Like, how are you the most Christian person calling Natalie, telling her that you have a man for her when she's in a relationship?
The audacity. I was like, girl, did she not? And then when she talked to the Tool, I can't remember his name right now, but when she talked to him, she was like, well, I can't believe, Shane, I can't believe she told you that. She's trying, like, she completely flipped that on him. Like, I was just like, oh my God, this girl is manipulative. Crazy.
I said, are they winning money? Was there a prize? Because I think that's what she was going for. Was there a jackpot? Because that's what it felt like.
Oh my God.
Yeah, all of them were delusional except Mallory and Shayna. Because that girl, she was the both of them were snakes. Everyone is like, I love you. How are you guys passing out love like candy on Halloween? Like, you don't even know these people. Like, I love you so much. I can't envision my life without you. Have not met him or her.
So let me tell you something. My son is 13 years old and he loves to watch shows where we're like watching humans behave. And he is like, he completely does not understand how the people can love the person so quickly after meeting them. He's 13 and he's just like, how do they have all of these feelings already? And he just does not understand, and he could not stand Shayna. He was like, she reminds me of Jessica, because there was a woman last season who bent herself in a pretzel, took the second guy, her second choice in guy, and was not happy. The same like character. And he was just like, oh my God, I can't believe that you don't like this guy. Why are you accepting proposals from him? Why are you doing this? Like, I don't think a lot of women do that, unfortunately. So.
Yeah.
Think. Oh, sorry.
Wait. This is when it is light outside. Wait. Sorry, this man is so delusional. Sorry. This is so wrong. I'm so wrong for all of these posts. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut whoever is.
No. I was just going to say I think it is Erica's point about her son saying, how can they fall in love? I think because in the English language, we don't use the very different, we don't have anything to differentiate the different kinds of feelings, right? So we just attach love. Like you said, Themis, we just handed out, I would say Valentine's, but Halloween candy or Easter, we just hand it out like candy because we don't have other words. Like, you can have a deep connection. We see it all the time. People get married at first sight and they fall in love and all that, but it is a process. It is some choices, it is some commitment, it's a whole bunch of other things that go into it. And I think those people were just so vested in those conversations, and they didn't show us everything, but they were having some pretty serious conversations. Not Shake, but the other ones were having some pretty serious conversations And I could see how they could get that connection, right? And when you're talking to someone constantly, you do begin to build that attachment. So I mean, I understand it, but I don't think we aren't using the right terminology, maybe, or we don't have it in our language.
Yeah, I think I mean, I guess you could say I like you, but yeah. I'm with you. For this clip, I'm gonna try to play it. I don't know what's gonna happen. My whole channel might be shut down. I don't care at this point. But if you can look outside, I don't know if I got a video of the outside, but it was light outside. Hear what she says. This is when she said she's going to bed.
I would prefer that the first night that we would spend the night separate rooms. How do you feel about that?
Wait.
Did you see it?
People-
It was light. Go back a little bit. You could see it. That it was
Yeah.
light. There it is right there. You can
It's
see the light
outside
outside.
is white.
It was
It's still day.
7:40. She was like, I have to go to bed now. It's late. He was like, it's 7:40.
And then she rolled out the next day. And the thing that I didn't like for Kyle is how did he not catch that? How did he not catch that? Let me tell you, you can do a whole lot to me, but you got one time to leave me in a foreign country. You get what I'm saying? Like you got
Right.
one time, right? And she just bounced. No family emergency, no craziness, just I'm out and you made me sleep in another room. I would have texted her and asked her. And then I think he even said, I didn't even know if she was okay. Get your mama ring back, please. Your mama want her ring back.
Right. I was like, you didn't let this lady run off with your grandma's ring. Girl, you
Like,
better go get that ring.
I thought she pawned it when they was in Chicago. I didn't know they were going to Chicago. So when I saw them in Chicago, I said, this heifer done pawned his mama ring. She about to be like, I don't know.
They showed a shot of her with her 2 suitcases. She was out of there.
She was gone.
Like,
And I would have cussed them producers out and left.
Yeah,
That
this
was
man, this happened to me at 3 a.m. last night. I was watching and I was like, so she didn't see his arch deeper than hers.
And for him, I really believe that is I don't know. I came up with it in my head. I believe that his issues with his mother has something to do with his sexuality.
Oh, I don't know about that, but he has deep issues with his mother.
It's something that his family was like kind of like, like talking down about him. And then he was more concerned about her family than meeting his family. And I felt like his family was the one to be worried about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm no therapist, but I play one on TV. And I noticed that he was trauma bonding, I guess, with her because of the divorce thing. And I'm like, how is that the foundation? I think he said that. I couldn't remember whether it was his parents or her parents, but he mentioned that the divorce thing was like the foundation. And I'm like, I don't think you can build anything on divorce. Like, but I mean, I could be wrong, and his whole point was just wanting to have a long lasting relationship because it just wasn't there in his childhood. And I felt like of everyone, those two definitely needed therapy because she had some issues. Like she got very offended when he said the world doesn't evolve around you. Like I was having something go on, and she yearned for me to be damn flipped it. You know what I'm saying? She Missy Elliott it, and I was like, what is going on?
And she was coming up with ideas that he didn't even present. I was like, where is she getting this from?
Girl, why I thought this was Shake in the comments.
Look at Shake.
Yeah, but it was definitely interesting, and I just felt really bad for him because it seemed like you were saying, Erica, he had that kind of relationship with his mom. Maybe he helped his mom, through the divorce, and he was just very, very accommodating. And I'm not saying you can't have that in a marriage, but bruh, you just met her. She's flipping out on you, and you didn't even do anything. And they had too many ups and downs for me. I mean, that were caused by her. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't even like fair and balanced. It was just crazy.
This man was giving very much this. He was
And he was so messy, gossiping, carrying bones back and forth. He was like, okay, well, when he sat down on the bed and he got back to the room, he was like, let me tell you what happened outside with the rest of the people. Oh my God.
Well, that was
Like,
the only
he's so
thing I liked
messy.
about him, because if I was sick, I would want to know the tea too. So I thought I
I
give him
like that
points for
about
that.
him too, and
Because
I
if I was
actually
sick
liked
eating
him.
ugly bread on the floor, I would want him to tell me what.
Oh, this is him with the mess. So he came back and he was giving his fiance. He was giving his fiance. This is so low. I'm sorry.
But also was my class, but it was. So I pressed Jared a little, and I was like, so here's the differences. Okay, like.
I thought you were doing so well. I would love to be there.
I don't know. I don't know how she don't get it, but it's fine.
You know why she didn't get it? Because she's so immersed in her insecurities. Like the world literally revolves around her. She couldn't even see it. Like, that's how I feel. Like, you can't see, this is like clear. And to me, I feel like it's appropriate to ask. I feel like, especially if you're about to marry someone, you can ask him, is he attracted to men? Has he ever had sex with a man? There's nothing wrong with that. And I feel like to me, that would be something that I would totally ask him,
It's
because
funny.
he was just
Mallory asked Sal that question. Mallory did ask Sal that question, but the other ones did. The ones who were supposed to didn't.
right.
Mallory was
Well,
like, let's see 21 question. Have you ever slept with a man?
right. I was getting ready to say that, Themis. Thanks for bringing that up. But I also, regardless of, I felt he was very hippie, because he was, I forget these people's names, even though I've been watching it all day. But the guy who made his own toothpaste, I thought he was trying very hard. And I had a lot of empathy points for him, because Danielle was getting on my nerves. She was really, really getting on my nerves. And she needed to work on herself. And I get you've had some lot of crazy things happen to you. All of us have. It is up to you to fix those things. It is up to you to be okay with those things. And that guy can be there to help you through it. That's great. But you can't blame everything. I mean, every time he sneezed or looked sideways or one eye rolled, oh my God.
No, I agree with you. I think she's a mess. And I think that she should give grace to people and fix their own issues through therapy. I do think, however, that part of why she does things like that is because I think her intuition is kicking off. Like, I think she's kind of going crazy a little bit, in that she knows something is off. She doesn't know what it is. And so everything he does is like amplified in her mind, because she's over analyzing literally everything he does, when he needs to ask the question. Like, just come out and ask the question.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I think if someone in the comments is saying like Nick is too feminine, I was fine with him being in touch with his femininity. That wasn't a problem for me, but it was clear that to me, I saw a bisexual man. And I mean, that's very presumptuous, and we don't know his sexuality, never seen him be with a man, but that's what he was giving. Okay. He was giving bisexuality. Okay. And it's okay. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, the last bisexual guy in season 1, that was a mess.
Yeah.
The black guy.
Yes, that was a mess. That was a mess because he kind of was fulfilling a prophecy that he developed in his mind. And Carlton was a mess on the first season. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even watch the first season. I just saw clips. But Natalie was telling this too, that this guy was like, oh, I don't believe in 401k. I don't save, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, oh, I would have cared, but because I have my financial situation together, I can essentially take care of him. Like,
yeah.
What? So you're willing to?
I felt like he was there for the experience. I don't feel like he wanted to be married.
Yeah.
I feel like he was there for the experience. And I also felt like he was under the influence of something. If you look at his eyes and how darty his eyes were, and how just his mannerisms, I felt like either he was like ADHD, hyper, or something was going on with him. And then he was also very insecure too. I felt like his love language was words of affirmation. Like he wanted that wanted her to like.
So I'm pretty sure he grew up being told he was dumb his entire life. And he said something hinting at that. And he's very insecure. He's extremely insecure. And there are people in this world that you wouldn't get. Well, I mean, I would guess, but you wouldn't guess generally that they are. But he needed constant validation. I don't know who has that kind of energy. I actually understand Natalie's approach where, like, I don't like people who are mean or so insecure that they can't give a compliment. And I've seen a lot of them. Natalie reminds me of that kind of person who she's not just going to give you a compliment. You have to work for it because she has her own problems. Um, but he just constantly wanted it. He wanted her to tell him he was beautiful literally every second of the day. I'm like,
Mhm.
girl, that is
Too
exhausting.
much. Too much. Yeah.
This
Just
is red pill. This is red pill in its
and
infancy.
it's full form, huh?
When I saw that Themis, I was like, oh, let me hurry up and fast forward so I can get to where Themis.
Yeah. He was like resentful, immediately resentful towards her. It felt like real, like, I don't know. I felt like I don't know what the feeling is. It was like uneasy the way he was talking to her at that table, as if she owed him something, which I
Yeah.
believe she should have never accepted the proposal. But an atheist and a Christian getting married and kind of like, oh, we're just going to overlook that. That's like foundation. That's not something you just overlook. Like, you have a fundamental difference in the world. You believe in God and I don't.
Yeah. You
Let's
believe
get
I'm gonna
married.
go to
What
hell.
sense? Like,
You,
that's crazy.
you believe I'm gonna go to hell and then you're gonna go to heaven when I die. Like
Right. We don't need to get married.
So, Themis, I
um
don't know what y'all said about Natalie and the 401k because I somehow got kicked out, but I did want to say this. I did not like how she was like, oh, well, we'll just kind of come together and I'll support him. And I wasn't sure and I couldn't remember if like where in the timeline that happened, if that girl Shenanigans or whatever had called her, and said something to her yet.
it came after that. The
Okay,
call
I
came after that.
wasn't sure, but I didn't like that. And I'm like, no, you don't have to get a house, but you should have a 401k, and I felt some kind of way about her lowering her standards just because she felt some feelings.
Yeah. So I mean, this was the moment where Sal checked Jarrett about his woman. He got checked. I was like, period. This is the family that I don't care. I do not care. This is when what's his name mother checked him. Like she dragged him and I loved every minute of it. She was like, that woman is too good for you. Um Jaren is apparently like I don't understand the stereotype. Well, whatever. Let me not get into the stereotype. So apparently, Jaren just all he wants to do is party. Like apparently, all he want to do is party. Um,
I feel like it's okay to quote unquote party, but you have entered into a marriage with someone you just met a few weeks ago. You need to rearrange your priorities. Like, she should, when she was left alone in his apartment like that, I felt so bad for her. And then I was like, girl, this is what happens when you take second position. Like, no, pack your things and leave now while he's gone.
she was crying and asking, "Why did you choose me?" I like because the other girl said no.
Right.
Like, what do you want from me?
And
Like,
she wanted to be
And I didn't
so
like.
bad.
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
I did no, I was gonna say I didn't like how he was playing the video game and they were trying to have a serious conversation and he was like, well, since you don't want to go out, she told you she was introvert. I'm an extrovert. I love to go out and do things, but when I'm in any kind of relationship with someone, friendship, even with my daughter, she's not as extroverted as I am. I have to understand that that's a lot of energy, and that's a lot going on with people, and you got to balance that. If I want to have a quality relationship, we can't always be out and about,
Yeah.
jazz hands all over the town, and that she likes to do some quiet things. And then you're trying to plan stuff and you're playing a video game, then you're talking on the thing. I was like, that was kind of rude. Like, but like you said, Erica, this is what you get when you the runner up, like.
But even when Mallory said that Jared was familiar to her, but that familiarity was a man centering himself and not putting her first. So Ayanna might have that same experience. And when I saw him playing video games, I'm like, oh my God, this is the typical experience. You trying to have a conversation with him. He's not fully there. You guys just got married. There's like, you need to rearrange your priorities. But his goal was to find someone who was strong and resilient, like a Ford pickup truck. So
Yes.
So I did not like that at all, because that was back into that whole stereotype. And you could kind of see his parents didn't really give off too much. But every time he kept saying it, I'm glad her mother said something like, wait a minute, what else do you like about her?
Yeah.
Because it's more than just her coming back from her struggle. And the first thing I thought was this damn trauma bonding. I'm like, why are people trauma? Like, he's like, oh, I know if we get down bad, she gonna be there. No.
Yeah. Wait, Water says the only problem Shayna is a selective Christian. They wouldn't have been the first Christian atheist duo. They won't be. Yeah, no, she was full of it. She didn't care. She literally didn't care. Oh, not me having this picture up. Got it?
not, oh my God, not the emoji famous.
When you first posted that, I didn't get it, and then I had to come back around. I was like, what is going on? But I got it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So this is the reunion. I don't care about the reunion yet. So ZZ. Hey Z.
Hi.
Did you watch?
Yes. This is just a general thing about the show, is that, like, I think this is just showing how love is basically all about location. And this is just like a concentrated version of it. I mean, besides all the, like, you can't see them and everything like that, because they had to negotiate a lot more quicker, because this is the small pool that they got.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, they're going to have to, if they choose them, they're going to have to, like, lower their standards, which they wouldn't have done outside. It's kind of like that kind of catch 2022.
Yeah.
Even though they vetted people, I guess that's what they said. They did it better last time.
Yeah.
One, because that was something. So I think that is just the problem. It's just like there just needs to be more people.
Yeah. Wait, LB, I actually agree with you. Well, I don't know if there needs to be more people, but I do think they need to do something. Well, actually,
maybe better quality.
I don't mind the drama, actually.
I don't like that, because I don't want people to break their hearts over things. Like,
if these people's hearts are being broken for a 1 month interaction, I don't know what to tell them. But yeah, I get what you're saying. But for TV purposes, I wouldn't change anything just yet.
But like, think about this. This is gonna, like, carry throughout their lives. Like, they can't just like all this mess that they had on TV. This is not just like a one-time thing. If they go on the dating market, they might see them, and that's an issue.
They're just gonna get podcasts like Shake.
Yeah.
They're just gonna go get podcasts. They're just gonna all be podcasters.
LB, I actually do have a question for you. I don't know if can I play I tagged you in one of the video, because it is exactly what I think you would have said, but I don't know if you want your ID.
It was funny.
All right. So LB, this is what I feel like LB would have said to Shake Shack. I tagged her in it.
Thing I think you would seriously benefit from seeing a psychologist and kind of figuring out some coping skills to navigate relationships as a narcissist, because I think you're going to continue to damage relationships. Not even
This is the first time this woman stand up, and she stand up to Shake instead of her man. But that's neither here nor there. I'm here for what you said.
That was the only thing that bugs me about that. I was like, okay, so you have all the smoke for him, but you can't even talk to the dude you're with that picked you second. But okay.
Not only did he pick you second, he literally turned you down initially when you offered. He then chose you second, showed up to Mexico, went to flirt with someone and told them that he would have gotten them a better ring. And then he's also going out and partying. Look, I don't know.
So I didn't see.
My friends keep telling me, "Oh, it's fine. They're a cute couple." And for me, there's nothing cute about them. Like it's like they're physically, they look. I guess they look good together physically, but that's it. There is no meaningful relationship happening because he's just going out doing what he want to do, and she's just at home whining.
Did you see when they went to get the tuxedos and how everybody else's friends were really trying to get to know information about the women that they chose and what was going on? And homeboy, I don't know none of these people named Jared, Jerky, whatever. He was talking to his friends, and his friends was like, "Are you sure? You know, like you about to be bogged down." Like it was just this weird energy versus, what about her? And right, I was like,
he had the one friend that kept instilling fear into the situation. You sure you want to do this? You sure you want to do this? And I did notice the difference in conversation between the black men and the white men when it came to, preparing for marriage. The black men kept like, it was a fear thing. It was fear. You sure? And the other guys were like kind of more encouraging. I did notice that.
But one guy, I forget whose friend it was, but he was like, "Man, I knew that my wife was my wife the first week." Now they didn't say they got married quick, but he was like, I knew what was going on. So I understand. It might even been Shake's friend. But he was like, I knew. But that was people saying, "Hey, I knew. So tell me about this girl that makes you feel that way." And like, I understand. And his friends just was like, "Nah, bruh, don't do it. And are you sure? It's gonna be hell. This is crazy. You ain't never done nothing like this." I'm like, wow, okay.
Someone say Ayana and Sal should have gotten to. I would have paired them up. I would literally have paired. I feel like they would have been the best match. Out of everyone in there, I think they would have been the best match. I mean, he'd come to the reunion with something on his lip, but that's neither here nor there. But I think they would have been the perfect match. My nephew just asked if you're from England, Themis. LOL. So that classy accent of yours. I was like, no, Jamaica. Well, you're both correct. You're both correct. Someone said Baltimore accent. Period. I don't. Go ahead, LB. Where do you guys want to?
I was gonna say I'm from Baltimore, so they might hear my accent if I said to or do. So I have a Baltimore accent. Sorry, LB.
You're okay.
Not you giving just hilarious. Two.
I don't like Sal. We could get into that later, I guess, if you want.
No, get into it. No, how do you know? All right. So I ended up annoyed with Sal for rejecting Mallory at the end. Not annoyed. I actually appreciate that he rejected her at the end. But go ahead. Why do you not like Sal? Because he lied about having a girlfriend?
Oh, no. I don't care about I really don't care about that. Honestly, their whole relationship, I wasn't invested. But my thing with Sal is, I don't know if it's the editing, but he came across very creepy. Like,
sneaky.
The kind that, that too, and doesn't take no for an answer. Like, he's the kind of guy that'll kill you when you break up with him.
Wait, really? Like, I didn't
think that to me. I was just like, ooh, that's scary.
I thought he was corny, but in like a good way where he gets like a really good girl, I guess, and they live happily ever after, and he's like emotional. But I didn't get like he was creepy. Like he overdid it and
mysterious, maybe mysterious. Maybe
that singing was too much, and that little ukulele.
I
Y'all
love the
don't know how
singing.
to
I
be
wanted to
wine
cry.
and dine.
I love when he
Okay.
sings the Lethal Lingo. I love that. But he was just, I felt like he was hiding something. And then somebody in the comments said that he has a girlfriend. So
He was hiding that crazy girl that came over to his sister's house.
I'll have a question
like-
for you.
Like, so that's what, like, I thought Kyle was weird. Like, I was like getting very, like,
Which one's
at some
Kyle?
point you need to stop from Kyle. Like, you were pushing on this woman who clearly did not want you. But I didn't get that from Sal.
So
Everyone is saying Sal was weird. I guess.
Wait,
Oh,
sorry.
Go ahead,
What-
V.
wait, who?
Go ahead, V.
Sorry, I just have this question for LP. Do you think that since he was almost perfect, it made it even more creepier, or is it just his like vibe in general?
Like he comes across as somebody that has control issues to me, and it's like a subtle thing. Like to me, it's the not accepting no for an answer, the persistence, although getting shut down multiple times, the extreme optimism despite getting a bunch of signs contrary to his beliefs. And then
Are you talking about Kyle or Sal?
Oh, I thought
Okay.
I thought TC asked me about Sal. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Sal.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
Oh, okay.
I feel like you got that from Sal.
I got all that from Sal, and
I mean,
like
Sal
he just concerned me. Like, she left you in Mexico, and you were still like, but it's gonna be great. And I was like, that's where. I was
that's
like, I don't know if it
Kyle,
was the
LB.
editing.
Kyle.
that's
is that
Kyle
Kyle?
LB. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we
That's why
agree on
everybody's like,
Kyle.
wait,
Kyle is
what?
weird. Kyle is
Oh,
That was Kyle.
Wait, okay, Kyle. So my memory only works with females.
Oh, sorry. Let me just show you the
who is
picture.
Kyle dating?
So this is Kyle. Sorry,
I'm so sorry, because maybe I am confusing Kyle and Sal.
this is Kyle.
Yes, Kyle is creepy. Okay.
Yeah.
But then
Yeah.
also Sal wasn't, to me, Sal was too. Can you put Sal's picture up just so I could be sure? I'm talking about the
Oh,
right person.
sorry, it's not great, but this is him.
Yeah, because he
Show
was
one
with
of your
her.
clips, Themis, so
Oh,
we can
he was
see
just
Sal's face.
delusional. Yeah, he was just delusional. I was getting them confused. Kyle's creepy. Sal's delusional.
There he is. This is Sal. This is the creepiest I've seen him.
No, he was creepy too. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm talking about him.
Because Kyle reminds me of somebody.
The singer,
Not me.
LB, because he was singing all the time. Sal was the one that was the musician.
Yeah.
He was the one creepy to you.
He was creepy to me, like when they went home. Like not
Like intense, right? It was like he was
like
so
very
intense.
intense. Yeah. Like I did kind of conflate the two personalities in my mind. But
I thought, like, I literally was like, if my daughter came home with a Sal, I would be okay with it because I feel like she would be good.
But like, who does Sal become when Sal's disappointed? When Sal
just looked like a sad puppy dog to me.
He cried when Jared was talking to his woman.
No, he did go back and check Jared though. He did go back and was like,
I appreciated that because I think
He
men
did,
should
but
do
he-
that. Like check
He was
him.
crying.
Yeah.
He was crying though when he saw that black man over there talking to his woman, and he already had felt some kind of way, and they was chatting it up, and he ha he. Yeah, he was crying. He was doing that.
all right, so I like the chat because there's some people in the chat who agrees with me that Sal was not creepy. Because like I thought he was like, I think he was trying too hard. I think it came off as corny. I do think he was like really trying too much. But I don't know. I like the effort. Like if that were my daughter and I was watching someone treat her that way, I would like it. Like I don't know. I would like it as opposed to Kyle.
So he exhibited a lot of the traits that women say they want, and then when they get it, they're like, "Oh no, this isn't quite it," because you generally don't want the man out crying you, and you generally don't expect the man to tell you all his feelings. So I could understand where maybe she was, kind of off a little bit about that because she wasn't used to it. So I get that. I think that might be a little different from people to have a man that owns his feelings and is very comfortable with his feelings and expressing them. So I think that was the thing that was a little different for me. He wasn't trying to be, because he even said, I think he said something about machizo or something like that, and is something that they use in the Latin culture. He's not that, and so I think that was what a lot of people are like, "Ooh, what's going on?" And I didn't say he couldn't sing; he just was singing too much. We are not handing out contracts. This ain't Bad Boy. Go ahead.
Look, what was that show? Flavor of Love. You remember that Latino girl who came on and was trying to sing? Let this man get his contract. This might be his one moment in. Yeah, he was with that ukulele. I cannot. Anyway, I can't believe I thought y'all would love Sal, but the chat is split on Sal, and I found that strange. I will accept that it felt very love bomby. And I don't like when people love bomb. I don't think it's generally genuine, but and it's not obviously not sustainable. Like Sal cannot be the way that he is on screen continuously. Like that is exhausting.
And that's what's terrible. Who is he?
True. But I would prefer to see that than literally any of the other all the other guys. I'm trying to see if there's an exception to this. All of the other guys were really bad.
I liked Danielle's man with when he had the emoji with the beard and the long blonde hair.
Yeah,
even though we had some other questions about what's going on with him, I thought that he was very accommodating. He was very considerate. I think there's other reasons why he was that way, but I didn't think he was bad. I didn't like her. Yes, him.
You're
not
right.
her. I don't like her, but I like him. Regardless of what we may think of, he was, to me, very respectful. Because every time she turned around, she was like, "I don't like your eyelashes. And one of them fell on me." And it just would be a big old problem.
Girl, Nick was such a troublemaker. He was such a gossip. He was that's the word, messy, Erica. He was messy. Absolutely not.
Who wasn't though?
They all were gossiping though. All the guys were.
But he was doing it on a different level.
Oh yeah, he was going back.
He was like, girl, let me tell you.
I think it was a plant by the producers. I think they planted him just to keep things going.
Yeah, and she was the one who got him by mistake. Because I don't know how you.
And then when she was like, "My friends get on tables and we party," he was like, "Y'all ain't gonna be breaking stuff in my house."
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you are right. He was actually really accommodating. I don't know how you stay around this person for more than a minute. She's just always anxious.
I said she was the narcissist. That's what I said. I felt like she was the narcissist. She was extracting. She needed everything about her. I felt like he was right in his observation. Like, it's not all about you, but it was her insecurities that kind of made her the center of all her problems. You know what I mean? I felt like she was the one that, and he was the other, like the other side of a narcissist kind of sensitive person relationship, where it's that push and pull in a relationship with a narcissist. I felt like he was going to constantly be like checking in with her and like making it her world. Like literally what he said, it revolves around you. I can't believe they're actually still together.
It is such a, well, if she don't leave, he not gonna leave. When he's like 45, he'll
beard.
When he's 45, we'll figure it out. After his midlife crisis, we'll see what happens. But I agree that if we're only going on what happened on screen without projecting on maybe his sexuality, he didn't do anything wrong to her, and she's always just fighting. Like, who are you fighting? Why are you fighting? Why are you anxious? Like, you're making me anxious. I can't deal with that energy. Like, I don't know how he did it, but That check must be really good because I
What?
can't.
Not even the check. He said it in the when they were in Mexico. They were friendly at least 3 times in 3 different places. See, I remember stuff like that. Now, don't ask me
Oh
what I
yeah,
had
he
for
said
lunch
they were
yesterday.
knocking.
Yeah, don't
Mhm.
ask me what I had for lunch. But yeah. So I think she might have did the whip appeal, and then now next thing you know, he can't get out. He's in a different kind of sunken place. You know.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
creepy.
I
Or
just,
creepy.
huh?
I got creepy vibes from so many of them. I was like, they're so dysfunctional.
Oh, they
Like,
are.
Yeah, that's why I was like, how did they end up in the running? Like, who put these people through?
people with attachment issues
Yeah, definitely.
against each other. And
This thing is like,
with attachment
this
issues.
is bad, but like people with anxious attachment, like avoidance, are harder to deal with in my mind. But anxious attachment is not always bad. I mean, it's bad. Like, fix it. But
They're
like,
annoying.
huh?
I said anxious are annoying for me, but I'm avoidant. So like,
Yeah, obviously. But it's just like I do think people with anxious attachment style overanalyze, which is not always a bad thing if
Mhm.
they know how to communicate. This woman does not know how to communicate to save her life. Like, she just lashes out. He was at a party and she was sick. She literally physically couldn't go, and they were contractually obligated to go. And he comes back and she's mad that he went without her.
But then she was like peering through the bushes at them. I was like, girl, no, what are you doing? She's like, I saw you. And he was like, what?
Do you think that
Wait, Erica, I remember that. I was like, wait, were you spying on him?
Yeah,
Like,
what are you doing in the bushes, girl, lurking? What's up?
she was like, and then when you walk down to the beach,
And he was like, wait, I saw you and I waved and you didn't say anything. I'm like, oh gosh, this is crazy. But then they said that they were like doing it a lot. But I felt like he was more emotionally intelligent than she was or is. You know, with the air guitars and the drum machine. She wants to put the drum machine in the
she's a whole
living room.
child.
He was like, absolutely not.
She's a child, and that wouldn't work for you. You're not coming in my no. You are a child, and you're talking about, oh, my friends come over and we just dance on the table.
Absolutely.
not tables at home.
On whose table are you gonna dance?
Right.
Absolutely not. Like, no. Like,
How old was she?
like, she was almost 30, I think.
Yeah, I think she was like 28 or
Oh,
something.
she's too old for that. Like, not at home.
Like, she has a plastic guitar that she plays when she just want to have fun and have dance party. And look, I'm here for a dance party. Like, on my Instagram, I'm gonna start going live and cooking because my friends want. No,
that's
just
really
joking.
nice.
I mean, whatever. But I understand, and I like when I'm cooking, I want to dance and cook and whatever, right? I actually prefer when there are people over to cook for. But you getting on top of a furniture is taking it a bit. Like, her table was broken because they were dancing on it.
Mhm. And her mom, someone said something about her mom in the comment. Her mom was like, I guess she was like maybe overweight, or maybe was a, what do they call a swan? She developed later or something. There was some insecurities about how she was like maybe a late bloomer or something.
Girl, why her
Yeah,
family all just super excited about her getting married? Girl, they didn't even care about what the man looked like.
They were like, take her.
So yeah, Erica, you're right. She did mention that she had lost, I think, like 78 pounds. And I think that had a lot to do with it. And she mentioned it all the time. So it wasn't like he didn't know that she had those insecurities, but she did mention it all the time. And that was her fear. And I'm like, honey, you should have went to counseling. Everything is like, everyone isn't judging you on your outward appearance all the time. And everything isn't about those insecurities that you have. So I think a lot of the reasons why she's going out and doing these things is probably when she was heavier, she didn't feel like she could do those things. And so I think maybe she's trying to recapture something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying like the pixie character, the quirky girl, like I'm not judging the quirky girl because I think it's fun, right? But it's like, it's not quirky. She's just being like, she's not dealing with issues that she needs to deal with. And I do not think a relationship is the place to deal with it, even though you can be supportive. But I think a therapist is who she needs to talk to about her problems.
I agree.
Not fighting. And she said that she was like, oh my God, sometimes I just lash out and I just need you to like love me. I'm like,
so like, let me
That's
beat
not
up
it.
on you. Let me beat up on you.
That's
Let me get out of character. Let me go
Yeah.
off on you, and then you have to console me after. Absolutely not.
yeah, and she's like, I just want someone to love me and my flaws. No. Do you love your flaws? Are your flaws toxic? Do you need to fix your flaws? Because if you do, you need like this idea that someone should just love you and love the parts of you that are toxic is weird to me. Go fix it. Like
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
go fix it. No one would love that. Like that is abuse. Oh, someone literally just would abuse.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know there's a YouTuber, white girl that I watch. She talks about a lot of like dating advice, and she had a very good take on it called Shallon Lester. And she added some psychology to it, saying that Danielle was actually the narcissist, which I think a few people had mentioned, because there's two aspects to it, right? There could be the ones who puff themselves up and get, knock other people down in order to validate themselves that way. And then there are the ones that are constantly so in their like insecurity that it garners self-pity. Do you know what I mean? And that when she was fatter and, had a reason to feel like sadder or what have you, now she's just sort of like reliving and replaying that tape loop of, oh, I used to be fat. I used to be ugly. I used to be this. It's like, well, you're not that way anymore.
Yeah, I agree with you. Someone just said something about Shane and Danielle or Danielle are the same person. Perfect. Where is that? There it is.
Shane and Danielle.
Yeah.
Or Shane and Danielle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just two different sides.
Yeah. They need constant validation, and they need you to constantly be there. That is tiring. Like who wants that? Anywho,
sorry.
Yeah.
I just had a comment about I forgot her name. Her identifier for me is something that I'm not gonna like shame on camera, but like the girl we were just talking about, I forget her name. The one with the blonde mom?
Danielle.
So did anybody notice that Danielle's mom seemed like she might have been part of the problem with her insecurity? Like she made a comment about like she just made a lot of like digs at her to me when they had the family meeting. There was one that she made in the kitchen. I don't remember what it was specifically, but I know they were like about her weight and her personality, and saying that like she used to be one way and now she's better. Like, because I was thinking about it, she said she lost like what, 78 pounds?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know that sounds like a huge number, but it's really not. Like 78 pounds more, like they act like she was morbidly obese before. And like the reality of it was that she was no bigger than like probably the average American woman, like a size 16. And so like my like thing with her is I felt like her family created a lot of that. And
but don't you think the white society is a bit different though? Because I feel like with weight, because you're saying the 78 pounds, I feel like and because I live in Canada, so there's a lot more white folks here. When it comes to weight, I feel like in the black community, when you have a little bit more meat on your bones, it's more celebrated and acceptable. But in the white community, it's like the aesthetic for them, and it's shifted a little bit since the Kardashians and what have you, like the slim fit look has come in the last 5 years. But generally speaking, in the white community, like it's model-esque is the goal for many of them. And so that's why for her, like it's a different purview that they would have for someone being overweight than what would be considered overweight in the black community. So I think that would be different.
I mean, I kind of agree-ish, but honestly, like the reason, I mean, I need to sympathize with her, but I find her really toxic, particularly when she said she competes with every woman. Did you guys hear that? She, in one of her thing, when she was walking away, she was like, "Oh, like one of my big issues that I compete with. Like she keeps bringing up these issues that are hugely problematic, and she just says them as if, oh, that's just something you have to accept. No, that's something you need to work on. Like no one needs to accept that. Like I don't need you to compete with like random people randomly. Like I don't know. It's just very. I think she and her mom also said, I just wanted someone to love her for all of her and not just how she looks, because she wasn't always thin and blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, cool. But like when your bad traits are things that you do need to work on, like again, you do need to work on them. Like it doesn't make sense to me that people are like, oh, I just want you to love me. It's like you don't even love you. Like I don't understand. That doesn't make sense.
I
Like
agree with that. Like you can't ask people to love you when you don't love you.
yeah.
I wanted to agree with. Oh, sorry. I wanted to agree with LB about the mom, because if you fast forward to when they were trying on the dresses, did you see how she was like, no, that's not going to look good. I don't like that one. This one. I was like, so I think her mom might be a source of a lot of her issues also, and maybe how she talked and engaged and, wanting her approval and maybe never getting it. So I think you hit the nail on the head, LB. I think some of that issue is her mom, and then she's fighting through whatever other crazy stuff that lady did to her in her own mind and all that other stuff. But I think you hit the nail on the head. Her mom probably is a big part of why she needs to go to therapy. Amongst something
too. I think Nick's mom was very like the way that they were it almost looked like they didn't even like him. I was like, I was so uncomfortable with Nick's family. It looked really uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think they know.
Yeah. The mom I think very like, like, oh, I don't know. She just seemed like very harsh.
So, Nick is the fluid one, right?
So I think Nick is
okay.
I think Nick is the caregiver to his family, because remember his mom got divorced, and I think Nick is the one who was providing all of the care or testosterone to that family. And then here's this lady coming in, and then this lady comes in and now she's taking it, but then we don't know very much about her. And then I would say the mom is pretty aware. This lady seemed a little bat poop crazy sitting at the table saying the best thing about your son is that he can calm me from a daggone attack. Like my mom would have been like, well, then you need to get a therapist to leave my son alone. That's what my mother would have said.
Yeah.
Right. So I think
go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I think that their reaction to her, and because I think she needs to work on her conversation skills, because that was just awkward. But then also what they were saying and then what he means to the family, that might have been why they were all putting. And then the one sister was like, yeah, we'll see. Right. Yeah. So I thought it was something else behind that too, other than the other things.
Honey was like, when Daniel said there was nothing Nick could say to convince her that he was staying with her, but wanted him to stay anyway. And Nick's reaction was a lot. Yeah. They're toxic. They're toxic.
But that might be what his mom, sorry, Stevens, that might be his relationship with women in his life. And so he's okay in being that role because he probably had to emotionally take care of his mom.
Yeah. By the way, I have not used the word narcissist once here. I do not diagnose people, nor do I agree with the diagnosis. I would never.
I think we do embody. I think everyone has a little bit of narcissist in them, like that they just don't fall in the lake. Some of them just fall into the lake looking at their image. Some of us don't. But I believe that all of us, it's something. But, people with MPD, they don't know they have MPD because they won't get diagnosed. So it's like we have these conversations and we say someone has a narcissistic tendencies or characteristics. I don't think anybody's diagnosing folks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, we can't.
I mean, the preface that I put forward, unless someone come out and say, oh, I am a therapist and I do this. And to that, I would question why you diagnosing people through the internet. But I think the blanket disclaimer I gave in the beginning applies to everyone on here now, where this is just like a general sort of personal opinion that does each of us personal opinion, that please do not apply any of this to your lives. I don't give advice, and I promise you it probably will not work. You will probably end up lonely if you take my advice.
Are people taking it that serious though?
Oh, I don't know.
It's just commentary. Why are people getting
I think
triggered?
I said that Danielle seemed like she was the narcissist. That's what I
And
said.
I agree.
Because I feel like Nick is the empathic, sensitive one in the relationship. And their relationship is going to be centered around her needs and getting her needs met and not his at all. That's what I was getting from it.
And at the end of the day, it's your opinion. And I don't know why people are so offended by it.
Yeah. But we're going to take a turn now, and we're going to. So I haven't watched the Tina Knowles documentary. I have not.
I have not neither, because I've watched reviews on it, and I'm triggered by the reviews.
Well, someone sent me something, and I was watching part of it, and I decided to watch it with you guys because
oh yay!
I think it's good to react to, but they didn't watch it. So I wouldn't have reacted to it had they watched it. I would have had to watch it. But because they didn't watch it and they're reacting to it, I'm going to react to them reacting to it. It is what it is. And so we are going to do this together. Do not tread lightly. All opinions are welcome. And from what I saw... All right, wait, let me step back. Do not go to this person's channel. I don't think you guys do that. So this is great. But even if you do not go to anyone's channel. Do not leave them hate. Don't call people mammies, generally. And I don't care what you say about this guy, because actually when I watched, I skipped around. This guy is literally the worst. And I don't know how she can see it, but this lady has a podcast, and she has this guy who she invites on, and they're watching the Tina Knowles they're talking about the Tina Knowles documentary. But for some reason, the guy is obsessed with single motherhood. Like the documentary is not about Black women. And it's such an interesting thing, because in them trying to debunk people's outrage against Tina Knowles, we had a man in there doing exactly what people were upset about. And that is so interesting to watch. So we're going to watch it together. You guys know this is Beyonce's internet. And because it is Beyonce's world, Tina Knowles, I have a lot of respect for her because of Beyonce, but I don't agree with this. And I'll explain what I don't agree with in a moment. But I haven't seen the documentary, so I'm holding my full judgment until that. Anyway, let's get to this. Do you guys want it like this, or do you guys want it like this?
Either way.
Bottom or side?
I think on the side, it gives you the negative space that she has. So
yeah.
So the bottom, Erica?
I think on the side is better because you can sit in the negative space. You see, you have a full frame. Yeah.
Yeah.
You better be know what this says. I have no clue what you're talking about.
I get what she's saying, and it's actually,
It makes sense. All right, let's watch. Hopefully it's not loading.
So hello everybody, it is me, Demetra K, and I got my beanie on today. Kind of cold outside, and plus I feel like combing my hair, but I'm still cute though, right? I'm just playing anyway. So it is the Demetra K Show, and I am sitting here with Donovan, the recovering Democrat Sadiq, where we promote Black love, knowledge, and understanding of all things that go on in the Black community to make us an even better people, with the emphasis on
Should I slow it down? Should I play it normally? It's really long.
How long?
It's 52 minutes.
Dad, that's long.
Yeah. You guys obviously don't have to stay on or anything, but I would love for you guys to stay, particularly like all of you.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I'm getting nervous.
We can watch your words. Huh?
Okay.
Go ahead, V.
If you want to speed it, I think it'll be fine. It's not that fast.
Yeah, it's not that fast. We can.
All right, I'm gonna.
Yeah,
we can catch what they say.
I used to listen to course material at like 1.5 to 2.
All right, so I'm gonna put it at 1.2 first.
Okay.
All right.
On even because we are great, but we can always be greater, right? And so today we are going to be talking about Miss Mama Tina Knowles, the mother of, some people would say one of, I say one now, Beehive don't come for me, one of the world's greatest entertainers. Okay, that's arguable. You can argue if you want to, whatever. But I'm just telling you what some people would say. I like Beyonce. Anyway, I digress. So Mama Tina Knowles Lawson, she is executive, or she has executive produced a documentary called The Profiled Black Man, or Profiled the Black Man, rather, okay? Called Profile the Black Man. And so we are going to get into it a little bit of why she did it. And really, I'm like shocked that there's so much backlash against the mother of the Beehive. I was shocked to know that. And I didn't know that until Donovan actually just told me. I'm not on social media a lot nowadays, and so I, don't get everything. But anyway, before we get into that, Donovan, what say you?
All right, welcome you guys to the Demetra K podcast. This is a podcast. She always gets that confused because she does so much work. And Demetra, we appreciate the work that you do to wake up the masses. But yeah, this is something that was kind of crazy. I got wind of it, a couple of weeks ago. Remember, she announced something like that a couple of weeks ago, and we're busy doing our thing, and so it would kind of pass your mind. But yeah, I mean, to me, what got me talking about it was the responses from our Black women. So before we get into that, please do us a favor, you guys. Please like, share, and subscribe, and put this on your platform so we can get the message out there. And tell us what you guys think in the comments. I mean, you guys think that we don't look at the comments. We do look at the comments, and we do respond to the comments. So tell us what you think about this issue in regards to Tina Knowles, the mother, the queen mom of the Beehive, getting backlash from the 304s and all the other things that are out there, whatever. Because that's who it has to be. Because what I'm going to say is this: as a woman, every one of these women have a father. So are they saying that their dads ain't shit and all this other? You're telling me that? So let's get into that. It's going to be interesting.
All right. So and Donovan, your sound, I can hear you, but it's a little bit kind of not muffled, but just it seems like you're far away. So anyway, while you get her take care of that, let me go ahead and get into it.
Better.
Much better. All right. So as I said a second ago, Tina Knowles Lawson, she is she's the executive producer, rather, of Profiled the Black Man. It is a series that is on the Discovery Plus channel, and I guess it's maybe a 4-part series, if I'm not mistaken. And so she says, and I saw when she went on, I think it was Gail King interviewed her a couple of weeks back when she was talking about it. I was like, oh, okay, that's pretty dope. Yeah. She's making a documentary about Black men and uplifting Black men. And so she basically says that the documentary is to, and you guys know what, I talk so fast because I'll be like, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to slow down a little bit. Okay. So she says the documentary is to dispel the myths about the Black men. For one, that our Black men are dangerous and they're criminals and they should be feared. And so she basically wanted to combat that with this documentary to give a positive outlook about Black men, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of times when you watch the media, you do see Black men, Black people in general, but Black men depicted in the most savage manner possible, right? And so, of course, we know that when images about Black people go forth, most people tend to believe that's who Black people are, because as Dr. Claude Anderson says, Black people own less than 3% of the media, and because we do not own the lion's share of the media, like white people, Asians, they have their own.
Wait, so I'm watching the chat. Does 304, does it spell HOE?
Yes, when you put the digital numbers upside down, that's an H, an O, and an E.
Wait, so that's how he is coming in.
Right. So he's calling women
what's a
4s.
304? I was like, Is that a new thing I didn't know about?
I thought it was an area code in Houston.
Me too. I
Me
literally-
too. I was like,
I heard
where
it before, and I didn't recognize. Like, I thought he was like talking about a group of people from a place or something. Like, I didn't know he was actually calling them that. First, he says,
"Wow,
our Black women," and then he calls them. All right, all right. This makes this a lot more fun now.
Lord.
Mute yourselves, please. Sorry.
On outlets, Hispanics, and things like that.
Mhm.
We do not have an opportunity to get or to disseminate our images and our proper information. Now, I know we got a lot of YouTube channels and things like that, but I would imagine a lot of people, I don't know, maybe I should get my numbers, but I would imagine maybe most people watch regular news than they do YouTube channels. I don't know. I could be wrong. And so we're kind of behind when it comes to that kind of thing. And so her documentary, I thought when she was explaining it, is very necessary. And so she is taking the lead on that and making sure our Black men, and I say "our" because they belong to us as Black women and Black people.
Girl, not they belong to us. You have a rude awakening, but keep going.
She's taking the charge to make sure that Black men are seen in a positive light. Okay.
What the hell is wrong with that?
What's wrong with that, right? So, as I was informed today by Donovan, there are a whole host of YouTube videos from some people call them the divestors. That means Black women who are divesting from Black men and they want to explore other options as far as partners, agents.
Get the hell on.
And what have you. And you know, women in general who just do not, for whatever reason it is. I'm not saying the reason is not valid, but I'm just saying for whatever reason they do not like Black men. And so they have labeled Mama Tina Knowles Lawson as a mammy and a whole host of other derogatory things, which I was shocked by that. Like, I'm not shocked by a lot of things, but this was very shocking to me because here this woman is, and from what I haven't watched it yet, the profile of the Blackness, I haven't watched it yet, but from what this woman said, I couldn't find anything that would make me raise an eyebrow. Like, okay, well, I don't know about that thing. You know, I was like, well, that's cool because we need that, right? Especially when you have somebody like Kamal Bell, who was just spearheading the documentary, trying to continue to destroy the legacy of Dr. Bill Cosby. That went over like a lead balloon because I haven't heard anybody else talk about it. So
This is my first issue.
Honey.
All right. So you can be for the documentary if you want. It's fine. But the point at which you're pretending like Dr. Bill Cosby didn't do anything wrong or immoral, I'm going to have a problem. I've done this stream before where people came on here and argued me down that he was right, even though he got off on a technicality. I said it. He got off on a technicality because he was promised immunity and then was prosecuted with his own admission. So what he admitted in a civil case was used against him in a criminal case, and it was strong enough for him to get prosecuted. That wasn't the problem. The problem was when he confessed to things in the civil case, he was assured that it was not going to be used against him in the criminal case. The fact that it was used against him was inappropriate and the government was wrong. The fact that he was prosecuted based on what he said meant what he said was so bad that he could have been prosecuted and was prosecuted for it. So it is not that he didn't do anything wrong. He did do something wrong. And when he confessed it, it was used as a basis for prosecution. He was prosecuted, but the prosecution got tossed because he should have gotten immunity. That is it. He got off on a technicality. So let's not sit here and say, oh, he did nothing wrong. Okay, fine. We're already starting this off on a really bad foot. And that foot is that you didn't watch the documentary. Fine, I haven't. If they're going to dispel myth about Black men, fine. I want to see these myths, right? And I want to see how they dispel before I give my full-fledged sort of critique of it. That's completely fine. What I don't like is when you say the myths are like people making things about Bill Cosby and throwing dirt on his name. If the documentary is going to dispel myths about men like Bill Cosby, those aren't men. Like, how do you draw those two parallel? How in the argument for the documentary you're gonna bring? Who are you gonna bring up? R. Kelly next? Like, Are we gonna do
Maybe.
R. Kelly? Like I don't. This is literally like I'm not even saying she's right or that she's wrong at this point. I am saying the argument that you are making relies on Bill Cosby being innocent, and he is not. And so, like, I mean, okay, let's just say he's not. He got convicted, and the conviction was tossed out, right, because of immunity issues. It is absurd to me that you would use Bill Cosby as reasons why we need to dispel myths about Black men. Like, it blows my mind that that's where your mind went.
And Bill Cosby, of all, like, if you're watching a Playboy documentary and they talk about Bill Cosby, there's no way that anyone can fix their mouth to say that that man was innocent when those women say they have a sisterhood of women who have been assaulted by him, employees of Playboy that he knew for years and slipped one a Mickey, and all of a sudden she's been assaulted by Bill Cosby. He should never be propped up to be used as an example for anything. He's a disgusting pig.
Yeah. Like, in an argument, like, I thought you would say something, by the way, agreed, Erica. I thought you would say, not you, but they would argue that there are good Black men out there, right? Like, no one can well, you can disagree with it if you want, but it wouldn't be incorrect. So if you're going to make the argument that, oh, it's the minority of Black men that are bad, and Tina Noel's trying to make a documentary to change the narrative, right? That's a better argument to make than to say she's dispelling myth, and you're going to bring up Bill Cosby in a way that is about dispelling myth. Like, no, that defeats. That sounds like you want to lie. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you're okay with lying.
I feel like it's his cognitive dissonance, though. I feel like Bill Cosby in the Black community has been somewhat deified a little bit because of the Cosby Show and, you know, the legacy that he had prior to all of this stuff coming out. And especially for Black men. And I've noticed that, like, once they've like propped somebody up, like R. Kelly, like Bill Cosby, like OJ or whatever, and then evidence comes out of, like, you know, who they really are, they refuse to let it go and not believe the reality when the truth is presented to them. You know what I mean? So in their minds, like, there's like no, like, this is not happening. So they just double down on the lie and on the facade. It's like the rose colored glasses has come off for everybody else but them. And so I think for him, he doesn't even see the contradiction potentially, because in his mind, Cosby is a good Black man that they're just trying to get.
Yeah.
And it's a conspiracy.
By the way, let me pause and step back for 2 seconds and say, is there someone, if one of the new people who came on, is there someone who disagrees with us and agrees with them? I just wanted to be
crickets.
I just wanted to be fair, because I need someone to like argue for me how Bill Cosby is a good Black man. Anywho, let's continue.
Mr. Rucker might need to come on because he got some things to say.
Wait, Mr. Rucker is twerking in the chat.
He sure is. I see him now.
Come through,
this
sir.
is the Friday Night Clan. All right, period. Mr. Rucker, for the moderators in the chat, Mr. Rucker does not get to speak unless he comes on. And please don't be afraid. What you say down there, you can definitely come up here and say it. So for the moderators, please make sure Mr. Rucker does not comment unless he comes up here.
I'm sorry.
I'm on this assignment. I'm like, let me.
The question: do we want to give him a 5-minute timer if he does not come in 5 minutes? the
You
block
know what?
happens.
Thank you.
I love that, but no, he does not get to speak at all until he comes up. So just keep deleting the deleting his comments, time him out, whatever you need to do, block him if you need to at
I
this
was gonna
point.
say, Zizi, did you mean 5 minutes before we block him if he doesn't come through?
Yeah, block him from
Or
the channel. But we take
okay.
the comments off during the whole time.
Yeah, because honestly, like, it's your channel, your choice, but I would block him after like a couple of minutes because if he's not gonna come through, he's not gonna come through.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't mind him coming back at another time. He just doesn't get to talk on this chat until he comes up.
Yes. Be brave enough if you're going to make that comment. I'm sorry, I'm still like shaking.
Clan.
I mean,
Clan.
That's respectful.
It is what it is because, like, I'm getting attacked. It's funny because on another hand, I'm getting attacked by people who say, like, I need to be more abrasive or whatever, which I don't understand why anyone would ask me that or tell me that, because it's like, if you've known me, you know my personality.
Oh, good. Please do.
Good. He's coming on. Defend your statement, sir.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. Let's continue while we wait for him.
Yeah, and please don't put us on a carousel of delusion, please.
Oh yeah, no, my mental state is not there for to go around in circles. So you're gonna have to get to the point. Quick,
Thank
fast,
God,
and in a
'cause I
hurry.
was like, I'm gonna have to leave if he's on one of those.
Yeah. All right, let's continue. I'm very excited for him to come up, by the way.
I thought, okay, well, that is great, right? But here it is, a lot of Black women, and one of them you guys might know, and I won't say too many names, but her name is Tanya TKO. Felt like she was kind of livid. I did not watch her video. I just tend not to watch a lot of people's like that video because I just think that they have issues that they need to resolve. It's almost like who hurt you type of thing, and maybe you need to go through therapy. I don't know, right? But she
See, this is also a disingenuous question. I know she throws it away, but if people are mad at Black men for being abusive or whatever, the question, who hurts you, have a very direct response. But
Yeah,
you're not
and
actually asking the question. You're throwing away a rhetorical question that does actually have an answer.
Yep.
yeah. And the funny part about that is that the woman she's talking about, she's actually from the islands. I believe she's from Jamaica, and she is pro Black men. So she's not even a divester. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, no,
she's
no,
from Nevis.
Yeah.
She's from
Yeah.
Nevis, and she's
And it's like
African American.
Wait. We have a guest of honor. Zizi, I'm gonna put you in the back for 2 seconds. I'll add you back in a moment. Here you go. All right, Mr. Rocker, come through. What is?
Hello, thank you for having me. Joining this new version of The View, talking about Bill Cosby.
Yep, you
Well.
said. Wait. Oh, you want to talk? You said this was a Klan meeting. Go ahead, explain that.
Well, yeah, I've basically been listening for a few minutes, and it's a lot of negative things about Black men. And I just want to hear that if Black men are...
Wait. What have I said for the few minutes that you were listening that was negative about Black men?
Well, you were saying that Black men are defending Bill Cosby.
I never said
and
that.
that we don't point his...
I never said that.
You didn't say Black
Not
men are
men.
defending Bill Cosby.
I was talking about this lady right now defending Bill Cosby as an example of someone that we should be trying to change the myth about Black men. And I was saying they shouldn't use Bill Cosby as an example of why we need to change the quote unquote myth about Black men.
But why even bring up Bill Cosby? He's pretty much dead.
I did not bring up Bill Cosby. They did. And I said that was a dumb idea. They should have brought up the quote unquote good Black man.
But why even entertain that? He's the example of the worst kind of Black man.
May I speak?
Wait, no. So you say he's the worst kind of Black man?
Yes, of what he did.
We agree.
That's why he was saying what he was saying.
Literally,
but why use him as an example?
Can I speak?
Wait, no. Yeah, you can. Who's that?
Erica. I just want to say one
Erica.
thing.
Go ahead, Erica.
We are watching a video where the people in the video are mentioning these people. So Themis, pause the video And that's what we're discussing. No one is propping Bill Cosby up. It's just a part of a discussion of a video that we were watching. Is that clear?
Yeah, what's clear to me is why pause at Bill Cosby as if he's the example.
No, he is the example they gave. And I pause to say, why would you give Bill Cosby when you could literally pick any other person?
Exactly.
Like,
right, I agree, but yet
wait,
going
stop.
on and on and on about a bad example. What is the point of that? Is this for entertainment?
Wait, stop. So, Tina Knowles make a video about dispelling myths about Black men. These people are defending that documentary. And they're saying we need to dispel these myths. And they do, for example, Bill Cosby. And they're talking about how people are putting mess on his name, right? And this is part of them trying to explain why we need a Tina Knowles documentary, dispelling myth, because people like Bill Cosby are getting dirt thrown on their name. And I paused it and said, this is a terrible argument. If you're going to defend Tina Knowles' documentary dispelling myths about Black men, then you probably want to pick Black men that are upstanding, or say the good Black men generally. Using Bill Cosby as an example is a horrible idea.
Maybe we should rewind it
I
so that he
agree.
can see what we were talking about, because I don't, you know.
Yes, Erica, I agree with you, because like I'm confused as to why you're like, I mean, I don't agree with them, period, but I was trying to make a better argument for them. I am Iron Manning their argument. I'm actually helping them.
Mm-hmm.
But why would that even make us?
Go ahead, Mr. Marcus.
No. Go ahead, Rocker.
Yeah.
Rocker.
Yeah.
But why not have something else to highlight rather than someone making a horrible example and a horrible excuse for trying to put
Can I jump in now?
No.
Dak, you're really not getting the point.
Listen,
Like,
I think honestly, I feel like sticking on this for any amount of time is useless. It's non-productive. I think maybe we should just start the video back, because we're not gonna. We're talking about Bill Cosby more, and this is what you were complaining about, right, Mr.
going in a
Ruckus?
circle jerk.
Wait, but if I can make one comment though.
Go ahead.
What Mr. Rucker is bringing up is kind of similar to what someone else is saying of accusing you. This is your channel. You can run it how you want to. You can stop and pause a video when you want to at things that stand out to you. To answer your question, Mr. Rucker, part of the reason why he brought it up, and I think it's valuable for him to like put a pin in that, to say that, you know, because I think one of the things that Themis is doing for us all is to learn how to make better arguments. And so I feel like in that sense, it is valid and purposeful and useful to point that out, because their whole purpose of making this video is to defend a certain position. And what he is saying is that out the gate, they have failed at what they're purporting to do. And so it is therefore valuable to highlight why that is. So he's not sticking on the point of Bill Cosby just for no good reason. Like, there is value in that. And so you are projecting your own perception of you know, what it is that he is doing, but you know, there is value to it, and you can choose to like it or not to like it. But ultimately, for each YouTube person, like, they can run their channel however which way they please, or what have you, and stop and start a video whenever they want to stop and start a video. But in this context, I see the value of what Themis was trying to achieve in stopping and highlighting. This is a problem. If you're saying that you want to defend a certain position, then come correct, or else you're being ineffective.
And you are welcome to stay up and defend it, because we're going to go into dragging in a moment. And you're welcome to stay and defend. But what you came up, first you call it a clan meeting, and then you come up here and not know what we were talking about. So Dom the Bomb, thank you. Themis, you're giving into his trolling at this point. Themis needs to Iron Man. Not Uncle Ruckus.
My mistake. I didn't want to interrupt. If you want to switch Bill Cosby to another horrible black man just to have a better argument for
But
them,
you don't get to
I
do
get
Oh
the
my
that.
Second Amendment.
No, you
God,
don't
he
get to
didn't
do
even
that.
do
No,
that.
you don't get to
Like
do
it
that.
was.
You don't get to
Thank
tell us what we
you.
can talk about. We're
Dude,
having a
Wait, wait, let's
discussion.
stop. Let's stop for a moment.
Like,
I
come
think
on. You
Mr.
don't get to say
Rucker,
what the discussion is about. Come on, dude.
like
no,
now
no,
you
I
now
love,
you
I
trolling for real.
The
I
reactions
love
just
this.
really prove my point.
Mr. Rucker, no, your point was the
Listen.
only point you proved was that you weren't even listening. And it's okay to not have known and get a vibe and go off of your vibe and then make a comment because based on our conversation, you don't know what is happening. And that's okay. You can be quiet for a moment. We can play another part and you will get to defend because you are here to defend. So, period. I'm here for your defense. You just need to listen a little bit first, think about it, metabolize the information, and then have an opinion. Because this is not it.
Okay, go ahead. Yes, educate
But
me.
anyway,
that's
Themis,
what-
back
no,
to
no, no.
the okay.
I am trying to educate you. I really am. Now, if you would be quiet for 2 seconds, I will attempt to do it even more. So be quiet for a moment and we'll continue.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Themis, the woman she's mentioning, the gaslighting about the YouTuber she's mentioning is pro-black male. So what she's doing right now is that she's taking a YouTuber who is pro-black male and she's making it seem as if she's a divestment channel and she's not, and it's disgusting. So she's intentionally lying to try to make her point. And it's like so far, not even on his part with the 304 comment, but on her part as well, it's just giving bad vibes.
Yeah. Let's continue. Can everyone put themselves on mute?
And a whole host of other people are upset with Tina and have, deduced her down to a mammy, right? She is partially responsible for producing not one, but 2 mega recording artists and a whole host of other things. I know Beyonce.
All right, Mr. Rocker. So they're saying Tina Knowles is not a mammy, and the reason she's not a mammy is because she produced Beyonce and Solange. Do you agree with that argument?
No, I do not.
All right, good. I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. Like, this argument literally makes no sense. Like, I don't even know what to do with it, but let's continue.
Beyonce does a whole lot of things, but Solange is also her daughter, and she, is a Grammy Award-winning artist and all of that as well. Yeah. So this is not some lady is just sitting, up on the internet and yip-yapping and bumping her gums. Like, this lady has a profile, she has a dossier that says, I am about this life and I do produce good results, right? And so to hear that she has
I'm not going to do this again on this note, but literally this argument makes no sense. Like, she created Beyonce and Solange, who are impeccable artists. Like, they're great, amazing, earth-shattering, period. I don't know what that means about her being a mammy. And you can make the argument that she's still not a mammy. Like, you can figure out an argument to make, say she was pro-black, she helped black women, whatever you want to do, figure it out. But this is not an argument at all. Again, not an argument.
Been deduced down to a mammy by those who don't like black men being uplifted. That disgusts me. And for this time that we are here, we are going to talk about that. I'm going to say this before I give it to Donovan. I know some black women will be mad and some will come for me, but you know what? I ain't scared of you.
Well, again, once again, and it's nothing new, the backbone of the black community, which is true, the black woman, is being used by Zaddy and the powers that be to, once again, create havoc within our community and to disparage our families and break these things up. I mean, in this documentary, I've seen parts of it. Where is she lying? What is wrong with uplifting black men? But it seems to me a lot of these black women have no problem uplifting black women, right? Oh, girl, you got to be on code, whatever. And if you say anything against that, there's a problem. But the minute that's somebody, the queen mother of the beehive, who, by the way, you guys, got screwed over by her own husband and still has the wherewithal to say, I had a good man. She hasn't given up. You know, she remarried and all this other stuff, and she was done dirty. But she happens to know out of common sense that there are still good black men out there. Are there some bad black men out there? Yes. Are there some black women out there? Yes. So on, so forth. That's life that we live. But ladies, especially, and I'm talking to my black queens, and not everybody can be a queen, by the way. Some of you guys are jesters. Some of you guys are 304s and whatever else. That's just how it is. Ladies, you all have fathers. Some of you guys that sign on to this BS about black men ain't shit have sons. And Demetria and I get in arguments or discussions all the time. How the hell can you talk about black men ain't nothing and blame a man that's not there for the reason why your son is wreaking havoc in the community? Even when
what?
Okay, Mr. Rucker. Mr. Rucker. He says, how can you blame the man that is not there for your son running amok in the community? You should be blamed for that. Do you agree with that sentiment? Come through.
Halfway, it's 50-50. One, the man really should
stop.
have stepped up.
Go ahead. You said 50-50. 50% for who and 50 for who?
Yeah, 50% on the man's fault for not stepping up and just being an actual dad, and 50% of the woman's fault for not choosing better.
All right.
Yeah, can I say something?
Wait. Wait. So you're giving the woman 50% blame for not choosing better.
Correct.
Are you aware of how she went about selecting this man?
No, I'm guessing it's just about feelings and how cute he was. You know, it's going to take a lot more than that to try to be a dad.
The truth is, we don't know. Like, we know she chose a man to have a child with, but we don't know how she chose this man. So are you saying there is a way to vet men that you know of that you can enlighten us with?
Yes. It's pretty old-fashioned.
All right.
At first, you would take the...
No, wait. Are you saying you can vet men? You can do something that the FBI cannot do, the CIA cannot do, the military cannot do, the police force cannot do, but you know how to vet men?
No, it's a little bit of that. It's really a background check. Remember back in the day when you brought a man over and the brothers, the fathers, all the older men had to sit down with them in a room and ask them a lot of questions. A lot of them was nosy questions, but it was necessary.
Like, I get the scenario. We don't have to finish it. So the men in your life should be vetting other men.
Yes. Women don't know how to make good decisions when it comes to men.
All right. So men should vet men.
Yes. Women don't make good decisions in that department.
So do you know if these women have fathers around?
Statistically, they probably didn't.
Statistically, they didn't. So again, if men are supposed to vet men, the men in the women's life are supposed to vet men, but there are no men in these women's life. These men have fallen short of their duty. But still, you're going to blame 50-50 on the woman for selecting men when you just said women can't select men without men there to vet.
Right. I'm pretty sure she has uncles and brothers and
But you
older
don't know,
pastors.
that's the whole
There's always a
point.
male figure somewhere.
That is the whole point. You do not know the circumstance of her selecting.
So we're just assuming she's a victim?
Huh?
We're just assuming she's just a victim?
Oh, she's not a victim. Women are having the conversation about vetting. I just want to know how to vet, because if men are supposed to do it, they're not there to do it. But what I want to get us to, because we can go around this all day, the argument is going to be circular, and it's going to end in women can't vet men. Men can lie. Women can lie. We can all pretend like we know what is happening, and then we don't. We have this nurse who ended up getting rid of his ex-wife and his ex-girlfriend, and he was like a top pay. Like, nursing school couldn't vet him, right? And so we're at a crossroads now where we just have to agree that we don't know how to vet men. What we do know is that it is the man's responsibility to be a father? Are we disagreeing on that?
No, we don't disagree with that.
All
But
right.
there should be steps before that happens.
But when you have a child, what do you do?
Well, before you even have a child, you're supposed to have a job in a nice place. If you
All
can't
right.
take care of yourself, you probably can't take care of a human being.
Period. Agreed. But then you have a child. A woman is pregnant with your child. Now the woman has to become a mother and you have to be a father, correct?
Correct.
All right. So if you up and leave, who is to be blamed for that child not having a father?
It's probably the dad's fault, or she did something to him to make him leave.
All right.
There's
So it's
always a
probably
motive.
the dad's fault. The dad left. All right. So the dad left and now the child is without a father. Whose fault is it for the child not having a father?
50-50.
What, 50% for who?
Well, fathers just don't up and leave for the most
50%
part.
for
There's
who?
50% on the man and 50% on the woman.
Why
Why
50%
would he
on the
just
woman?
leave? What's the motive?
All right. In my scenario, he just got up and left.
Oh, he just left. Oh, okay. Well, again, it goes back to her. Why did she pick him?
Lord of mercy.
Wait,
Can I make
Can
a
I
comment?
offer an analogy?
No, this is interesting. Wait. So if she kicked him out, it was 50-50 because she kicked him out. But if he upped and left, it's still 50-50 because she should have chosen better.
Yes, we're all forgetting about the motive.
No,
Why
no, no,
is
no.
this
Wait, I
happening in the
need you
first
to
place?
really think about this math for me. It is 50-50 in your mind if she kicked him out because she kicked him out. So it's 50% his fault, 50% her fault, right? But if
Right.
she didn't kick him out and he just upped and left, it is still 50-50 blame because she should have chosen better. All right, let's say you do realize you just created a scenario where she can't win, where it's going to always be 50-50.
Nobody wins. You made a child, and it's both responsibilities. No one's going to just
But
have
when
their
you
hands
put the
clean.
blame, when you make the blame 50-50 in any scenario, you realize how weak that is.
That's society. It takes two people to make a baby. Two people are
and it takes
responsible.
But we're not talking about who is to be blamed for making the child. That is not what we're arguing
We're
about.
talking
This is
about the
what the subject
day-to-day
is.
reality of the child.
We're arguing about who is to be blamed for not raising the child.
Both. The dad
She
is
raising
leaving
the
for
child.
some reason.
She is raising the child.
He can raise the child if he wants.
Can I ask a question?
Wait.
Can I ask
This
him
is
a question?
really. Who's that?
It's Vitamin.
All right, go ahead.
So if there's some reason that you don't even know what it is, but you're okay and in agreement of for him leaving, then why can't there be some reason in the scenario that she kicked him out that is just as reasonable in your mind that she would have kicked him out?
It could be a number of things like domestic violence. But then again, why did she put herself in this situation? Why didn't she look at the
Women
red
do
flag?
not get into
Wait.
relationships. I just
I
need to say this.
I have answers for that. Fine.
Because women don't go and get into
Stop.
relationships with men who
Mute
are going
all
to
your
abuse
mics.
them.
Mute all your mics. You said in a domestic violence situation, it is her fault for putting herself in that situation. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, you did. Quote me.
So that is what you believe. That is what you're saying to me right now, to all of us.
Yes.
It is her fault for putting herself in a domestic violence situation.
Not completely, no. It's 50%. Like, there's always signs of someone being upset over the
I
littlest
literally
things.
almost kicked you off. No. Wait, no. I just went through some logic with you and you ended up messing it up, right? And I think my reasoning only works where people are willing to be reasonable. And it is a statement like that indicates that you're not reasonable. If you're saying it is women's fault for being in a domestic abuse situation, they put themselves there. I am going to need you to clarify that. Come explain this to me.
Yes, again, it's 50% fault for both parties, even in that situation. You mean to tell me a man that does something as stupid as putting their hands on another woman, there was no other signs before that incident happened? No other
So it
signs
is
he was
always
losing his mind? Nothing? No kind of questions? No kind of...
So I can say that about you. The stuff
wait,
you're saying right now puts
I'm
you in a
sorry. Wait,
position
wait,
to look a
stop,
little
stop. No, no,
suspect.
no, 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 no,
I
no,
don't
no,
have
no,
that
no.
background and I don't do
No, no,
that.
no, no,
So
no.
there you
Stop,
go.
stop. I don't think this is someone we should talk to. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, Mr.
I was gonna
Walker.
say.
I don't think I've ever said this, or if I did, like the fact that you said something like that means you are beyond
Repair. Say it.
Helping, saving.
Well, this is a victimization. If you don't want to look at motive and reasoning
Stop
reasoning behind
talking.
anything,
Please,
you just
Mr.
want
Walker.
to just
Stop
ignore that.
talking.
That's fine.
I'm going to mute you. Like, I'm sorry. I need a moment to like just stop for a second. Like, I actually need a moment to stop. This is ridiculous. Like, for a man to say that women are to be blamed for being in a domestic violence situation. Who raised you? Like, absolutely not. Like, this is actually kind of ridiculous now. Like, you are on a panel and you decided that what you were going to say today was not only are you going to ignore logic just as a matter of principle, you're going to ignore logical reasoning. I'm fine with that. Not everyone can go through the reasoning process. But you're going to come up here and you're going to say that it is woman's fault for being in domestic violence situation because they should have seen a sign that the man would be abusive. That is what you're just saying. That was not a question.
Yes.
Do not get off mute.
I'm sorry, I don't want to hurt feelings.
No, it's not about hurting feelings. You are literally sitting up here and you are justifying the abuse of women. Like, I don't understand how you don't see how this is a problem. Like, I don't even feel like going into reason with you. Like, I was okay doing it when it comes to single motherhood and absentee father and how you could be wrong and try to lead you to that. But not only did you say it's 50-50 if the woman kicks the man out, you then say it's 50-50 even if the man just decide to up and leave. The man's unwillingness to perform his role without being pushed, right, is somehow the woman's fault. And you're saying she should have chosen better. What the conversation happening online is saying, yes, women should have chosen better, and choosing better means to not choose black men. The fact that you would literally come up here and say some foolishness like the abuse, the person, the victim of abuse, somehow is to be blamed for their abuse, literally makes no sense to me. Like, how does a grown man, I'm assuming that's you in your picture, how does a grown man get online and say something as dumb as that? That is literally one of the stupidest things that I've ever heard anyone said. Like, it's on par with Kevin Samuel saying domestic abuse doesn't exist because he's never seen it. Like, how I am at a loss. Every day I get emails from women mad at me, pissed that I don't go hard enough. And I get why. It is not my personality, so I won't. I will not be calling anyone the N-word. I will not be, it's just not me. So I apologize. There are people doing it on here that you can watch, and that's fine. That's not me. But I understand the need for it. Like, hearing someone, like, honestly, you deserve to be dragged. You deserve to be dragged so harshly online. And it's just so sad that I'm unwilling to do it because you are just a sad, absolutely disgusting human being. And I bid you goodbye.
Aw.
Absolutely not.
I wanted to play with him.
No, it's
I was like, mute me
LB,
on
don't play
mute.
with trolls.
I
LB, stop playing with the trolls.
moderators, please block him. And the reason why
LB,
I
he told
want
you
him
to play with the
blocked,
trolls.
I'm so
I
sorry.
think I do think I am way too optimistic. And I don't I don't close off conversation when people have arguments. Like I don't mind a fully framed argument. Like I don't mind a fully framed argument. I don't mind pushing back. Like I don't. But when you are operating in complete delusion, like that does not make sense. How do you sit there and say something as dumb as that? Like I am thinking maybe you are an abuser.
Yes.
And then
Yes.
quote me.
The fact
Like,
that he
quote
didn't even
me.
think that
Yeah.
he was proving the
Yes.
point of what we've been saying about that
gaslighting.
documentary not being right, because you're sitting there and saying these things and talk about women should vet. Do you understand that that means you would be disregarded immediately?
Yep.
Immediately based off of what you're saying. If women did this, they would be doing exactly what we're doing now and saying, oh no, we can't deal with y'all because of what you say and do.
And then he stood up here and said that his behavior doesn't lend to the fact that he's not like that. He's not an abuser. He's not like, I don't get any of the typical signs. Well, what signs don't you give off, sir? Because this whole entire conversation is a red flag and you're giving me triggers. And I'm like, I've never been in a DV situation. But damn, like, sir.
That nurse probably didn't give off vibes. He didn't look like that type of person. And look what he did.
But my thing is, if you
oh, go ahead, Erica.
I was gonna say, if you see that, you even said out your mouth that women don't know how to pick, they need other men to help them pick. Where are they?
Exactly.
Where are they?
Exactly. And then you pointed that out to women. He couldn't even just go just deal with that.
Let's step back. Let me announce now. I'm not gonna be on next week. I actually do need to take a break because this just like threw me all the way off. Like all the way off. No. I do need to take a week. Like I actually do need to continue like my whole process.
This was troubling. I mean, first of all, I think we should have known when he started off accusing us of being Klansmen. I'm like, where the hell did that come from? And then he just
no. It's not even that. It's
about domestic. You should have known. Like what?
I operate from a place of hope. I have a lot of hope. And I think we can do better. The fact that are people just like coming online with just feel like they can come online and just talk. Like it feels like there is no actual mental work happening. Like it feels like people just come online and say whatever.
And this is why I think that everything that you do, Themis, is so important, because you have to be the other voice, not you, but everybody else who speaks against their. Every time these weirdos say the things that they say online, one of us has to say, you know what, this is wrong, and we need to point it out. Exactly what we're doing this evening. And it's like, oh, great. Now we have an actual example of what we're talking about in this discussion. Thank you for giving us an example, Mr. Rucker.
Yeah, you want to know something? I get at my favorites are here. Hey, Mahogany Pink, I love you so much. I'm gonna hold off, but I'm gonna do a reaction to your last video. Not a reaction, but like I'm gonna review your last video. Sorry, someone is I'm gonna review your last video. I thought it was absolutely like that was the Sheether. Like that was your like a YouTube version of Sheether. You like that. that was amazing. I've watched it at this point 10 times. that was the most eloquent drag I've ever seen on YouTube. Like,
Same.
Yeah.
if you
Facts.
don't know this, you should be extraordinarily proud of yourself for that video. I went back and I grabbed all the research that was cited. I went through them just to make sure, because you were saying one thing and the other people were saying another thing. And as I was reading them, I was like, oh, girl. This is the difference between an intellectual and a pseudo-intellectual. This is it right here. You are that girl, like, period. Anyway, back to this. Thank you, by the way. I know that there are people who don't like me on YouTube because I'm too soft. I get it. I am. It's fine. I don't go against those people. I think the people who are more aggressive I honestly believe this. They are needed. And I might be viewed as unnecessary, and that's fine. That is your opinion. But I think the people who are more aggressive are needed, because there are people who need that kind of aggression. And I think there are people who deserve that kind of aggression. And it is so unfortunate to me that there are people in 2022 who would come on YouTube or any platform and say something as ignorant as that man just said. And he looked like a grown man. So this is not a child. This was a grown man saying some really idiotic things.
But look, you saw his avatar. Like, that said a lot.
It's a grown man.
Thank you so much, because I was stuck on. I was like, red flag number 1.
Right.
So sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I literally only came up to comment on after the guy said the 304 comment, and then he said about sisters, your fathers weren't in the home, and I was basically coming up to comment that no, my father wasn't in home. I have a stepfather, but it was the same thing. Vitamin, you had this whole conversation about how you found the children of your father, and how I knew where my father existed. Like, he was in a neighborhood. Like, my father like knew where I stayed my entire life. Yet how many times do you think I saw him? Like, on one hand, like, I saw him on my birthdays and holidays, and he came and dropped me off like $1 and went on about his business, and then he disappeared. And then he ran into the store with my aunt. He ran at McDonald's with my he ran to my aunt at McDonald's, and then my aunt was like, yeah, no, my sister got the same number. Call her, speak to your kid. And then he had this entire conversation with my mom that led to him getting on the phone with me. And I addressed him by his neighborhood nickname. He did not like that. He wanted me to call him Dad. And I got up and he had the phone. And I'm 15 years old. And I got up and I took the phone back to my mom. And I told her I wasn't disrespectful or rude. I just handed her the phone and told her I no longer wish to speak to him. And then she asked me what happened. And I told her, do not allow him to call me again if he did not like how I addressed him. He is not my dad. He didn't do any daddy duties with me. I have one of those, which is my stepfather. Now, my stepfather have told all of us this, that if we were to ever get married and if our fathers were ever invited, our biological fathers, he will not show up because they haven't done not one thing for us. And this is my stepdad's opinion. Mind you, every last one of my siblings, we know how to get in contact with our fathers, but do you think any of them ever tried to get in contact with us if they wasn't like hurt or dying or wanted something from us? No.
Yeah.
So when he said that, it irked my soul because it's like, dude, what the hell are you talking about? Like, no, this is total like BS.
Look, the conversation about vetting is fine amongst women. Unless men are going to tell you how to vet, they don't get to tell you to vet. And
they're not going to be able to.
Yeah, like it doesn't make sense. Like, men are supposed to, like, we're supposed to be talking about how we can be better, not how they can choose the good one. And like, you are not the good one. You are literally not.
Exactly. You're not the good one.
It's interesting because he would probably say he is one of the good one, but if they're vetting and they chose you, they've chosen wrongly.
Wrong. Okay.
If you would look at your daughter and you would tell her that it is her fault that she is in a DV situation, that is a problem. Like I don't understand. I literally am just perplexed at like how we got here. Anyway, let's continue this video. Go ahead.
I was
Who
gonna
was
say,
that?
like, if the father was in the girl's life, and based on his logic, wouldn't it be the father's fault?
Yeah,
because he didn't vet properly.
No, it all goes even in his logic. This is what I was trying to get him to go back to. But like, wait, when you're remedial,
Sorry.
sometimes it's just not the move. Like, you can't. So if you're saying it's 50-50, the first part, right? It's actually more than 50% the woman's fault in your mind. If you believe that it's 50-50, that if she kicks him out, then it's 50-50, right? It cannot also be 50-50 if he just randomly leaves and you're blaming her 50% for choosing. Because the choosing was already there. You also did 50-50 for the him leaving or kicking him out. So it's 100% her fault. So if you had started at it's 100% her fault initially if she kicks him out, then you can say it's 50-50 if for the vetting process, right? You don't get to say both, but it does not logically make sense. It doesn't make sense generally, but the numbers would not apply in this case. And it's like, how do you talk to someone who just does not have the capacity to reason? Like, how do you do that? It
You
is
don't.
ridiculous. Yeah, you don't.
Demons, I am so sorry, but at Soapy Green in the comment, none of your damn business. Just know that every last one of my siblings' fathers, they probably shouldn't have been in my mother's face because every last one of them was over a decade or more older than she is. So have several fucking seats. Sorry, Demons.
Wait, no. Yeah, let's not. Let's try. Kiki Molly says, I'm Keandra on the live earlier. Could not stop the echoing, but I'm so happy you're back. Thank you. I'm going to take a week break because, like, that just, like, really irked me. And I actually, I think the critique of me is correct. Like the woman's critique of me is correct in that, like, I do genuinely want to say there are good men, like, because there are, but it's just like every time I come on here, someone comes on and just like says the most absurd things, and it's like, you have to be getting this from somewhere. And the fact that you are so bold in like announcing this to the world makes me very uncomfortable, because it was not just an ignorant statement. It is a dangerous statement.
Violent, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
If men actually, like, if we believe this, women are going to be left unprotected. Like, if you believe it is the woman's fault for being this is not even the hard part of the conversation. Like, there can be nuance in whether or not you kicked him out of the home, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is not the hard part of the conversation. It is an easy place to be where you are like, okay, wait, whoa. If we're in a DV situation where she's being abused, it is not her fault. Like, as a sort of general matter, and we should address that. Not, oh, it's 50% her fault. You haven't even created a scenario where it would be 50%. You just announce generally that it is 50% her fault. In the similar way, you're like, it's 50% her fault that he is not there to be a father. Does she have control of him?
Exactly.
Like,
when he leaves the house, when he's put out of the house, when the divorce happens, that doesn't negate his responsibility. The problem is when they feel as if they don't have a connection to the woman, they don't have to take care of the child any longer when they're no longer in proximity. And that's what the real thing is. And another thing, the idea that these women have to choose better. You can't tell me that Sally in Sacramento, California, and Nancy in New York have just so happened to pick the same type of dude. There's a problem with the barrel of apples. That's the problem.
Mhm.
It's not when I'm picking for the apple. Do you think I'm going into the barrel and picking someone who's going to punch me in the face? No, I'm not. I'm going to go for the man that I think is going to be suitable as a suitable partner. Now, how he
Thank you,
turns out
Erica.
later after the representative leaves, that's a different story. But if I remove him from the home because of his violent behavior, that doesn't have anything to do with his relationship with his children.
It doesn't
Yeah.
have
Wait, wait,
anything to
wait,
do with the
wait, wait.
relationship with the children. And that's why I wanted to ask him a question, because I didn't speak about like issues with my mom, but the type of mother I am now is directly related to the type of mother I wanted and didn't get. And I could never understand for the life of me, dealing with either one of fathers of my children, how you could have the experiences you had and not want to give your children better.
I've
I'm
said that
never
to a guy before.
I'm never going to
Yep.
allow any circumstances to come between me and my child. I'm never going to allow my child to walk around in this world thinking that they are not a priority to me.
Wait,
Exactly.
one
And
second,
thank
one
you. Because
second.
that was
Wait,
like,
one second. Water.
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, it is sorry. Hi, Themis. I love your show, by the way.
Oh, hey.
But
I
it's
thought you were a guy. I was.
no, but it's a warp on,
Oh,
and I've heard
you're
the
going
talking point
out.
before. Sorry.
You're going in and out.
Oh, I'm driving. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine now. Go ahead.
But it's a warp understanding of a talking point that I've seen online before. It comes from how they say that the world is not a safe place for women. So women have to do everything in their power to stay safe. And a lot of the guys feel like because of that, they now can use that talking point of it being 50-50 blame, because if women don't do their part on keeping themselves safe, bad things happen, but they disregard the fact that they're not supposed to be doing bad things at all to begin with. So that is where that talking point is really coming from.
Yeah. I think I actually agree with you on that. Wait, take all the time you need, even a month if necessary. Not you trying to get me out of here. Not Dean trying to get me out of here. No, the content can be stressful. I can only imagine how it must be for a content creator. You are doing a good job and we appreciate it. I am starting to get a ton of, well, let me not call anyone's name. So men are upset at me and women are also upset at me. And it's really difficult. Like I honestly, can I be honest? I don't really care about the man. I don't care about the man being upset. I
Yes,
really
nor
don't.
should you.
I mean, I don't like when they say something and I respond, it's the logic sort of breaks down and it doesn't matter. But I think when women are like, "Oh, you need to be you are too soft and you're trying to be nice to people." I'm actually not trying to be nice to anyone. This is genuinely who I am. Like, we've been here together for a year. I mean, I guess I could have been faking it for a year, but like this is actually who I am. I don't know how to do the other stuff. There are other people doing that. But it is tough when you have women who've supported you for a while come back and are disparaging you for not being tough, calling you gay and all kind of stuff in like a pejorative way, not like in an endearing way. And it's one of those things where it's like, it's hard, Dean, to do the content, but it's not hard in the sense that like, oh, I'm making this content. It's hard in that like, I think people are misunderstanding my stance. So let me be clear. It is changing a little. I don't care about interpersonal relationships as a general matter. I do care about the community. And there is a selfish reason. I do not believe it will be fixed in my lifetime. So I guess in that way, it's not that selfish. But I don't think as a community, and I do believe we are, even if you guys don't like that, I don't believe we will be respected globally until the image changes. I don't think the image of Black people will change globally until Black men starts to protect Black women. I don't think it's not a coincidence that white women are sort of hailed in broader society as the standard for literally everything.
Yep.
And
I said that
why-
before.
Yeah, and why that happens ultimately is white men's conquering the world and putting the women up there. I don't think we're in a space where we need to conquer anything physically,
No.
honestly. I don't think that's the same. But we have media outlets and we are deciding to disparage women. Like, we got hip hop and we could have said, you know what? Hip hop is controlled by white people, and the white men made me sing about how Black women aren't great. Like, you could have blamed the white, you could have blamed everything, right? You can't blame white supremacy now on the way you talk about women publicly. And you can't say it's just a few men, because if it were just a few men, the larger majority would have silenced them by now, right? And so it's very interesting to me, because it's like we're just like ripping each other apart. And then the question becomes, wait, but women are now doing it to men. And it's like, yes, as a reaction, it would be absolutely wrong for me to come and tell Black women, oh, don't talk bad about Black men. I can't do that after what y'all have done. Like, I won't do that. That's literally ridiculous. I don't feel comfortable when I went to a Black Lives Matter parade. Yeah, it is a parade because it was a whole dance party. I don't know what they were doing. But anyway, when I went to what they call a march, and it was literally like there was no Black man there. Like, nothing, there was but it was like, and then when I went to like these events where they were actually talking about policy changes for the Black community, it was all Black women. And so it's like,
and that's the problem. It's if I may, sorry to, or if you want to finish your thought.
Yeah, but let me but it's just like really difficult, because it's like, how are we crapping? And we know we're crapping on the people in the community doing the work, and they shouldn't have to, but they are, and we're still crapping on them. And we know that because you're upset about them and their degrees. So they're the ones they're the ones with the intelligence then, right? They're the ones doing the work, right? Not that if you don't go to school, you don't have intelligence. I'm just saying as a marker for intelligence, which is a terrible measure. They're the ones with it. And so you're, the way you're critiquing Black women, it's like, no, this is wrong. Like, this is fundamentally wrong. Like, and I know you know it's wrong. Like, there is no reason Nicki Minaj, for all she was dead wrong in her statement. Like, it was a mess. But people are seeing it, and it's like, have we just been defeated? And the answer to that is, I think a lot of people are. Like, when what's his name came on and say there is no Black community, when Mr. Let Go is like, define a Black community, these people don't want the responsibility. They really don't want the responsibility of
Or the other one, Themis, that told us that it was white men's job to basically police and control the Black community. That was a whole other issue. It's a while back. You got to go listen to the like 7-hour live stream, I believe. It was really good, girl. It was really good. But at some point, he basically came up and was like, but it is not. It is Pookie and Ray Ray's and his white man's responsibility to police and control Black men in the Black community. That's how he felt. And that's exactly how a lot of them feel, which is why Black men start the whole term zaddy, and why that guy in this video had no problem saying Black women and zaddy. Like,
I think
Black women's fault.
Yeah, I think that's what and again, I've shared with you, Themis, for me, and I keep re-encouraging you on this. It's sad that, some Black women are thinking that you're too soft or what have you. What I have observed is that you are fair and you are trying the best that you can. And since you are a man, because a lot of Black women, we're just over it now, because Black women have been doing the work. this whole time. And now I feel like I kind of get where you're coming from. I get what it is that you're trying to do. And so for me, I have no complaints about you being too soft. I don't believe that you are. I feel like you're trying to facilitate a opportunity for them to rise to the occasion, to show that there is that hope. I think you're creating a space for that light to come through, that this darkness that we are in. You know what I mean? Like we're in a tunnel and it's all black, and you're looking to like create like a little bit of a pinhole of hope. And sadly, time and again, as these lives happen, you realize that when you get down to it, it's like, it feels like these guys are somewhat like apathetic, which is kind of the worst thing that you can be, right? Towards what's going on in the Black community. And it's so funny because I had just had this conversation today. I went to a work event or what have you, and it ended up devolving down into, because there's the racism that happened with the whole the war that's going on or whatever. And to your point, it's like Black men just don't get it. They're just so dumb. I'm like, it's so embarrassing. Like, because I used to be one that I was never like a mammy or like a Black male worshiper type person, but I used to defend Black men a little bit more in terms of, because I understood that the way they are perceived in society has a direct reflection on us. Do you know what I mean? And I do have brothers. I have 3 brothers. I had to think about it because I have a half brother like back in Jamaica, who was born before me on my dad's side, and then two younger ones on my mom's side. And you know, and I know who they are. And I made sure, along with my mom, that they are good men, right? So these brothers of mine are, in fact, good Black men. Otherwise, I would have boxed them down. So, like, I know that they are good people. And so for them, I used to, especially when it comes to, like, you know, the way Black men are treated in, like, the criminal justice system and things like that. I'm aware of, like, the numbers and the stats or what have you. But in recent years, and as I watch what's going on with Black Lives Matter, and I do perceive that it's mostly Black women that are out there, and it's Black women that's at the forefront of these marches. And when I go back again and I look, I'm like, wait a minute. It seems that we've been doing this largely by ourselves this whole damn time. And it's like, oh, okay. And this is why, like, there's like an insurrection going on right now, and rightfully so, on the part of Black women, because we're like, we are tired. And we cannot do it by ourselves, and we should not do it by ourselves, and we ought not to do it by ourselves, because it takes, the reason why the Asian community is good is because they are one unit. The reason why the white community is good, although it is deteriorating a lot nowadays, but they're still more unified as a group than we are as Black people. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. But the thing I'm noticing that's really heartbreaking is that the Black men are not willing. They're not willing to acknowledge their dysfunctionality. Like, they're not willing to address that. And you cannot change what you do not acknowledge. And that's like step 1. They will not acknowledge, like, this guy's trying to say it's 50-50 if the man walk out of the house, like, and she should have chosen better and all this foolishness. It's like, really, are you serious? Even if the relationship breaks down and then the love is not there anymore, that still doesn't excuse why you are not active in the child's life as a father. You don't need to necessarily.
It's funny. There is a mental trigger that let me just say what they say. This is like every one of them who have come on, not all the men, but all the men with this ideology have said this phrase, if he wants to, when it comes to being a father. And I'm very perplexed at that. They keep saying if he wants to, as if it is a choice. And the fact that you view it as a choice is a problem.
Exactly. And that's where it's different in other communities. They know that it's intrinsic. Like, being a parent is one of the most sacred and responsibilities that you can take on as a human being, and you should not enter into it lightly. And I feel like Black men have created, like, it's sort of almost like accepted now. It's this pattern, and they engage in it very, like, nonchalantly, to just make children and leave them with the mothers because, they'll figure it out. And they do not realize what ruckus it's causing in the society at large.
It's also a tactical.
Oh, sorry.
Look at Africa. Oh, sorry. I'm just saying, look at Africa and what's happening with Asian. And you read like some of the comments from people who live in Africa, and they'll tell you that the Chinese are like more willing to work with the women than they are the men. That they're coming in, and a lot of them are wifing up. They're not only buying the land, but they're wifing up these black women in these communities, and they're creating children. Not only that, there's a whole issue where it's like the reverse of what happened when we went over during World War II, and black men created all of these like biracial children with Japanese women. The Asian workers are creating all these biracial children with these black women in these villages, and they're leaving them. They're not marrying them. But it's like, yeah, but you're leaving them on land that Chinese just brought up. Just like those kids aren't going to want for anything. Like, it's the fact that you're not seeing that all of those kids at some point will get recruited by China and the Asian community in their army. Like, it's just like, and if people have not been paying attention, what has China been saying about Taiwan? That it's always been a part of Asia. Where?
Wait, stop.
Go ahead.
Bleep. Axia, you've been on for a while. Sorry. How are you?
Good. If I may, I just wanted to point out that having men like this previous guy, Mr. Ruckus or whatever his name is, coming on is a double-edged sword in the sense that his commentary would actually be seen throughout the world as the difference between how Black women are reacting to what's going on in our community versus how Black men are. This is going to create a cycle in which there's a greater division in the future where everyone's going to be in more support of Black women. There's going to be more financial support, more resources, and it's going to end up in a position where there is going to create one of two situations for Black men. Either they're going to switch sides and join Black women, or they're going to create this mentality in which they created a situation where it's going to be do or die for them. So
well, it's not going to be do or die. The problem I'm having is in the way that I'm seeing the conversation play out online, the people who are talking seem to think Black women are their competition. And if what you're espousing does happen in terms of help, I mean, Goldman Sachs, right? Like it is actually kind of happening now. It is going to cause a lot of vitriol. I don't think it's going to be a coming together. I think it's going to be further divide. Because if you see a group as your competition and then you see them as getting help and you not getting that help, on like a human level, once you've thought of them as competition, you're going to be pissed.
Yeah.
And
well, here's
but
here's the thing though.
Go ahead,
yeah. So, and right now I live in Canada, so we have the same thing where there's numerous initiatives for Canadian women of color for business investments, schooling, everything. And it's going to end up being a worldwide situation where it's Black women get full support, and then Black men put themselves in a position where they look like the villain on the world stage by espousing all of these statements in which other people can't support them. They put themselves in a position where they can't get the support.
Yeah. Wait. Dean says by design. All right.
Nobody not doing it to them. They're doing it to themselves.
I agree with this. I sat down and I thought about this. Is it by design? Like, is white supremacy attempting to divide the Black community? And I was like, you know what? The answer to that question doesn't matter. Because if it is by design, right? The question is, should Black women push back against whatever that is? And if the answer to that is yes, Black women will be left carrying the bag. Because even if it is by design, the people leaving aren't Black women. Still,
exactly.
Even with this. So it's still not them that we're supposed to talk. I've literally been through this question so many times in doing this content because I'm like, am I part of the problem?
No, you're not.
And the question, the answer again, it's even if there is a design and it is to attack the black man, and the black man is supposed to be protected by who? Because while they're protecting the black man, who's protecting the black women? And I don't.
Exactly.
This is why I'm not a feminist, by the way. Like I thought I was, but like I
Nor am
actually
I.
realize I'm not, because I do think black women need protection.
Yes.
And I don't think we are doing a good. We're not even at the point of whether we're doing a good job, because we're causing a ton of harm, right? So it's not even like we're not protecting, but we're also harming, and it's like it's so hard for people to just accept that. Like
Here's
wait,
why. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, go.
Yeah, here's a part of the reason why I don't want us to, or I guess you can chew gum and walk at the same time, but I feel as if, and again, I've been on YouTube for a few years now, watching and listening to all of the conversations on many different perspectives, right? Because I feel like that's the best way that you learn: conservative perspective, liberal, moderate perspective, and like piecing and synthesizing the information together and really, mapping it out. And I don't want us to be so fixated as much on like the white question, because as you said, whether it's purposeful or not purposeful, it kind of doesn't matter, in that we have far more agency today than we've ever had, especially in the context of North America anyway, right? Racism, yes, still exists and pervades the society, but not to the degree to which it is having the same type of impact that it used to back in the 1960s and 70s. And so I feel like black men too often, and black women have jumped into that as well, has used it, and black men would gladly love to use it as a scapegoat to blame whitey or the white man for their own issues that needs to be addressed. And so I want us to be focused and not get distracted by what the issue is at hand. And the issue at hand is there is a lack of accountability on the part of the black man to understand what it means to be a man, period. And you cannot use the fact that your father was not there, because once you become 18 years old or older, as another girl said on here, and I'd shared this before in one of our last lives, yes, I can acknowledge that you can grow up in a certain toxic situation. Your daddy wasn't there, and your mama was this, and your mama was stressed out, and she worked 5 jobs, and she left you up, whatever. Everybody's got a story that can break your heart, everybody. But the point is that you cannot continue to live in a victim mindset and abdicate, your role of like stepping into manhood. At some point, you must decide, with all the opportunities that are available to us today in the 21st century, who you're going to be. And I have zero, room or space to listen to those excuses anymore, because it's just been excuses. And so for me, for example, I want to make one other point. When it comes to like the money and the Goldman Sachs and the complaining, watch this. I think, what's her name? The girl, the Pink Pill, had a video, and I wanted to go to the website that she shared a while back. It was 2 or 3 videos back of some black guy that it was pages, and it's like disturbing to see, of black men, affluent black men. So talking about giving them money. So I actually think that Goldman Sachs is helping the black community, because when you give money to black women, because first of all, women outlive men, and in women, becoming more educated and getting more resources, they take care of the family and the community. But when black men get it, they go and wife up their preferences, which are generally not black. And so there's this website or whatever that the Pink Pill shared of black men who are married, athletes, like who's that billionaire guy that owns like, what is it called? A television company. And I remember he went on to, what's the show with Charlemagne or what have you? Because a white man was him from
Byron something.
Byron. Yeah, and he's with some like ex-ho, like some white girl that was like an ex-stripper or something. No, and it's like, but you think that
304. 304. It's a 304.
It's 304. Yeah, and I was like, do you know what I mean? And it's like, so he would choose this woman who is literally an actual 304 over an educated, which there are a plethora of beautiful black women, because do not sleep and act like we ain't look good, right? But I'm like, they do not understand, and I said this before, by them worshiping whiteness, they are literally of their own accord reinforcing the thing that they say is oppressing them.
Yep.
Like a dumbass. Like, you are so stupid. Like, I do not understand and you do not see this. It is not that white women are just so naturally gorgeous. It is because their men have deliberately, when you want to talk about deliberate, they have deliberately chosen to elevate themselves and their image as exclusive and the one to be desired. And every other fool from a racialized group is like in the show or whatever that we just finished talking about, the Indian boy that wanted like just bare white girl. Like, like
Love is blind.
It is
Love is
so,
blind.
it's so like, because I'm sitting back and I'm looking and I'm just like, no, like, no. And I went to school with a lot of them, like, and I have no like, but the Black community is broken and fractured. And I'm sorry, I am putting a significant amount of blame at the Black men's feet, because as soon as they get up and as soon as they get on, they are not bringing along, and it's not like there isn't enough selection of Black women out there. So that's a bold-faced lie. But who do they choose? Who do they choose when they become affluent? Who do they choose when they become successful? It is not us. By and large, it is not us.
And
so what benefit will it do?
It's like, I hate this idea. Like, they'll make these dumb statements about, oh, we want submission and we want this.
Them
And we
not
want
get
that.
nothing.
And it's like,
them not do nothing for deserve it. But
even if
submission with
you
pot.
got it, even if you got it, if you claim those women
Submission with
are,
pot.
wait, even if you got it, those women are like, you treat them the exact same way. Like, it's like,
exactly. So it's like, you are like, literally, I'm trying to see like, okay, and this is why I come on here and I'm like, okay, let me listen. And I actually appreciate Themis, because the thing is that for those people who are accusing Themis of not being hard enough, then they can dismiss that we've just become an echo chamber, right? If you do not allow.
I've also realized part of that is, I don't know, but it's,
you have to allow for dissension.
No, there is a sense that I get it. And I'm almost at 10,000 subscribers. I would tell people now, I'm going to be off for next week. I really am. I would say, and this is like me being really honest, unsubscribe. And here's why. I think a lot of women who want me to be aggressive unsubscribe because I can't be. I really can't. I think that is important. I took this from the Pink Pill. She might not have come up with it, but I heard it from it. I think you should go where you're celebrated. And I do think the spark of hope that I have might rub people the wrong way. And I understand why. If you have ever been abused at the hands of a Black man, even if you still, the fact that you're here means that even if you don't want to admit it, there is a spark of hope you have. And I am that. And so I don't want you to hold on to it for my sake. Let it go. Let me go. And I think that is important because I don't like the feeling that I am causing harm to everyone else. You know what I mean? It's like,
nope. I'm not going to let you do that to you.
Yeah, I was going to say.
No. Because I saw a comment earlier and I was about to be like Kermit the Frog on my keyboard responding because they don't get to do that. That is their personal work to do.
Yeah, and I agree, but the truth is, and it is your work, and that for you to do that work, I think you need to be away from someone like me, because I do think that fundamentally, like, it's interesting because, like, when I think about why I do what I do, it is not to drag Black men. And I do actually believe that there are people who actually don't want, like, it's not that they don't want it to improve, because I don't think that's it, but I think there are people who want to see some level of the pain inflicted back, and they need that kind of aggression. And I understand it. It's not right, I don't think, but I get it. If you have been the butt of a joke for so long and people have been treating you poorly for so long, I get it. Like, I get why you would want that. I am not that. I don't think it is useful for me to pretend that I can like drill someone or like treat someone poorly or yell at someone, because like my whole thing is I want people to change. And I believe in the good in people. Believe people are both good and bad. I'm not naive. Like, I think people have the capacity for both, and you have to make a conscious choice to be one thing or the other. Um, I don't think you meet abusive language with abusive language. I don't think the person who is being abusive on your behalf is able to turn off that abuse. I don't think it's something that I don't think your personality is something that can be switched on and off. And I'm not telling you to not invest in people who are more aggressive. I'm saying if you actually want to elevate, in my opinion, I don't think abuse is what you want. Like, if you're going to divest, right? If you are looking for content creators to elevate you, then find that. But if you're trying to find more intellectual people, then find that. If you would prefer someone who is just going to yell and drag people, then find that. I I don't think it's fair to want me to be something that I am not. I can't do that. I won't. I have kept my integrity this entire time. And even if this should all implode in my face, I want to be able to look back on this body of work and say, I tried and I did my best. So that is it.
Big you.
So thing
Yeah.
is, I want to jump off, but I wanted to say a couple of things. I wanted to say thank you for everything that you've done. I had struggled with I'm a middle-aged woman, and I had just been struggling and doing a lot of self-reflection. And when I first came upon your show, I didn't necessarily agree with everything because those weren't my experiences. But the more that I had the opportunity to listen to a lot of the people that came on and shared their stories, I understand that I was looking at the world through my own perspective only, and that my good dad and my good uncles, that's not how every woman, and I was so sad when you were giving out the statistics of women that have been violated and all these things. And I started to open up and say, okay, this may not be my reality, but this is someone else's reality. And I need to try my best to do what I can to make things better, right? And to speak up on things. So I've been able to take some of the points that I've learned from your channel and other channels to try to educate people around me. But I also came in with an open mind because, like I said, I'm middle-aged and I'm thinking about my life and I'm self-reflecting, and all of those kinds of things. But I don't think that and also you challenge people, their thought process. And I don't think a lot of us get that, right? You try to set up the logic, you try to help him understand what he was saying, but they're so used and have to hold on to that blame game and all the other things that we were in the chat talking about. And I think that's what's hard, because if they actually looked in the mirror and they actually realized that it was them and they could not blame us, they don't know what to do. So it's easy.
Yes.
It's easier to say, oh, it's the ladies and they're doing this and they're doing that. And I don't want any responsibility. And she should have chosen better. Well, he should have chosen better. Why was he with a woman that he didn't love or didn't want to be with or wanted to manipulate, or like we were talking about before? Why are you trauma bonding with people? All of that stuff. But they don't want to do that because they don't have the tools. And unfortunately, I think you do a great job of holding these guys accountable. I have been chuckling for months because you have the greatest reads that are educated and they don't get it. And I think sometimes that's it. So I just wanted to say that I did have a whole bunch of notes that I wrote on a napkin because that's the kind of person that I am. But I only on the video that we were watching, one thing I didn't like. I like the 304. I will be using that in my peer group. I did not know. I learned something new. That will be a good chuckle, 304. But I hated the point where are all men poop because you've got a dad and an uncle. And like I said, I thought, let me tell you, you can't tell me nothing about my daddy. I just had a surgical procedure. My father been here every day with my mom, her and helping me. So, but I also understand everybody doesn't have that, right? And so it would be very, I don't know the right word, but it would not be appropriate for me to project that onto other people that don't have that, right? And so I have to be understanding that everybody doesn't get that. And I don't understand why they don't get that. Because when we say, well, you got a mama, why you treating us that way? Then it's all extra stuff. And then the only other question that I had, and I know you love Beyonce, this is no shade to her mother. I just want to know, how does being Beyonce's mother give you the credentials to critique Black men or highlight their image? And she doesn't even have any sons. I literally tried to.
That was a red herring if I've ever seen one. Like I was confused at the argument. It's like you can argue that she's not a mammy. You can argue that this is good, but you can't use that she's Beyonce and Solange's mother to make that argument.
I even tried to.
They have.
Right. I even tried to think who would have been good mothers to even do the documentary that we could have kind of said, okay, this makes some sense. And I could only think of Russell Williams. And not that he's perfect, but I'm just saying, like, I could not think of a Black man that didn't have some kind of problematic, even even her son-in-law has a problematic history with women, and it's evident in his lyrics. I tried to think about.
She was upset that they called him a thug or something.
A drug dealer.
I was just about to say
Which
that.
were both true.
He's
Yeah.
not gonna drug dealer, like.
Like,
Yeah.
Sorry.
Let me be clear. Wait, pause. I used to like Jessie. Prior to him cheating on Beyonce, after he cheated on Beyonce, it was over. But I used to like him because I actually think he's a very smart rapper. Like, I like rappers whose lyrical content is actually good and thoughtful. This is why I prefer Nicki Minaj over every other female rapper out right now. But, and then she married, who, like, it's a mess. But even when I was a fan, knew that he sung about his quote unquote street life and he glorified this. So, I mean, you can be mad at her for asking the question because she's out of order and you needed to put her in her place. I'm here for that. Do not let anyone come to you on a plane. I'm pretty sure you were in first class too. Talking to you like shady, like absolutely not. Just as a general matter, know your place, and it is not beside me. So I was here for her dragging that woman, but she didn't. Right? I'm fine. The problem I have is you thinking that woman was wrong in her statement. So much so that you're on interview saying, yeah, my son is a CEO. Yeah, and he was a drug dealer.
Exactly.
As far as he said, like that's what he said at the time. She said it. That's what he said he was. Like we can be mad about it now, but he literally said it.
That's the part that bothers me.
He said it.
That's the part that bothers me about the way that they approach these discussions about, oh, well, you're just, even when we talk about, femicide and all the statistics and things like that, they want to approach the conversation like either it's not happening or it's not relevant. And it's just like, that is so disingenuous. If we want to have conversations, then what we need to discuss is, yes, these things are happening. Yes, these things are happening on this scale. And this is how we approach it. But if you want to come to me and have a conversation and say, oh, well, no, these things aren't happening, or no, it wasn't that bad, or no, it's happening because the women are doing this and the women aren't doing that and this and that and the other, then you can have nothing. You can't expect anything but backlash. You can't expect anything but women saying, we're not going for this. No.
It is that, like, the fact that the part of the genesis of the documentary came out of a woman telling you your son is a drug dealer. Your son, you call him your son, not your son-in-law. If that's the genesis for this, it's already on a bad premise. Like,
this goes to, though, what I'm saying is that, and I think what we're driving at is like the unwillingness to call a spade, for lack of a better way of putting it. You know what I mean? It's like two things can be true at once. He was at one time a drug dealer, facts. Right? he was a thug on he was a street dude, like he was, and that's how he made his money for a long time. And he made his raps
It's
about
not like and it's not like he did that and then became a rapper and it was good. No, he glorified it.
Exactly.
Like, it's not the media that make people believe this about him. It is him
saying it about
He
himself.
said it.
Exactly.
Like, he said it. So it's that even Tina Knowles in her reasoning, it's flawed, just like they're bringing up Bill Cosby. It's like, wait, I'm confused. These men we are dispelling myths about, these aren't myths. Like, this is real.
Yeah.
I think Tina Knowles was more embarrassed that her beloved
Yes.
daughter's husband was associated with being a drug dealer or a thug. She didn't like that. This billionaire was reduced to, like, at the end of the day, this is what they see.
The funny thing is, I don't like, if she put that woman in her place, I'd be here for it. I want to see it on camera, put her in her place. She had no business doing that. But then to pretend like it's not true, like there's a difference. Like, how dare this woman come to me? Like, how dare you even talk to me? Like, I don't know you. Like, literally, like, oh, I'm here for the dragging. I just don't know how you create a documentary from that as if it's not true. I mean, no disrespect, but these comments are in pure ignorance and conjecture. Just watch the docuseries already.
I mean,
we have not talked about I'm confused, Dean. I'm confused as
So
to
one of
the-
my fitness So
Go
one
ahead.
of my fitness instructors is highlighted in the documentary, and I'm only seeing that part where he put up on his page where he talks about how he got into fitness, and it was because his mom, she was having some health problems, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the only part, that I've seen is what he posted of, his part and everything. I wouldn't have had a problem highlighting good things, people doing great entrepreneurial things that happen to be men. But the thing that kind of gets me is I never see white men just saying, and these are great white men doing things. I never see Asian men going, look at all the great Asian men doing stuff. They just tell you if they're doing something good that can help the community, right? They just spotlight it. It doesn't have to be.
It is because the black community is in dire need of. Can you mute yourself? I don't know who that is. The black community is in dire need of a PR makeover. It is. But my problem isn't the PR. Like, I think we should do it all day. My problem is we also need substantive changes. Like, it can't just be PR. And like the Dean is like, oh my God, why are you guys talking about this? It's conjecture. No, she said it. We're literally talking about something she said. She said part of the reason she's doing this is because some woman called Jay-Z a drug dealer. But I do understand the need for a PR. Like, I don't think the Asian community needed after the 1960s, right? There was a radical makeover of the Asian image in America, and that was. Can you mute your mic? I don't know who that is. There was a radical image makeover of the Asian community because of potential Third World War vis-a-vis the Cold War, right? And because America needed Chinese allies, specifically China, but Asian allies, they started radically shifting the image of Asian America in America. While Asian Americans were going through this radical transformation in terms of PR, Black people were going through their own shift, but it was in the opposite direction. The question is the image of the Black person consistent with the Black person? And if it is inconsistent, should we be doing something about it? It's hard. Go ahead.
I mentioned this like last time that and I know you had a video on it about the Jezebel in Black women. and how mainstream society sees Black women mainly as sex objects and Jezebels for the most part. But it's rarely depicted as angry birds. If we're like miniature baby angry birds that they can like swat away. They're not really concerned with us in that way. And I want to say I'm seeing a shift, and I think it happened with this election with Camilla, whatever that woman name is. I'm sorry.
Kamala Harris. Kamala
Thank
Harris.
you, her. And she's biracial, whatever. But yeah, multicultural biracial. But listen, she got up there and she did something. She thanked Black women for getting her to where she did. Then Joe Biden, you had another video on your community tab, theme is about Biden, but he did the same thing. And then there were so many videos of it happening. And then white women on social media were just doing it, where they were thanking Black women for saving America and saving their asses, because they were literally saying white women can do it. But that and then you have the thing that happened with Goldman and Sachs. And then there's the articles from the New York Wall Street Journal about how Black women are more likely to start their own companies than white men. And then there's this whole shift, if you follow social media and you look at it, with white men coming out and people are saying, well, it's performative. Whether it is or it's not, whether we like it or we're not, media is paying attention. And Themis, you mentioned this too in your last live. I was like, you have very epic lives. This is in a 9-hour long one. Where you mentioned how the literature is going to be changing around how I guess scholars see. You mentioned it, and I'm saying wow, he wasn't lying, because Cynthia already hinted at this, and there's so many articles coming out now about this, and the shift is changing for us Black women. And what's happening is that you're seeing it with the whole divestment movement, but you're seeing it in a way where people are saying, is this the end of Black people? And it's like, yes and no, but what's happening is that men of other races are realizing that there's something to us, the women, versus the men. And I think that's what, in a way, this documentary is also trying to do, because it's focused on Black men, not Black women.
But
and that's what it's.
But
I mean, I obviously agree, because some of what you said, I said it, but someone said I'm confused. What is the disagreement with the documentary? I'm not even talking about the substance of the documentary. This is the thing that I don't understand. And I think the conversations, when they're this nuanced, people get lost. I am talking about Tina Knowles, what
reasons.
With her reason for creating the documentary, right? Mm-hmm. I was talking about this woman's argument, which I'm going to get back to right now. How this woman and this man, how their reasoning literally makes no sense, right? Yeah. And this man comes up, call us the clan, comes up, didn't hear anything, didn't do anything, throw the conversation off. And it's funny because men keep coming up, and I'm like, hey, everyone, you guys are always up here. Can we be silent for a moment and let this man speak so that he has room to speak? And then they say the fool, they consistently just mess it up. It's like, you have a moment to prove the opposite. You legit get a platform of mostly women who are listening, and you have a time now to prove that you are not what they say. And then you just go into whining and saying, I have no power. Black women are controlling me. It is the woman's fault that I'm a man and I can't raise my child. It is her fault for choosing. It's like you have no autonomy. And I don't think you understand when you articulate in the way that you do. Sure, you put liability on the woman. This is true. You also take away all your agency and power and you give it to the woman. You seem weak and out of touch and incapable of maintaining anything, not to mention some level of leadership in the community. Don't even talk about that. Because if you have no autonomy, you can't lead anyone. You can't even lead yourself.
Exactly. And that's the whole point. And that's what I'm was trying to say before, is that when I've observed them coming on, and I think this is maybe why some of the women are getting frustrated, the ones that are writing you and, saying for you to drag them or whatnot, is
No,
I
because
did
they know the
perceive.
women, at least from the women's perspective, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
The women are fully aware that
Yes.
this gives them, if you believe this is a fight, right? You recognize as a woman fighting against black men. I don't know. I hate to be that jarring. I apologize. I don't mean it in that like blunt sense. But if
Yeah.
you are against black men just generally, you realize, and it's wrong that there is a fight, but like I am not going to make anyone come up here and lie. That much I'm not going to do. But
No.
you realize that this could be an opportunity for them to prove you wrong. And they just
Yeah.
don't. They
Yeah.
do not. They keep
Yeah.
coming up, and it's like, girl, you
And
literally
then
just
those are
sat
the
here and say it's.
I'm
Go ahead,
sorry.
Erica.
No, I'm saying those are the ones
No,
that
no.
call themselves the good guys. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what makes it even scarier. And that's what I'm trying to figure out is that, and that's why I use the word before, like pathology, because it's like, it's pervasive. Like it's a mindset that black, too large of a proportion of black men seem to have, that is problematic. And we have seen the fruit of this. Do you know what I mean? Like statistically speaking, we're overrepresented with single parent households and in poverty. And as you said, Themis, you had mentioned one time is that like you realize because we exist in a capitalist system, there needs to be an underclass, and we, for the largest period of time, have been that underclass, and we do not want to remain at the bottom. And so, how does one move from that place? And the thing is that, like, when you observe other, it's not that hard. And I think maybe this is why the women are afraid. It's not that damn hard. Okay. It's
Yeah.
not that hard. And that's why it's
really
frustrating.
not. It is.
It's
I
not
mean,
that hard.
Even if we're just talking about linguistically, right? How is it difficult for you to come up here and not just like you literally don't have to say domestic violence, a woman being in the DV situation is her fault. Like no one told you to say that. No one was talking about that. You literally just dragged it. I don't understand how you just like it's not that difficult. Why are you so bad at communicating? Why are you so bad at understanding words and putting it together? Like I don't understand. Like this is not that difficult. It's not that difficult. And it's not like I was like dragging you. I literally I paused and I was like, okay, you heard this argument. Is it bad? All right, good. We're on the same page. I am literally baby stepping you through logic and you still mess it up. Like
Exactly.
you still mess it up.
And that's the part, honestly, that's so disturbing because it's like you're giving them the grace and the space, and yet and still it comes out. But at the same time, I'm kind of grateful because it's like you sort of like I'm the type of person that I would rather walk in a light of the truth and be aware of what it is than have a facade. You know what I mean? So if this is what it is, then it is what it is, and then we'll just know how to act, as a result, or whatever. But that being said, it is very much so disappointing and disheartening that there isn't that willingness to just listen and to say and to admit that no, it is problematic that there is an epidemic of like single fatherhood in the Black community, and that men need to step up regardless of what the status of the relation, but right from the jump, like he was going to blaming the woman. Because as you said, he basically was blaming the woman 100%, but he said 50-50 because it sounded better and to blame the woman 100% because he knew that wouldn't fly here. So he said it, as they say in Jamaica, in a dick-eye way, which means like a roundabout way. Is a Jamaican saying. You guys learned something. It's like, I'm saying it in a dick-eye way, like, let them go around and come around. Like,
but it can be 50% if it is this, and then 50% if it's that, when that adds
basically
to the other
he's
one.
blaming the woman 100%. He's blaming the woman 100%, and not. Yeah, go ahead. Whoever's because.
Wait, I love this. So Howard, you don't get to speak in the chat until you come up.
That's what
moderators, this person, you have the link at the top, you can come up, but moderators, please do not let him speak in the
Themis
chat.
is not culpable. Themis is like In what way would he be culpable?
No, wait. How is Themis not culpable in the state of the black man
Did he
image?
opt out?
Did he opt out?
Themis
Okay,
is
but I
No,
don't.
literally, you are literally
Wait,
an
I don't.
ally.
think-
Like,
I don't think people understand what words mean. I did not create the negative image of the black man, and I don't generally. I'm trying to think. I don't think I do. I
No.
don't contribute to the negative. Well,
You do not.
people say I'm feminine, so maybe that. I don't know.
No, but you don't perpetuate like
Yeah.
the issues that we're
But I
discussing
don't
right
think
now.
it's culpability he was trying to say. I hope.
Clearly.
Well, let me not try to say what he was saying. You
Please
can
come up,
and
sir, and explain yourself because that don't make no
Yeah.
sense.
Do you
Yeah,
want to
this
have
sentence-
5 minutes and then block
Huh?
him out of the channel?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You
I'm setting the
have
timer now.
Yeah, because if you're saying if am I excluded from the image, I am not. That's
you
part of my problem.
Do you
Like
see? Like this man is coming up here and trying to pick you to like it's deflection and it's deferring. And what about this one? And what about
mean,
what about you?
the one
S.
thing.
Dot
the
Howard too.
one
What about
thing
you? What's
the
your
one thing-
culpability?
The
What are
one thing
you
I
doing?
do not do is I do not put myself out there as the good man. I think that is useless. I even go as far as to say the Pookie and Ray Ray versus the educated lame dichotomy is
It's
one
false.
that should not. Yeah, no,
It's a false
no,
dichotomy, I
absolutely
agree.
not.
Well,
Um,
that also kind of aligns to if I may, because I was thinking about this, making a post about this. It's sort of akin to like the good black man, somebody saying like, "Oh, I'm not racist," or "I don't see color." It's a vacuous statement. It doesn't mean anything,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it's virtue signaling because.
And the thing is, no, like my whole point is people can't vet black men. So unless we're all getting better, it doesn't make a difference. So like even if I say I'm the good black man, there is no reason for anyone to believe me. Right? Like
Exactly.
the point is that we should be better collectively. Like that's the point. That is the main point. If you want to see me as anything, see me as part of the collective. I don't care. I've never tried to exclude myself. But culpability is not the word for that. So I am confused as to this sentence. I think you were confused in writing it, but I would give you the opportunity to clarify it.
Mm-hmm.
And while you think about how you're going to do that, please remove him from the chat. But let's continue the video.
Yes.
Can I
Go
say
ahead.
something?
Go ahead.
I've been holding on to it for a minute and it's still relevant because they're stuck on this culpability thing. But there's a difference between accountability and culpability. Like there's a difference between wanting to blame somebody and wanting, like, never mind. Go ahead.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. No. I think that's the person who wrote this is misunderstanding words.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think it's a genuine, like, just lack of comprehension or understanding.
Yeah. Well.
But where does the lack of comprehension and understanding come from? Is it at this point I'm thinking is it willful? Because I don't understand this has been going on for generations. Like
That's the point.
No, I think it is willful. When someone just jumps in and call you at the clan meeting and then come up here and just start twerking over the place because they don't know what is happening. It's like, so you just spoke, you just came online and talked, and then the same person who says that goes on and say, "Oh, a black woman in a DV situation, it's her fault." It's like, wait, what?
Yeah, exactly.
And I thought about what he said, and I was just like, even a woman, like with the statistics, out of 10 women you meet, 4 of them have been who hurt you, a black man. So for him to even say that, to say, how does a woman in a patriarchy find an ally in a man who can use his privilege and then turn around and say, you're 50% to blame for the society that we created for men to thrive in this misbehavior, and then say it was your fault.
But you heard what he said, and you heard his tone when he was saying it. When I said we could say the same thing about you, when you're talking about vetting based off of what you're saying, that is the red flag that you think a woman should heed to and not deal with you. And he was like, I'm not that. And I lied to you not. I have seen that talking to one of my daughter's fathers. I've heard that told. Not me. When you say, well, what if it was your daughter? It wouldn't be my daughter, not me. You know, that cognitive dissonance of it's never me, it could never be me. But if all of y'all are thinking that way, and yet all of us are still, most of us are getting battered and bruised and hurt and harmed and everything like that, something is amiss.
Right. Where do you seek refuge? In a patriarchy, right? Where the man could exercise his privilege, and you have these men blaming you for the actions of other men. And it's only because they're other men that you jump up and want to protect them. And it's so weird.
Hear how dumb, hear how absolutely idiotic the logic is. You need to vet. All right. We know none of these institutions can vet. Got it. But you apparently know how to vet. How do you vet? Oh, other men should vet. All right. But likely those, by his own words, those other men aren't there. So there's no one to vet. So it is her fault for picking, even though you don't believe she can vet, and it requires other men to do the vetting for her in her life, but those other men are likely, by your words, not there. But it's still her. Girl, no. Like, you're making my head hurt.
Foolishness. This is community gaslighting at this point in my mind. It really is a standard of ignorance and bad faith. There is never an argument in good faith. And I think that that is a problem that we've had for a very long time. As Black women and as people such as yourself, Themis, no offense to you, we have extended so much grace, and we've had these arguments and these conversations in good faith, hoping to come to a solution, to come to understanding, to have a resolution perhaps. Meanwhile, they are just here to talk for the sake of talking, and it doesn't matter what they say. It does not need to be rooted in facts. They are armed with a slew of talking points which are straight up and down alternative facts, and that they want to pass off as true and real, and they are not. And they're just meant to ring around the rosy and run around the bush just so that they can say that they said something, and we're not going to get anywhere. That is the standard at this point. And I for one, am stepping away from the cycle. You want to break a generational cycle and break away from a generational curse. That's one right in front of your face right there. Stop these cyclical arguments with them and not engage in any more bad faith. But that's just me.
Yes. I'm with you. Distant star. Like that is the definition of bad faith. Go ahead, distant star.
Hey, can y'all hear me okay?
Yep, perfectly.
All right. I just want to say, Themis, like I always say, I love your channel. I love everything I see here. And I can't tell you what to do, but I do feel that focusing on certain characters may dissipate some of the energy you could be directing to men who are more receptive to your message. I don't know who they are. I don't know where you find them.
That's the issue.
But
that's the issue. Like, he's trying for them to come, but they ain't coming. Like,
I mean, I don't know if they're gonna be on YouTube. I don't know if this is where they are. I'm not saying don't look for them, but they haven't showed up thus far.
I mean, I wouldn't say that completely, because like I have rewatched. I never do this. I'm admitting to something. I don't never do this, but I've been rewatching the man's conversation we had, and that was really good. Now we had one guy. We had one guy that was like, okay, but like what's his name? Obi gave me hope. London, the Impossible. I don't know if he was there, but I know Impossible. Like there are some, and the fact that I can actually name them off is so sad. It's so sad that I can literally go through and name them off, and they will be on one hand. But like that was good. I don't
That's
know how.
true. I guess I'm just referring to like some of the people who come on your lives.
Oh yeah.
And like I said, I'm not going to tell you what to do. This is your channel. I just feel like that energy,
No, you're right.
it shouldn't even, I even feel bad saying that it feels like a waste because no one's a waste, right? But it could go somewhere else to someone else who I feel like would really receive that. And so many of them don't. And I feel like it may even sometimes lower the morale.
Yeah, and the thing is, I know and I see it. Every time there's a guy come on, the women in the chat will be like, "Demas, just move on. It's not gonna be good." And I'm like, "No, no, no. I have hope.
Yeah.
Wait,
Well,
I'm
but I
gonna
mean,
try.
I
I'm gonna
think too.
try." And I watch. This is the only time I watch the number because I'm mentally checking something. I will watch the numbers of viewers go down, 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 down. And I'm like,
Really?
okay, good. Yeah, yeah. And I'm like, okay, good. This is great. Like women aren't about to sit here and be gaslit. I'm here for that.
Yeah.
But then I'm like, I I want to try. I want to try. Let's see where this can go. And it's so interesting because like they will get so annoyed and mad and upset. And the reason they're upset is because they can't grapple with what I'm saying and the logic. And I don't know why you're mad at that as a like if I was mean to you or disrespecting you, then sure you can be mad at me. But you are mad because you can prove the point that you're making. That doesn't make sense. You should be mad at you. Be mad at yourself.
But they're
Like,
being like spoon fed a narrative that I don't know if it just kind of it kind of like it panders like the lowest common denominator.
yeah. No,
And,
someone said Seamus
you
is
know-
so patient while everyone scream next, hang up. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's true.
You know,
Yeah, sometimes I have to look away from the chat.
There was a character on Love is Blind. It was one of I said a character. There was a person. Sorry.
At this point, I see them as a character. So yeah.
There's a person on Love is Blind. I'm trying to remember which girl he dated because I don't remember his name. But he was just very like as soon as I forget which one not him. Like it was like as soon as anything went wrong, he automatically just started blaming the girl.
Was it him?
Was it him? It was probably him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
He
that
was-
one.
I remember that.
Because he's
He-
insecure.
He reminded me so much of a lot of the Black men that have shown up here. And it just like, I was like, see, that's what it is. Like, it's not even a race thing. We don't hate Black men. It's not just we're anti-Black men. Like, when most of the people that come up here, that's what I saw. Like, and what it is it's an insecurity. It's a childishness. It's like just a lack of accountability and like it's just like there's no like race isn't the determining factor of whether you're that type of person. We just saw an example of a white person who's just like that. But like
well, I think the issue is that like it's at like endemic level in the Black community, right?
Yeah.
Because you're right. These patterns of like being immature and like Peter Pan syndrome and being stuck in like boyhood and not wanting to because to become a man means fundamentally to take on responsibility, right? And I remember I'll give you like a quick little like anecdote. I was going into like Rochester for something and we were driving through like Buffalo. It was actually something for my church a couple of years ago, through Buffalo and through like parts of like Rochester. And I just saw a bunch of like Black men on the corner, just on the corner hanging out. And I just remember I'm like that type of person where I just like reflected. I'm like, why is that? Like that was so viscerally like troubling to me to witness that. And they're just, and it was like, shouldn't you be at work? Like at the time of like day, you know, I took off work to go to this trip, or what have you. And here you are, it's like how much o'clock in the morning, like middle of the day, and you just hanging out. And I left from one city to the next city and so it goes. And I didn't see no white man standing on a corner, and I didn't see no Asian man standing on a corner, and I didn't see no Indian man standing on a corner. I just saw black men standing on the corner.
Don't tell it
And-
to a California black man, because then he'll talk about how the Hispanics stand, but they be standing
Yeah.
waiting for work. Like they don't
right. And so
Right.
the thing is that like it's just on like an endemic level, as I said, in the black community, where it's like it's too much of like a large proportion of the population, and particularly in America, and a little bit too in Canada as well, where it is like that, and you have to question why and what's at the source of it. And I feel like it's a mindset, and the family unit is where you build wealth and like unity, and where you build community. And because it's been so fractured for so long, like we're just like we're regressing instead of progressing, right? We're either like standing still like a sim, or we're like moving backwards. I don't really see too many of us moving. And then if we are moving forward, then we're becoming stratified, and then people are divesting. Now black women are starting to participate, and I don't blame black women for doing this, because even myself, I do not exclusively date black men at all, because that's just dumb, or what have you. Like, open your options up, or what have you, in order to optimize your potential of meeting the right partner. But the thing is that like black women have been forced to do that now, because, and I think Cynthia G just had a recent video which she very well like put it, black men have benefited from, and I think that's part of the reason why they are now so affected by and shocked probably at the fact that black women are taking a stand against them. They have benefited for so long from unearned loyalty from women.
LB actually pointed him out, and I actually did have a note about coddling.
Yes.
It's interesting the way he gaslit her on camera when he called her the wrong name in the pod. It's important. It's important for a lot of reasons, and this is what. If that was not caught on camera, first of all, if he did that on camera, I don't know what he's doing in real life. The fact that he got called out for it, I wish there was a way to record all of those kinds of interaction in real life and play it back to the person who did it, so that they get to react to their own sort of reaction. Because when he did it, I was like, this is gaslighting 101. Like, he literally became the victim and flipped it on her and literally controlled the situation through like complete emotional manipulation. And I was like, whoa, I've seen this a lot, like on a massive scale on YouTube. Even when we talk about like the absentee fathers, and like, again, apparently domestic violence is now a part of the conversation, right? Like, I've seen this, and I've seen people doing this, and it's like, whoa, like this is kind of ridiculous. Like, and the fact that they're not challenged, I don't think a lot of men get challenged when they behave this way. I think they get to do it. The woman feels bad, and then they just move on from it. And so they use it now as a way of getting out of like bad situation. Just gaslight. If you do that, you never have to own up to anything. I was like, whoa.
But that's why the guy said that you're culpable in tarnishing the black man's image, because that is what that is. It's like, if you point out that I'm saying something that doesn't make sense, if you point out that I am not living up to the mantle that I feel like I am entitled to, you are the problem. No, it's not me needing to get myself together and earn it. It's you not falling in line and allowing me to fake it till I make it, or whatever it is.
Yep. That's it. I think that's it.
Wait, Zuhura, is that, do I pronounce your name correctly?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I have a question for everyone on the panel. Where do you see Black people in the coming years? Because if you look at the statistics, it shows that we are uncivilized, savages. Like,
no.
Where black people where? On everywhere globally, or just in America?
Yeah, just
Wait, I don't know.
globally.
Wait, what
Yeah.
stats say we're savages? I'm confused.
If you
Wait,
look
first
at
of
the
all, what is a savage?
domestic, like the domestic status, crime, just look at Africa, America. It's like, what's going on? It's unsafe for women and children.
Okay, can I be honest with you, Zahura? I've thought
Yeah.
about this for a bit, and my honest assessment is Black women and Black men will eventually fracture. To truth teller's point, she said that there is a stratification that is happening right now, and I am agreeing. We are seeing that right now, where we're kind of splintering, and
Wait,
I.
wait. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
sorry.
I'm so sorry. I reject the premise that Black people, as like a general statement, are savages. Like, I reject that premise.
But
I
the
agree.
thing is, like, we can't
Agreed.
control a community to be civilized and just, you know, a decent community. Like, it's chaos. So
I think
I don't
okay,
know.
I think so.
I think savage
maybe-
is a strong word.
Yeah,
I
can
think
you
maybe
just
there
I
might
agree.
be-
I
maybe-
agree.
by savage?
Wait.
Yeah,
Maybe there is a language barrier. I do agree that there is an issue in the community, and there's a breakdown of Black community, and this is not just like an American problem. This is like kind of a global problem, like even in Jamaica, for example. So I will accept, because I talk about this and there are stats to back it up. I do think there is a ton of problems in the Black community. I refrain from the sort of calling Black people, which is not just Black men, it includes Black women and children. I do not accept descriptors such as savage.
Maybe dysfunctional.
I agree with that.
Orderly.
I agree with that. But
Dysfunctional.
also, I wanted to add that there's two type of, you know, Black people in the community who are procreating. Let's say like the Pookie and Ray Ray, and we know the other version, the female version of a Pookie and Ray Ray. Those two people, I feel like they're the one creating, you know, the problem.
Oh, I disagree with that fundamentally.
You don't believe that? You don't
I
believe
don't
that there's a female version of a Pookie and Ray Ray?
No. It's not. Oh, I thought you said the Pookie and Ray Ray is the one causing the problems in the community.
I mean, they are, and there's also a female version one. You know, they're
So
not
I
creating
don't-
crime, but
I don't think the Pookies and Ray Rays are the only ones causing problems in the community. I think a large part of the problem is brain drain. It is also financially putting our resource, not financially, putting our resources in other communities instead of the Black community. I think that's the problem. I don't think women are culpable in the way that men are for the biggest problems in the community, i.e., murder. Like
Crime
so you don't
is generally
so you
crime.
don't so you don't believe like there's a female version of a Pookie and Ray Ray?
What is the
Basically, you don't-
version? What is that?
I
Explain
don't-
what that is. What does that look
if
like?
you
There's two sides to every
wait.
coin.
No. If I don't actually if we're describing people who are killing people,
not to that extreme.
Oh, yeah,
not to
no.
that extreme.
But-
I mean, like women and men react differently. You know what I mean? Men
Yeah.
resort to crime. Women resort to something like, you know, just being unresponsible sexually. Like they're just sleeping with every guy, pretty much.
Well,
That would be
there's a-
like another version.
But
you
there's
know,
a problem with that because the very problem.
There is a judgment being made about sleeping around. For my own sensibility, I don't sleep around, and I would rather my child, when I have one, to not sleep around. But I don't make that judgment that it's a negative thing to sleep around. Like I don't care.
And the fact of the matter is, when a woman is sleeping around and she's not like fully in control of that mentally and emotionally, the thing is, the problems that the quote unquote Pookies and Ray Rays have is that they are preying on the poor mental state and emotional state of those women. Because if a woman is not in the right space of mind and she's using her body, you know, to try to work out whatever she's going through emotionally, these men are fully aware that they are more likely to have sex under, not so great pretenses. So there is a stark contrast, at least in my mind, between the quote unquote female Pookie and Ray Ray and the male Pookie and Ray Ray, because at the end of the day, the female Pookie and Ray Ray is just trying not to feel bad. It's just trying to feel better. And the male Pookie and Ray Ray is using that.
Look,
yeah, I think we should be promoting educational and marriage. Education is very important. Look at the Asian community; they promote
I think we're in
education.
agreement on
And
that.
yeah, like most of like Black people, if you go to like channels, they're talking about pop culture, about rappers, about female rapper. Like they talk about something else important. You know what
No,
I mean?
I today I talked about Kim Kardashian. That doesn't mean I'm not also careful about like promoting academics. I do agree with you though, but I think women are attempting, Black women particularly, are attempting to move the conversation forward in terms of education and actually attaining education. I'm going to allow you to speak now and explain some more of what it is that you're attempting to say, because I think I've been kind of interrupting you and I don't want to. So can you explain?
I just feel like we all agree, like there's Pookie and Ray Ray. There's also female who are kind of like enabling this kind of behavior. That's what I just wanted to say. Not all of them, but I see that on Twitter all the time.
Wait, you
How
do
so?
recognize-
How
wait,
so?
no. Wait, so I'm gonna get back to the video for real, Erica. I'm going to right now, actually, because this is actually funny. If you think women are enabling the behavior,
No.
taken
I don't say that like they're the reason like Pookies are like that. They are playing a part in it. Like I'm just saying that they're playing a part in it. I'm not saying that the reason Pookies are there, but they're also enabling that type of behavior.
Do you think
by
women
giving them?
Do you think men or women set the culture?
I think men do, but women participate in it too. We have to.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Not
Yeah,
to.
I mean, if
Well,
women,
she's talking about the pick-me's. Girl, Mahogany
Yeah,
King
yeah,
did a great
exactly.
video on this. You should
Men
go watch
do.
that video.
But we're also talking about
because
people who were
because
growing
if you go like Lil Ducky and the other girl, I forgot her girlfriend or stuff like that. If you see the comments women are saying about what he said about his girlfriend or wife, his baby mama, it's shocking. It's like, what the hell? Women are like supporting what he's saying.
Yeah, I do
What?
think
Who said?
women. I think women participate in the culture, but I think a lot of women do it to be chosen, honestly, but also because, well, if that is the climate you're in, part of the way you survive, like if you disagree that men set the culture, if you say men set the culture, then we can debate. But like, if men are supposed to lead and they're the one who set the culture, then for me, culpability lies with them in terms of how the culture is. Like, I mean, that's how I see it.
Okay, I agree. I have to go.
All right. Well, have a nice night. Thank you for coming.
You too.
I hope I was respectful.
You were.
Let's go back to this video.
Okay.
Finally. All right, here we go. Thinking caps on.
When the Black man is not there, he gets blamed. When are we going to take responsibility, ladies? So what I'm saying is, in conclusion of what I'm saying, is every one of you guys have a father. Every one of you, well, not every one of you, but some of you guys have brothers. Some of you have nephews. Some of you have sons.
Not every one of you has a father, and then he had to correct himself. I got that.
So is Tina Knowles correct that there are Black men out there that are good Black men, positive Black men, doing what they're supposed to do? Or is the problem the fact that you don't want to take responsibility for the decisions that you make? If your husband or baby daddy ain't shit, I'm sure he wasn't shit when you met him, and you still laid down with him.
Yeah, so yeah, you said a mouthful, brother, but I just think we need to just really just.
All right. She's going to attempt to reframe back to what the conversation was about. This man on her live stream, where they're talking about Tina Knowles creating a documentary for Black men, he decides to go on a rant about Black women ain't ish baby father and how they are wrong for choosing. Like this is not even tangentially related to what is happening.
He basically did what Mr. Rucker did. He was
yeah.
Right?
This is the interesting part. Mr. Rucker came up and did exactly
what this man
did.
exactly. I didn't even see this part. Do you see what I mean? That it's like a embedded, like it's a pervasive, like
it's a trigger. The trigger hit. I hope Black men who are watching understand what just happened. The trigger that just happened for Mr. Rucker, who came up here and said verbatim what this man just said.
Literally.
It is the problem. Literally has no.
You can't make this thing up. You cannot. The man said the exact same thing, Mr. Rucker. The same thing. It is uncanny.
The thing is, I don't pathologize, and I won't do it now, but that is the closest I would get to doing it. Like, I am there. Like, how you say the exact same thing before it happened?
Can I say something?
That's all I'm asking.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Hi, Themis. Oh, I'm so.
Hey, Nana.
Themis? I was missing you last week, Themis, baby. I was like, my friend Themis, where is he and why did he leave me here? I'm not
I miss you guys too. I mean, you're gonna miss me next week again, but I did miss you guys.
Well, at least you prepared us for it. I think I'll survive. I think I'll be okay this time, but last time I was not okay.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Baby, I reached out to LB. I went back to old folks. I was like, listen, what is going on? Themis, did you get my email when I told you I was missing you?
I did. I did get a ton of email, and I did appreciate every single one of them.
Well, then you need to be apologizing to me. That's what you need to be doing right now.
I am actually really sorry that I'm not back. I actually, after next week, I will try to be on more frequently. Not because I feel pressured, but I do actually. I was talking to my family, and we had like a sort of call circle, and we were discussing the ups in our lives, and I actually could not talk about anything outside of YouTube.
And me? Did you mention me, Theme?
Not directly, but I wish I had. And I think my family, most of them are watching it, and they are extremely proud. And it felt so good to have my entire family, the people that I respected at least, in my family on board. The men who were quitting jobs didn't really appreciate it, but they didn't appreciate me because I called them out. I mean, I walked into the world calling them out, so they didn't appreciate me from get-go. But it was a nice, like we spoke about it, and it was nice. It was nice.
Good. So I just want to say I like your hair, LB. I know I'm off topic. I do realize I'm off topic. But the last thing I want to say about the men that come on and say the same things over and over again. Some people don't really have original thought, right? They kind of regurgitate what they hear around them. And I think it can happen to all of us that where we can just adopt a certain way of thinking about things. And when we do that, then you kind of see everything through that filter. And then whatever gets presented that doesn't fit inside of the framework of what you're used to just strikes you as wrong, you know? And then sometimes whatever the arguments that you've been hearing around, you just automatically say that. So I think that's some of what happens. It's irritating. It is quite irritating. But I think that's some of what goes on.
Yeah. Wait, True Mystic, it's your birthday. Happy birthday. I wish I knew how to get you a gift. Happy birthday to you. I saw your post in the community tab. Anyway, go ahead, Nana. And then we go back to the video.
I'm done. That's all I wanted to
Oh,
say.
yeah. Let's get back to this. I just stopped it because it was interesting that they were like, he just literally said verbatim what this guy said. And it's like, okay, at this point, it sounds like a pathology, but I won't say that definitively.
But also, I think black women are just hypersensitive about their image. Like, they're hypersensitive. Now, what would be nice is if instead of constantly trying to defend it, right?
They would change it.
You change exactly.
It's not the image, like somebody was saying on here earlier. Change the behavior.
Exactly.
That's what I
Change
mean.
the substance.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's continue though.
Here, and y'all know how we feel on the Demetra K show. We like I said, our goal is to promote Black love, knowledge, and understanding of all things that go on in the Black community. So I say that to say that we are not anti-Black men and we are not anti-Black women. We believe that we need each other, and so we try to foster a conversation that would help us get together and build and raise this nation as we have been called.
The only reason she's doing that right there is because she recognized what he just did was bash Black women. That is what that disclaimer is there for. And the fact that she knows this is annoying to me. The reason I know she knows this is that she made the disclaimer, right? So you are having a man on your channel bashing Black women in your face, and you're going to sit there and talk about we are not bashing Black men and Black women. You know what he's doing. And this is so insidious. It's actually really sad because I actually believe her. I believe she believes that they need each other, right? And that's fine. But it's so sad. It is so sad that in her attempt to like talk about Black men and like defend, she would bring on a Black man who was attacking Black women in her face.
To do so many years ago, even I don't take it back to Marcus Garvey. He said, "Up, you mighty nation, accomplish what you will."
What you will.
We cannot do that unless we.
True Mystic, drop your Cash App. I think that's the easiest thing for me to do. But yeah.
As Black men and women get together, we need to stop all this infighting, divisiveness, and all of these schisms that we have on and going on. And so, as I said, I purposely try not to watch a lot of content from other people because I like to have my own original, thoughts and not spew off talking points from everybody else. And I'm one of those people who like to read and go off my own experiences and stuff. So I can just have, I guess, a more of a firsthand,
an honest opinion, just a basic honest opinion.
I guess that's what I'm trying to say. And so, I'm gonna try to. No, you know what? I'm gonna take the gloves off. Okay.
What? Uh-oh, she's going paws off, y'all.
No, because it's like. Me and you always talk about this. You're more black and white. I'm more in the gray. I like to see things from all angles because I think that we should.
Right. You always
but
I
just think
devil's advocate. Yeah.
I think for us to not acknowledge that, and I don't want to talk about Black people as a whole. I want to talk about Black men, but Black men get a very bad rap, especially in the media. I think for us not to acknowledge that is gross negligence, regardless of how we feel. Because I agree with you, Donovan. Tina Knowles was done dirty, and I don't want to get into her background, but needless to say, Beyonce's daddy and them did her wrong, and she rebounded. She's with a good man now, a good Black man. What's his name? Richard Lawson. Richard Lawson. And he's also, got a portfolio of his own as an actor and all of that. So I too have been done wrong by Black men. Now, when I say Black men, I'm talking about men that I've dated, have been cheated on, and you name it. I could be here all day, but you know what I always say, Donovan?
That is kind of important because that's also part of the point. The stories of so many Black women are exactly that. Now, Asian and white women are telling the same stories. So that's part of the issue. But anyway, this is not, I don't want to stop it here. Because they're gonna say so. I really don't care much for what she's saying. The reason is, I'm not gonna tell a woman not to love and care for Black men. I'm just not. You can do what you want to do. I care about him. And in the face of a woman literally fighting to protect the Black man's image, we have a Black man attacking Black women generally. Like you can't even make this up. Like in her face. She's
Right?
attacking
But
black
Themis, my
women.
thing is, even within this, he's attacking her while she's defending him and the rest of black men. Like,
Yeah, that's what-
like
yeah.
if you look at
Right?
like all the subtext of it, like just his like little subtle like side commentary and
I mean,
like
he said you should have chose better. He literally said you should have chose better. She said she was treated poorly by black men. So yes, he was talking to her.
To her. Yeah.
like, if you replay that section, he was co-signing anything negative she said about herself or about black women, just co-sign automatically, like while she's talking.
And that's the problem. That's what I'm saying, is that they're quick to denigrate black women. They're quick to denigrate black women, but not themselves, right? They can identify when black women have done something wrong, supposedly, and they can very quickly and easily identify, the equivalent of like the Pookie and the Ray Ray for black women, let's say, and they will jump on that bandwagon. I know the video that Cynthia G made, it was in response to actually Nicki Minaj going on a Joe Budden podcast, and how it's as if, and her arguments were really, really good. It's as if black women can't, some anyway, like she made one point of like calling them out on the way in which they have been denigrating black women. She called them out and she did a very good job in this one section. But then in the same breath, she overpraises them and says how much she loves them and she'll always love them and this and that. And it's kind of like, and this is what it is that this disproportionate, unearned coddling that a majority of black women historically, and now that is changing and shifting, hence the proliferation of divestment movement and like what have you, channels such as Cynthia G's and many others like it, because black people realize.
Can you guys check the private chat just for a moment? No issues, just I just wanted to let you guys know.
Yeah. I'm not saying anything bad about like them. I'm just pointing out the why we are where we are right now. And it's like, and she pointed out like in the Nicki Minaj thing, where as Nicki Minaj was rightly calling out black men for what they have been doing online, like publicly putting down black women about the weaves and the hair and the this and the that and whatever, he said he was somewhat nodding along, like sort of hesitantly, but the moment she began to praise black men, like he was like all on it, like yes, like in expectancy, like this is what you should do. Do you know what I mean? So there's entitlement. There's an entitlement there.
Yeah, it's right in the roof.
Wait. I didn't even care about that until I realized he didn't reciprocate. Like I was actually
exactly.
Even if you don't believe
it, loyalty.
Like even if you don't believe it as a performance for you, just saying yeah, oh my God, worship me with love. Like at least give it back. Like at least give it. I don't.
But why would he when his whole podcast is about degrading black women? So everything she said, the reason why it was going in one ear and out the other about weaves is because he does it on his podcast. He talks about black women weaves and all of that.
Yeah.
So, so of course he wasn't into that. In the moment she started praising, he was basking in the glow of being praised and telling her thank you, as if it directly affected him when it's
I mean, honestly, when it comes to Nicki Minaj, like I have. She speaks out of both sides of her mouth, and I find it annoying.
She does, and it was like, girl, like you just canceled out what it was that you were trying to do.
But can we actually take advice from someone who married?
Period. That part.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I watched. Now that is something you could actually say. You made a choice. That is the choice you made. You knew who he was.
Yep.
You chose to ignore it, and you, with all your access, influence, and reach, chose this man. And it is a larger a testament to a large issue in our community where the women make more than the men, and they go find a man who is completely beneath them. Sorry.
Yeah. See, because the message that she was giving.
Wait, so Zahura, you came back.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just wanted to come on here and apologize. I think like I just rewatched again. I think I was victim blaming. I just want to apologize. I think I hope I was respectful to everybody. I didn't want to come across as mean or saying like, "Oh, black women are the problem."
Aw.
Yeah, that's just what I wanted to say. My intention wasn't that bad. Like, I feel like my choice of language was bad, like savages or uncivilized. So I just want to say I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh, that is, you just actually
Fully
you
accepted. That's
accepted, but like the fact that you actually came back and
Back and
did that
apologize.
actually further highlights something that I'm thinking about, the difference in the way different people engage. Like, I actually really appreciate you coming back. Like, I really appreciate you coming back.
Black women take accountability for our actions.
All right. Yeah, I just want to apologize. My intention wasn't that bad or anything. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
thank
how
you
you take
so much.
accountability right there. That was very big of you.
Exactly.
You
That's
should be
it.
proud.
Thank you, Sister Zahura. So,
But
things I
Okay, you're
want to
welcome.
say, you know how you say you named something that you read where it said black men are 9 times more likely to be narcissists, and you were like, "Oh, I refuse to believe that. I just refuse to believe it."
Oh yeah, I remember. Someone sent me that, and I looked it up, and I was like, "Ooh."
Well, I want to point this out. So, what we were just talking about in that conversation with the one-sided loyalty and the tendency to kind of go overboard to praise black men. Now, when I was on here last time, famous, I watched that video over and over again when I was the Ruslan one with when I was defending Hafiz. And you asked me to come up here.
Yeah, I remember that. I mean, that was a satire. I hope you weren't being serious now.
It was a satire. I looked at that thing probably about 50 times and laughed my ass off. But let me get back to what I was saying. But what I was saying in it was true. Like I was being funny, but everything I was saying is true. In that, I mean, I'm old. I'm almost 60. I'll be 60 this year. Woo, woo, woo. So I've been around for a minute and have been privy to the conversations about how we had to uplift the black man, and the conversation and the conditioning about how they're angry, they've been emasculated. And so it's kind of our job to let them take their anger out on us. They're frustrated and we need to understand. And we just need to, be a footstool basically, right? But that behavior and what we're looking at now in the video is representative of a culture that has been built around black men. And what that does is the thing when you get praise for things that you haven't done, you get coddled and people are constantly calling you a king and all this stuff, and you haven't done anything. What it does is it gives you that feeling of entitlement. And so it's been going on for a long time. And so I would tend to agree they are 9 times more likely to be narcissists. Listen to the music. Listen to all the things they say. We see it every day as women, with how they approach us. Very entitled.
Talking about they're the prize.
So entitled. Like they want you to smile for them. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
They
Wait,
bad bees.
wait. Before we get off track, though, I'm gonna go back. I want to say, Zahura, I truly appreciate you coming back. You actually coming back was like the highlight of my night. The thing is, I don't expect everyone. I don't expect me to be perfect, and I expect no one on here to be perfect. But seeing people who can like reflect in the moment, it's like a rare thing. Like people who can like, in the moment, in real time, say, maybe I didn't do this right, or maybe I wasn't wrong, but maybe I said this wrong, or whatever, and come back and admit it so openly. I think that is a gift. Keep it close and continue being that person. I didn't agree with you, still don't agree with you, but I appreciate you. I'm gonna leave it there. Thank you.
All right. So all I wanted to say before I go, I think I'll be on the sideline watching the stream. If you could edit out that part, that would be great because I hate listening to it again. So.
Is that your real name?
Yeah.
Ooh, all right. I will attempt to do it. It might be too long because after a certain amount of hours, unless I private the entire stream, I'm not able to edit it out.
Okay. Okay.
I like
Hopefully you
unless I
try.
download it and then upload it, but that's literally not gonna happen. But the YouTube editor doesn't allow for a certain. I'm
All
gonna try.
right.
I'm gonna try.
All right.
Email me too to remind me, but I will try.
If it's any
All right.
comfort,
Thank
at
you.
least we weren't on video, so like at least there's
Yeah.
You're
Let's
going in and out, LB.
And a narcissist will never do
Oh,
that when
sorry.
you're wrong. They will never come back to say they're sorry. What they'll do is they'll double down. We've
Yeah.
seen that many times. And deflect and gaslight and all of that.
Why is Dean saying no? I hope you learned your lesson. Dean is the worst.
I still want to be with a black man. I don't see Demetria K with nobody else but a black man, right?
Is it the bars or black?
Sorry, this is not my talking point, so I'm just gonna hurry up and say it because I've heard it some other places before. You say actually, Pink Pill says so. You saying you don't see yourself with anything but a black man and you will never date another black man. That is actually not useful. You are
No.
literally telling
No.
someone that they don't have to compete for you. I
Yep.
don't know why you would say that, but I would. All right,
Limiting
just so you
yourself.
don't play the game. Play the game.
Was that her name? Denisha K?
No, I don't know. No,
Oh,
Demetria.
okay.
Yeah, I
Denisha.
didn't hear D something K.
Oh, okay. I was like, was that her name? Or
Yeah, I
something?
think so. I think she was
by the
saying
way-
her name.
By the way,
Like,
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna try to reframe. I understand now why other YouTubers don't say other YouTubers' name because I apparently drama stars, but like as a general matter, I'm gonna attempt to not say
okay.
other YouTubers' name.
Hey, Deanne.
Hey, Deanne,
Hey,
I miss
Deanne.
you so
Hey,
much.
y'all.
You know, you're like a warm
Hey.
hug to me.
I'm
Well,
finally on the live with you. I'm
oh,
excited. I'm excited.
look, folks, I need to clear up some things. I'm just a humble servant of the Most High God. I appreciate all the people saying that they missed me. Some of y'all came over to my channel. Life is happening. Like Themis, I'm going through bereavement, going through some life changes, and had to take a step back. And I'm going to talk about why as part of my comment. But Themis, let me say to you personally, I remember losing grandma. That's tough. Take all the time you need and do what you need to do. That's not something you just can walk off. My deepest condolences to you and your family. True Mystique, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, True Mystique. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Okay. Housekeeping. That was housekeeping number one. Housekeeping number two, moderator note. I ain't got time. One thing about losing a whole bunch of people in your family at the same time, you understand life is short. We've been saying no name calling for a long time. I should not need to come up here and say that. I'm just going to time folk out. And if you do not understand that we are not going to use the same racist, disparaging terms that were used on us for 400 years by people who thought we were nothing better than cattle, you got to go. Okay, housekeeping two, done. And of course, I said that with my chest.
Thank you.
One and two, done. My comment. You know, today, I have not been here for the whole life. I wasn't able to be here for the Love is Blind part, and I'm kind of glad I missed that in Mr. Rucker. Today has been soul breaking because I love my father and my uncles, and my father and 90% of my uncles were faithful men. Unfortunately, they had more daughters than sons. The next generation somehow missed a lot of that, and it has been a sad process in the last year and a half of just accepting that. We had a gentleman in the chat who said today that white men are forcing black men to hate black women. Now, I corrected him gently.
because I realize at this point, if white men can force black men emotions, then white men still own said black men to a level that they did not own them during slavery. Because black men got up at 180,000 of them at a time and became the United States colored troops. And Ulysses S. Grant and Abraham Lincoln said they're the reason the Civil War was won, which means that the ownage today, if that is correct, is bigger than the ownage during slavery. When I was last here on a run, we put in 25 hours on this show. I went back and I checked and found out that 8 of those hours was spent talking to black men who must still think that they are wholly owned and are not responsible for their own lives. I will never do that again. I do not have time to discourse any more than Harriet Tubman. We are all the way back to Mother Harriet, who was married to a man who was enjoying a kind of freedom and had to leave him. She saw a way to freedom. She wanted him to go with her. He wouldn't. He threatened to turn her in. When she had gotten established in freedom, she came back because she still loved him. And he said, he has a whole nother woman there, and said, I'm going to throw you back into slavery again. There's a big old bounty on you. She upgraded to a member of the United States colored troops, way past the wall age, and upgraded and moved on with her life. Ladies, I do not discourse with men who think of themselves as slaves. It is a waste of my time and energy, and I think that that's something that needs to be said to all of us. Harriet Tubman proves that we can live full and useful lives with or without a man in the picture. Now, she ended up being married for 20 years to her second husband. But most of her life, she just went and got things done for the people. And she worked with the people that she needed to work with to get that done. And that included people of other races, mostly white at that time, of course. This is ridiculous. Like I said, it's soul-breaking sadness. You have men who can absorb all the praise that a black woman can give out and has nothing to do in return because there's nothing there. There's nothing there. We are living in a time when I have conversations privately with people who are talking about how we are going to be very prosperous, barring World War III and a nuclear apocalypse. The tools exist to achieve financial independence and freedom, and you don't have to have a lot of money to start. You just have to believe that you are free and that you can take the talent that you were given by your creator and make things happen. But if we have men who think that the best they're going to do is marry the master's daughter, that means that there must still be slavery. And if they believe that, there's nothing that can be done. Now, there are men of other races whose minds have been broken by the colonial period as well. You cannot, if you are free, you can't be married to someone who's a slave. A slave has no status. A slave has nothing to offer. And if this is the mindset, I'm not a divester because I work with 5 generations of black people, and some of them are boys. But I make sure that those boys know that if they're going to continue to be in my company and any man, then they have to be dedicated to being free men. Free in here. Here. The goal is not to become Thomas Jefferson. It is tiresome. Now, I'm going to attempt to sit through this live, but this woman over here who is talking about, I just can't think of myself with anybody else, she basically is asking to be linked up with someone who has a slavery mindset. It works my nerves. I am not going to have high blood pressure. Themis, I love you dearly. And you have a choice of content to be whatever it is you want it to be, but these people work my nerves, and I'm going through bereavement as well. And I able to take in as much of this foolishness as I could, because it's a waste of my time to listen to people that want to go back into slavery over some rusty man. By the way, I just can't. I can't do it. I can't watch it anymore. I am 40 years old. Even if I have the longevity of my ancestors, 40% of my life is over. I do not have any more to give to men who want us to believe that they still are in slavery and we should stay in slavery with them. On behalf of my ancestresses, spiritually back to Mother Harriet, no.
Well, yeah. The thing about freedom is freedom is responsibility. It's the responsibility of defining yourself and your destiny. And not everybody is up for that. You have some people who, if they get freedom, they get scared because they don't know what to do.
Yep.
And they look for
Amen.
somebody to run them.
Mm-hmm.
That's how some people end up in jail and keep going back over and over again.
Yep.
They don't know. They don't know
What's
what
the
to do with
saying? You see one black person run, all of a sudden, every black person run in the same direction. We never look back to see what that person was actually running from. We
Well,
just
sometimes you do
immediately
need to run. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
sometimes you do
I
need to-
know, but still.
I'm a run. I'm never not gonna run.
Listen, I'm just saying.
too.
I'm saying I have that same mentality. I'm running, and then I'll ask, like after I feel like I'm safe, what were we running from?
Yeah.
However, you are taking the responsibility. I mean, do you just continue to run and do whatever the crowd is doing, or at some point do you stop and assess what's going on? Okay, I don't know what that was, but let me get myself to safety, and then we'll assess and then figure out what to do from that.
Start running in zigzags instead of straight ahead.
I think that's what happens with women sometimes. You know how you see women who will be successful, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh no, I need a man to lead me." And what does that man do? And they'll get the raggediest damn man. He might be cute, but that man is a poor decision maker, and then he's insecure and he's jealous about her.
Kendall Isaacs.
Upset when she started wanting him to do something other than sit on the couch and play games or whatever. He's like,
Nicki Minaj.
now you're emasculating me.
Well, actually, I disagree with that on Nicki Minaj. I actually don't think. I think Nicki Minaj is the leader, but her
man, the part she made about the man, she picked.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the interesting thing is, like, I do see a lot of people like, oh my God, I'm so successful, but I just want to be led. And it's like, I understand why you say this. And maybe if we're talking about the biblical leading, I don't have an argument. I don't care. But it's just like strange that you would pick someone who don't know how to lead his own life to come and lead yours.
And that's why they benefit from this. It's so crazy because you benefit from something that you don't even deserve. Like you're benefiting from something and you're not even, I don't know, you're not even using it in the correct way. It's like, how do you get to, in this world, get the choice of women who have more than you and are able to be the breadwinners and take care of you and take care of your children and go to school and get their education? How do you ask a woman to follow you when they have outpaced you? It doesn't make sense.
I will tell you how, because I've heard this story and I heard it and I was floored because it's the most ghetto story I've ever heard. So this woman, before she went to the store, gave her man her card so it would look like he's paying for it.
Wow.
And so he pulled out the card out of his wallet to pay for the food, and the waitress came back to the table and says her name, because her name was on the card, embarrassing her in front of the entire table.
Oh,
so you had her card in your wallet, pulling it out to pay for the food at the table. It was just a mess. It was the most embarrassing. And I was like,
I can speak to this on a personal level. So my high school, I guess they want to say high school sweetheart, whatever. Anyway, so I wasn't allowed to date until I was like 16. So we never got that far because I broke up with him before that even happened. But anyway, we graduated high school. I left and went to college. He did not. He went and got a job. But he always used to give me the title of wifey, said that I was his wife. So I got my bachelor's degree. And my goals, so my goals was essentially I was going to move to California. I was going to follow my dream because I didn't waste like $40,000 to get this degree and not do anything with it. Bye. I'm chasing my dream. This man told me that he will follow me. And I said, follow me to do what? And he just basically said, he will follow me with what? I wasn't getting it. So he was like, and I was like, you're not following me. Okay, well, what if we get married? What do you mean? No. And he goes, so wait, if the roles were reversed and you were married to me, you wouldn't follow me? Hell no, I wouldn't. And First off, what job are you getting with a high school degree in LA? Like, dude, do you not know the cost of like, listen, I planned ahead. I know what I'm doing. I don't know what you're doing, but at some point, I'm going to make more than you. Are you okay with that? Yes, he literally told me he was okay. And I looked at him and I said, are you okay with that? So you're not going to resent me like 10 years down the line, 2 kids later, and tell me that I ruined your life and that I did X, Y, and Z, because I did. This was what my dad was telling me. My stepdad was telling me. By the way, he was black, for all of those in the chat who was asking me earlier. So I looked at him in the face and I said, listen, let me tell you something. I don't give a damn if you don't regret me, but I would damn sure regret you and I would resent the fuck out of you. Excuse my language. And he looked at me and he was shocked. I said, I don't want to make more than you. And I definitely do not want to be your ride or die. And I don't want to have more ambitions than you do. Like, I need you to want to like have a dream. I don't want you to just have my dream. Like, I don't want you to wake up one day and realize that you was chasing my dream with me. Like, what is this? Like, dude, like, you don't have nothing? And no, he had nothing. He was okay with
It's
following
interesting
me.
to me that I don't really care.
And he was black, y'all.
Yeah, I don't care about like who makes more money. I just don't know about this lack of ambition thing.
Yeah, I didn't get any of that.
And that's my point of the story that I told earlier about driving into Buffalo and Rochester and just seeing the guys on the corner just hanging about. And I'm just like wondering, like, what led to that? Like, where is the ambition? Where is the drive? Where is the desire to do more and to be more in the 21st century?
Well, I mean, if you think the women are not giving the good advice in order to change your behavior, and you're only going to other men who are saying the same things as you, and those are not uplifting things or encouraging things, you're eventually just going to just fade away. I met a guy and I asked him, what did you want to be when you grew up? Are you in the field that you wanted to be when you grew up?
Met a guy at 30 and you're asking him what he want to be when he
No,
grew
but
up.
no, what I'm saying, when you ask questions, you're just saying like, what did you want to be when you grew up? But are you in the field that you work now, that you wanted to be? He said, I didn't have really any ambition. I didn't want to be anything when I grew up. And I was like, what?
Yes.
What do you mean you didn't want to be anything when you grew up? You didn't want to be
I've met men like
You
that.
didn't want to be a basketball player?
Because
being a man is
interesting-
enough.
Wait. This is actually a point of concern that is not just like, I mean, obviously it's a negative, but I've actually been to high schools where oh, Erica, no, you were needed for this. I've been to high schools where I'm talking to kids who believe that they won't make it past 18.
Wow.
Yeah,
and
that's
that's
a
a
problem
in
itself.
Everyone is talking at the same time. I'm
Oh,
sorry, I
sorry.
can't hear anyone.
Some of that gets
who was talking? Falls?
I don't know. I think no, that wasn't me. I think they
I
dropped.
think that was me.
Oh, okay.
I was piggybacking on what you were saying, Themis. I was saying some of that gets perpetuated with rap music when they're constantly seeing those videos of black men getting shot in the streets, for example. What happens is they start to get this mentality, and coupled with that with what's going on around them, just like what Truth Teller was just talking about, when you seeing guys hang around on the corner. I grew up with that.
Yeah,
you
but
lose respect for them, but they also lose respect for themselves.
I don't think it has to do something. It has to do something with you. Like, it has to affect you if you actually believe that you are not going to live past age 18. Like, when I'm like, hey, what do you want to be when you grow up, or what colleges do you want to go? Because like I have this weird happy-go-lucky attitude sometimes that is like mismatched for a place. So like I'm going to an inner city when I'm in like uni and I'm teaching students and I'm trying to get them to come to school and all that stuff. And I'm sitting there and I like jog in. I'm like, hey everyone, blah blah blah, talking, and I'm like, okay, so before we start the lesson, let's get to know each other. Tell me what you want your career to be and what university you're planning to go to. And like more than half the class kind of said they weren't going to make it past 18. They weren't thinking about a college because they probably won't go. And they don't really have a job that they want to do. They're just kind of like, it was like they're in survival mode. And I mean,
And this, can I ask a question? Was it
I'm
boys and girls saying this, that they didn't think they were going to live past 18?
it was only boys saying this.
Yeah, I'm from Chicago.
That's because
And
they
if
got
you
their
all,
junior
and
job.
if
Wait,
you
wait,
all
wait.
know our little nickname in Chicago that we got, Chirac, it's very much truthful. And Themis, that is the mindset of the boys in Chicago, which was probably why he didn't have any ambition. Because I mean, the amount of boys that will die that we will be standing next to the one day, and then just from mistaken identity or getting shot for their shoes or staying at the bus stop or what
Wow.
have you, it's true.
Wow.
Like, I mean, you go look at the stats of basically what happened when we came out of quarantine in Chicago. Yeah, in a day, they had a
I mean,
field day
yeah,
in Chicago.
the number one cause of death for people, black men ages
It's
1 to
black men.
It's
44 is
homicide, yeah.
homicide.
Yeah.
And so
By who though?
yeah, black men are killing black men.
Black
Like
men, yeah.
it's just like,
At an
but
alarming rate.
so but
The police.
what I'm saying is when I'm sitting there, like it's humbling. I actually I didn't have to stop, but there are times when I needed a break because on one hand, when I'm thinking about their life, and I got really this is so bad. I probably shouldn't admit this. I found out about all their lives and how much their mothers make. They're generally, most of them had no dad. And I'm like, in my mind, like I'm already rationalizing. There are people in Jamaica who live on less. So why can't you do it? And that was like my frame. And I didn't really think about like purchasing power in the US versus Jamaica.
Yes.
The fact that you can have like a breadfruit tree in your backyard.
Exactly.
And you don't actually have to buy food. You can
Yeah.
you can literally go
Pick it
in the
off the
backyard
tree.
and get yam, banana,
Ackee.
and yeah, ackee, yeah.
Yeah.
And so I've had these very strange interaction where it's like someone wait, who said those are fake stats? Wait. Good.
She talking
Yeah,
about Chicago. Girl, have a seat.
But
Unless you from
please let me know what our face stats. Anyway, so when
she
I'm
was talking about the stats about femicide.
wait, she's saying the femicide stats are not real.
for who? Black men or black women?
Oh no.
Well, if femicide would be black women. So
Yeah.
What stats?
So
it's
what?
fine. Like I'm not going to be distracted.
Okay,
Back to the
sorry.
story. And so doing that, it's like, okay, the truth is we need the community is going to fail. Like Deanne kind of articulated. We're gonna be a permanent underclass if black men don't step up.
Step up. Yeah.
Because black women are attempting, but like they cannot, like
we can't do it by ourselves.
Sorry. Like this is my belief. This is a personal belief that is not like based on what I've seen. I don't think black women can hold up the black community on their own. It's just not. It's not feasible. It's just not. It's not gonna work. And when I saw those black dads in Louisiana showing up to the school and like the fighting stopped,
I saw
I'm like,
that. I saw that video too.
It's like you're the reason people are acting poorly because you're not there. You are not there. It's not feasible. Like like she can't do it by herself.
Exactly.
And it's like I'm looking at them and like most of people are like blaming their mothers, right? And it's like, okay, you can blame their mom, but their dad is not there at all.
Yeah.
And we used to, and all of these boys, sorry, not men, all of these boys have some daddy issues, all of them. And I remember my last day, these, most of them were taller than I am. I don't know. Like when I'm teaching, it's kind of odd because they're sitting and then they stand, and like I am like 5'9", and like these kids are like 6 feet tall. I don't know what's happening, but like they'll stand up and like there's a kind of intimidation. I remember them crying, and like like they were like hugging me, and like I don't know, like I don't know how no one else sees the problem. Like the problem is so obvious. These boys need hugs from their dads.
Fathers, yeah.
These boys want to be with their dad, and a lot of them are growing up blaming their mother for not have, like they cannot blame their dad because they have an image of their dad that they have to protect, and they're fighting their
Can I
mom. They're
interject
blaming
really
their
quick?
mom. They're blaming their moms for their dad not being there, and it's just like, just be there. Like, just be there. I don't understand. Like,
Not
just
to
be
be there
there.
because there's such a horrible pathology in the Black community of I suffered this specific way, so you have to suffer this specific way because I got through it. You need to be stronger and you need to get through it. And we see it so much in, like, you'll see millennials are so into, actually examining what they're feeling and going to therapy and things like that. And we're all talking about having these conversations with like the older generation and stuff, and them just saying, oh, well, you're soft or you're disrespectful or what it is. But the sad part is the children that are my children's generation and stuff like that are going through that too, because I'm seeing a lot of my people my age when they're talking about their children, and it's just like, well, they need to get over it. But then when you talk about your mom, you're saying the same things as your child is saying about you. And it's just like, well, you can't be both. Like, you have to make a conscious decision to be the parent in the dynamic between you and your child. And you have to be humble and take responsibility and say, you know what, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I didn't know how to do it right. And I'm sorry. Like, I'm genuinely sorry, and let's figure out how to respect each other better moving forward. So you have these kids that are hurting and angry, and they don't have somebody like you that is saying, hey, what's going on? They have people that say, get it together, act right, straighten up, do it,
Yeah.
That's why parents are important, but the contributions that people in the community make are important as well. Because it's definitely more than parents that raise the children and that influence them.
Yeah. But I think the thing is, again, to get back to it, like the crystallization of it all is that we don't even have the foundation, which begins with the parents. And again, I've said it before and I'll say it again, it's not like it's that hard. Do you know what I mean? Like, and there's been too many, Black men are too willing to blame everything else except to look in the mirror, right? And as I said before, like, it is, and well, I can give the example, and to be fair, someone was mentioning like some Latino men or whatever. Like, this type of dysfunction does happen in other communities as well. It's not like it's only Black men that operate in this way. There are deadbeats in every ethnicity. You can find them. So it's not like it's like a or whatever. But again,
Wait. Sorry. I'm gonna call someone else out. Dean, this is the last person I'm calling. I'll continue. Sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say there are men that are abdicating their responsibilities everywhere in each culture. But I remember, I think I shared this before, having a conversation. Actually, it wasn't my conversation. Someone was sharing with me that she asked a question of a Black man. Why is it that a lot of you choose to abdicate your responsibilities to be fathers? And he literally answered and said, because my mom did it and she raised X amount of children by herself. So then I don't feel no way
to do the same to another woman. So they have no regard or no, and again, we ask the question, is it like it's got to be willfully done, because it's like you see the damage that it leaves and you still choose to engage in it anyway. Do you know what I'm saying?
Because if their father abandoned them and they look at what they look at on the street with the boys growing up a little bit ahead of them who are hurting and killing one another, there is no positive model. So what people do is all your mothers and your aunts are working hard to help you survive. So you are being coddled. You are being coddled because people want you to live. And then the boys that you see who are a little older than you who have no guidance are doing the same thing. So unless most people are average.
Yeah.
Most people are average.
Most people
And
do.
so if this is the average behavior, unless somehow this young boy, because I see this all the time, these young boys come to my Sunday school classes talking about things they saw in the community. They have PTSD, and the United States refuses to acknowledge this. The boys and the girls come to my class. I have to stop Sunday school and let them tell their story. No, we can't teach the Bible because now we got to deal with people's real hurt and real pain and real questions about where is God if this is going on, and also where is my dad. So where's my earthly father? We can't even talk about the heavenly father yet. So these boys and these girls take all this pain, but see, these same people that are going to be allowing these boys to be celebrated just for surviving. I used to teach middle school. Middle school graduations in the inner city are like high school or college graduations. And people literally told me, because we don't expect these boys, a lot of them won't even make it through high school. They will we'll be burying them.
Yes.
Wow.
So if this is the reality,
that's a crisis. I'm so sorry, but like,
and don't you you live in San Francisco, right?
Wait, there is something
I'm in
going
San
on in the
Francisco, yeah.
background.
Yeah, who's got
Yeah.
something going
It's
on
a-
in the background?
Like, I don't want this to be flagged.
Yeah.
Seamus Cornell West discussed Black nihilism in his 2001 book, Race Matters. It's been around for a long. I've actually not read this, so I will look it up. Thank you, Yellow Rose. Dean says the boys are down bad. No. The boys
but they're
are
down
good.
bad
because you guys
not
are not
because
there.
they're not, because their fathers
Are
are
not
not
there.
there. Ladies and gentlemen, one person cannot find a solution for a crisis that two made.
Yep.
Period.
Period.
So if we are going to save these boys, then it is going to be necessary for the men to go get healed.
Yeah.
Wait 1 second. The AL show. Hello?
Hola. You're not hearing anything, so.
So while he's getting ready, Deanne, so the other piece of it is that the girls, most of the times we do have our mothers there. And I've been thinking about this. A part of, I think, what happens with men in general across the board, we all mostly have our mothers there, men and women. And so while the mothers are teaching us to be women who can create a home and create a life, the men are trying to replace their mother as soon as they get out of the house. They're not being taught to be men. They're taught to find the woman to take care of them, like the woman that took care of them.
Bingo. That's exactly what they want.
Wait, before we continue, wait. I actually have to do this. I wasn't going to do it, but Dean, the reason people, something is going off in the background. Dean, the reason people don't trust what you say as not being an attack generally is you say things like, Timus, please call our Dean because he said Black femicide is not Black women' biggest problem. Actually, yeah, you know what? I did see that coming, and that's actually what I was going to talk about now. And I actually want Dean, because he said he didn't want to like disrupt the flow or whatever. I don't want you to disrupt the flow, but like, I mean, since I'm already going to take a break next week, might as well. Can you come up? No one else but Dean. There's only one spot open. Dean, can you come up and explain to me what the biggest issue facing the black woman's biggest issue is? Because I mean, I would venture to say them dying is a huge issue, but I do also think there are some other issues. But I don't want to take you out of context, and I keep calling you passive aggressive. So please come forward and help us understand what it is that you're saying.
I would say this Jessica person needs to come up too, because she actually, I won't say she started it, but she was saying things, and then Dean was kind of piggybacking off of stuff she was saying.
I mean, she said black woman's biggest problem is having no dad.
That's the least problematic of the things she's been saying. Like, she's been saying some things.
Yeah, she. I'm here. I'm gonna go back and check everything, ma'am. Get your life together.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, it wasn't my biggest problem. I lived with my father for a little while, and I ran. RAN ran. I wasn't in the house with my mother. I'm glad.
Jessica, the link is there. Please come up and you can show. The AL show, I've tried to add you multiple times. Let me try it again. Hello?
There you go.
1, 2, 3. You're not saying anything, so I don't understand what to do. So have a good night. I don't.
Yeah, we can't hear you, the L show.
Themis, can I say something that I've been kind of holding
Hello?
on to first? Oh, never mind.
Go ahead. I literally, like, right when he spoke, it went out.
Okay. I'm not breaking up anymore, right?
No.
Okay. So one of the things that I've been holding on to that I've been thinking about is I think that, like, in the Black community, there's a general misunderstanding of what love and loyalty are and how they interact with each other. So I think for so long, and like, I know people hate when you take it back to slavery, but it always goes back there. Like, for so long, they took away our ability to love our kin during slavery times, and we adapted and created new forms of what we consider love today, and that has been passed down through the generations. But a lot of what we consider love is not true love. Like, love is not telling love is not punishing your kids so that they could survive. Like, you do it because you love them, but that's not an act of love. That's an act of protection. Like, love is not staying loyal to people who can't be loyal back to you, that can't love you back. Like, love starts with yourself, and then love, like, grows as you learn to love yourself, you learn to love others, and you're able to pass that with each other. And I think that what happens is we call ourselves loving Black men.
Mm-hmm.
By loving Black men, we say, oh, okay, well, we're going to stick by a Black man. We're going to choose a Black man. No matter what he does, we're going to be there for him. If he has this problem or that problem, we're going to take care of it. We're going to be ride or die because we love them. I love Black men. I do. And I'll say that. Like, and I know there's...
Oh, you're muted.
No, her thing went out.
Sorry.
Not the YouTube guys were like, absolutely
they were
not.
like, they said, did she say I love Black men?
Love you? She said no worshiping.
No,
like the way I cringed when you just said that, I think I might need to check myself
I
because
love
I
Black men.
cringed. No, like, look, all right,
Wait.
go up. I can.
Okay.
You know what's funny? Every time you say that, LB, there's like an echo, and you're like seconds from cutting out. So the universe wants you to stop.
Like, okay, wait.
Your ancestors are telling you no, girl.
They tried.
So
wait, can I finish? Because I don't want to leave it there, because I don't want to be misconstrued. I don't mean love in a way like a lot of people say it. So what I'm gonna say is, like, and I'll try to keep it short. But what I'm saying is, like, the way that I show my love for our community, for women and men in our community, and like I don't even have like a romantic interest in most Black men like that. So it's not even that type of love. It's just like a general love for kin. Like we're all part of one community. We all share certain
Well, some of them don't even believe you're in a community. Continue.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna finish. But what I'm gonna say is that my way of showing love is rejecting you when you're wrong and being there for you when you're ready to grow. Like I'm not going to like sit around and coddle you and build you up. Like I did the build a Black man thing in college. I did it one time and I was like, oh, I'm never doing this shit again. And like when I was doing it, I was like, I shouldn't even be doing this shit. Like taught you how to drive, taught you how to write a resume, petitioned for you to get into school. Like I went through it with my first boyfriend. I taught him and all his friends how to drive. None of them drove. Like, and I thought it was drove. And I thought it was the weirdest thing ever. I took him and his mom. I took his sister to maternity visits. I took his mom to doctor's visits. I petitioned to get him into school because his mom wouldn't give him his paperwork, like his birth certificate and all that stuff. Sat in the parking lot with him when he went for his first job interview and coached him. Like I have done that. And I was like, never again when I was done. And it wasn't even like because I didn't get to reap the benefits of it because he's married to someone else now. But like, it was more so like I did all this. And what he told me at the end of our relationship is that he loved me and cared about me, but he couldn't be, he wasn't attracted to me anymore because he saw me as a mother and not as his girlfriend.
Oh, this is literally what is happening with Deep T and whatever.
That is literally what happened with him. And side note, he did marry a Hispanic chick after me.
After you built
So this goes back to my point.
Wait. But I gotta finish the thing about love real quick because I don't want to leave it there. I gotta finish the thing about love because I don't want to leave it there. So at this point in my life, I know like the build a man thing doesn't work, right? So like my love for our community makes me want to create better Black men in the future. Like after you're like, I'll give you till 25. After 25, you're grown, figure your own shit out. But like with the ones that are in high school and stuff, I work with them because I want them to be better men so that there are more options so that they can be loved. But what I will do is like, if you're not acting right, no, I'm not claiming you're not cool. Like I had this one little kid, it was a little Black boy. And he was so nice to me, so sweet to me, loved me. But there was an older Black lady on campus that told him to do something one day. And he was like, he literally was like, F you, Miss So-and-so, you be doing too much. And then he was like, oh, hey, what's up, miss? And I was like, excuse you? Like, I'm gonna need you to go back over there and fix that. And to me, that's love. Like, I reprimanded him, but like, it wasn't because I hate him or I think he's a bad person. It's because I love you enough to tell you when you're wrong. Like, I love you enough.
You know something strange? Sorry, I'm gonna let you finish. I really am, but I have to because I'm gonna forget it. So Shake in the reunion was looking to one of the hosts who was berating him the entire time. And he said, you are the only one I'm attracted to here. The one that was like berating him. So maybe there's something to be said about like not babying these men. Like a little.
No, but I think that that's how we show love. Like, I don't think that Black women, like some people who call themselves divestors can be hateful, but like, I don't think Black women dating out and moving on with their lives and continuing to build and grow on their own terms and create their own families is showing disloyalty towards Black men or showing that they don't love Black men, because I'm sure most of them at some level, as Nima said earlier, still do. Like, there's just like a natural kinship there. But like, sometimes the most loving thing you can do is like leave that person where they're at, because until you hit your bottom, you're not gonna know. Like you're not gonna know. You're like, because if we never let you hit bottom, you don't know how bad it could be. Like you don't know how like it's hard to appreciate things. Like I'm sorry, I'll be done really soon. So I grew up like somewhat privileged. Like, so when I was younger, we were poor, but I never knew we were poor. And then when I was in like middle school, high school, we had more money and I had a lot of privilege. And so I always had like this privileged mindset, right? And I didn't understand the value of what I had until I went to school in the San Francisco Bay Area, and I was in the East Bay, and I was seeing how other people lived, how other people's families were, what resources they had and didn't have. And like, although I did grow up in Inglewood, like you couldn't have told me that I grew up poor, and like I just never knew. And like for me, it's God, I lost track of where I was going because I felt like I was taking up too much time.
Elsa
You're
is
talking
like,
about love, what love is.
Elsa is like helping you out.
Oh no, I know some people just don't want to hear it, and it is what it is. It's like, and you could even take the love beyond racial bounds, like just love for other humans. But the way that I show my love towards people, because I do love people in general, and I love the Black community specifically because I identify with other Black people, not everything they do, but just in essence. And now I'm sounding really metaphysical and like bullshit.
Yeah, I mean,
but
it's just,
I think I understand where you're saying.
Because
well, I it's not that I don't understand, but like
you're like,
no, you built up someone, put them through school, not put them through
right?
school.
Well, kind of.
Drive.
Not to mention I moved him into my dorm too and risked my housing.
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
This is what I'm saying. But this is what I'm saying though. Like,
you like it, I love it.
Been there.
But this is what I'm saying though, is that like
I don't like it or love it.
The thing is, I've had Black women. My mentor, she lives here. She's been on Vanessa. She is a super attorney. I'm not gonna say superwoman because I hate saying Black women are strong anymore. I actually really hate it now. I think it's true for some people, but not for everyone. But anyway, I think she is spectacular. She is one of the most amazing people I know, and she has helped me out in so many ways. I not obviously financially, just like emotionally being there. And I could never betray her, like ever. I could never betray her. And so him telling you something like that, like I'm like, period. Like you're a better person than me. 'Cause I would have like hate.
I mean, like by the time he had said that, I had already like broken his whole heart. Like, so I wasn't tripping. I was just like, okay, that makes sense. It was actually a conversation we had after maybe like 6 months after we broke up. We went and had like breakfast and talked about it because we were friends before. And that's when he told me that he was just starting to see me more as a mother or whatever. And I was like, oh,
Not as a mother. All right, this story is getting bad.
Wow.
Yeah, no, like that's literally
what I was gonna say. So
Wait,
what
wait,
happened
wait,
to
wait,
you?
wait. Before we go down there, I'm gonna roll the red carpet out for Jessica.
Can I respond to what LB just said though, really quickly? In terms of him seeing her as a mother figure?
Go ahead.
There is, and I won't mention the names since we're not mentioning YouTubers, but there is like a concept that this person had brought up, and I was like, oh, that's interesting, because she had done the same thing, and she's white, by the way. That men, it's never a wise thing for a woman to, especially if it's a man that you're interested in romantically, to help them up off their feet, because it ends up doing a disservice to you, and it's a benefit to them, because it's something that has been studied. Where it ends up being that the very thing that you're doing that you think is going to help you and the guy in your relationship, he ends up resenting you for it. Because he knows that you knew him when he was nobody. And so he cannot, because men have this thing for some reason where like they need to project you know, and again, I think it goes back to them wanting to lead, like them wanting to lead. And if you knew who they were, and if they came up as a result of your help and your support, instead of feeling thankful to you for it and appreciating you for it and loving you more for it, which would typically be the response of a woman to a man, it ends up for some reason backfiring on the woman. And it's an observable thing that tends to always happen with a lot of relationships between men and women whenever the woman is the one that helps the man up. So it's never unless it's a child that you're helping in this way, like a young guy that you're mentoring or something like that, elementary school kid, high school kid. But any woman that's listening to it, do not do this for no damn man. And I knew a girl personally too, actually, and this girl was Indian and her man was black, that she helped to put through law school. And when he got on, he left her same way.
Yes.
Yes. And she sacrificed like what it was that she wanted to do in order that he may be able to get himself together. And, you know, all of a sudden he just like left her.
Absolutely. Right.
She thought
that
they were working together towards their future because they had been dating for quite some time. And what they've observed, like there's some sort of study about this, that this is the pattern that tends to happen with a lot of women whenever you try to build a man up. Never build a man. They're not a Build-A-Bear. Like they need to go get themselves together on their own and then come find you.
Period.
This isn't limited.
I used to work at Build-A-Bear.
Wait. Jessica, you're on mute. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. So what is up? I think there's a lot of disagreements. You say we were, I think, kind of pushing the divide and things like that. So is there something you want to talk about?
I don't think that we as Black women should be creating petitions against Tina Knowles for trying to create more positive image for the Black man. Like, what is wrong with her trying to create positive images? Because we as Black women, we don't want to see only images of us fighting on TV. We want to see more positive images for ourselves. So why can't we have the
Is there
same
a
for the Black
documentary
man?
about women that I don't know about? Is there a documentary cleaning up the? Is there a documentary cleaning up the image of Black women?
No.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
That was my point. Like, what is wrong with Tina Knowles creating a documentary for Black men?
Can I respond to that, please?
I didn't say anything was wrong, but I do have an opinion. Go ahead, LB, and then Vitamin.
So
and we're not gonna like attack. We can just be. Well, we won't. The people on here are not attacked. So go ahead, LB.
I was gonna say,
and I did say that I do think the Black men killing Black women every 5 hours is a fake stat. It's just not realistic. I live in a Black community. I don't see that results. I don't see numerous Black women dying every day. It's just not accurate to say that,
Wait.
Black
All right.
community.
Please mute her. Please mute her.
Wait. So we are going to be respectful, but we all have to be able to speak.
Okay.
So your question was, why were people upset about a documentary that was cleaning up the image of the Black man? And I think a good answer, a quick answer before LB speaks, is there are people who believe that the image PR group for the Black man ignores the substantive reality of Black male behavior statistically. So that could be an easy answer, but go ahead, LB.
Okay. Before I make the comment that I was planning to make, I wanted to clarify, like, somebody said sweetheart. Who said that?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, since nobody knows right now, what I will say is that, like, just for me personally, because I don't want to come at anybody wrong throughout the course of this, I do not like being called pet names. I find it to be very patronizing and disrespectful. And so I will ask that you call me LB if you address me. And with that, I want to continue. So, Jessica, what I would say to your question is that it's not about whether Black men can have positive representation on TV. It's about whether Tina Knowles took a appropriate approach towards building a positive image for Black men. Because if you're going to go and build a positive image for Black men, then find something that's actually positive. Don't build a fake idol of what they are. Don't lie about what certain Black men have or haven't done, because those are the men you want to idolize. Like, and if those men aren't there to be idolized, then make those men so that you can promote a honest, genuine, good picture of a Black man.
Well, she left, so.
Oh no! You just hopped off like that.
Maybe she lost.
I guess she wanted to
maybe
come
the
say
connection.
something.
That's what she wanted to say, and she was out.
Here's the thing about it. She left. Y'all go in there and find out if she can come back. You will never hear that voice on the channel again.
Thank you, Dan.
We're not gonna do this.
Long ago.
Come into the chat. You say foolishness. Then when you have to come up and take accountability,
I'm gonna give you benefit of the doubt.
Jessica, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. You have a couple seconds to get back on here before you are blocked.
I just want to say something. Week before last.
She's back. She's back.
She's back? Okay.
All right.
Why do
I
you guys
just
want
wanna-
to block me? Because I disagree.
No,
not that. We thought you were
obtuse.
Wait, I feel like this is not okay now. Like, I literally said if you don't come back, then you would be Black. It's the coming back part that would cause you to be blocked, not you. Like, you can disagree. I love a disagreement. I just had a man threaten to beat me for not giving him my number. Yes, I believe the stats. Destiny says, thank you, Destiny.
Yes,
Go ahead, LB.
absolutely.
I think LB was speaking.
I mean, I said my point. She dipped out in the middle of it, but I mean, like, if you heard it, cool. If you didn't, that's your problem. You missed a really.
Wait. Okay, all right.
It was an accident because I couldn't really hear you, so that's why I left so I could come back and hear you clearly.
Okay. Well, it's recorded. You can watch the replay, or if someone else can tell you what I said. I'm not doing it.
I
have
have
things to say.
Oh yeah, Vitamin had said she was going.
So
go ahead, bye.
week before last, Tuesday morning, one of my friends calls me to tell me that one of our friends' mother is in the hospital because her spouse's son came and shot their parent and her. Then Wednesday morning, my friend's mother passed, and then my same friend calls to tell us another one of our friend's sons was shot and killed that night before. There's no way you can tell me that there's not an issue with violence. And it was a son, it was males and Black males in both cases. And I'm a pretty optimistic person. But aside from that, just all the different women all throughout my life of different encounters, and talking about these things, encounters that they're having with regular, everyday people, men, Black men, encounters I've had with regular, everyday Black men like the guy that was speaking earlier, who said, I'm not that, I don't believe that, I didn't do that. I've had, and I'm gonna be personal here, I've had a person who essayed me, and I told him to his face, you essayed me. Go, no, I didn't. That's not what that was. So it's not a matter of these things not happening. It's a matter of the perspective of the people perpetuating these things and feeling like that's not what they're doing. But that is what they're doing. And when we sit around and sit and say, oh, we're putting too much on these men and we're feeding into the bad behavior because we're not holding them accountable and saying, no, you're doing this and this is not okay. And you have to stop doing this. and
Right.
having consequences to these things that they are doing. But what they want us to do is to continue pretending, oh no, well maybe it was me. I shouldn't have did this. I brought this on myself. It wouldn't happen if I hadn't do such and such and such. That is not what the problem is. The problem is that they feel like they can do these things. And it's not that big of a deal. And it's not SA. And it's not murder or crime or anything like that. That these are just regular things that should happen between men and women, and they're not.
All right. So, Jessica, these women are confirming that the issue with the documentary is not that it is created, but rather that it's essentially only a PR stunt and it's lying about the realities that Black women face. You have asked the question, do you now understand why, even if you disagree?
No, I don't understand why, because to
Wait, wait,
really
wait,
sit
wait,
here
wait,
and
wait, wait,
say
wait,
that
wait, wait,
majority.
wait. So, are you saying you don't understand why, or are you saying you don't agree? Because the
No,
reason
I
they,
don't understand, because
all right,
I
wait,
understand that some Black men may be
no, no,
abusive,
no,
but
wait,
it's not the
stop, stop,
majority.
stop. I'm not. We're not doing a disagreement yet. I'm asking, do you understand why people are upset?
No, I don't.
All right, let me explain it again. The problem they're seeing with it is that it's PR only, and it's cleaning up an image instead of substantively changing men's behavior, men who they see as violent. Do you understand what they're saying?
She may be younger and not have the experience. I'm not.
Jessica,
Wait, no. Dean,
Jessica, how old are you?
wait, no, stop. Dean, please do not type in the chat again. If you don't watch it, your issue is just that it exists, quite frankly. No, she literally told us the purpose of it. You don't have to watch something to know the purpose. When the creator told you the purpose, you don't have to watch it. Stop talking in the chat. Like, honestly, you're annoying now. All right. Sorry. Jessica.
Jessica, how old are you?
Wait, can
No,
we do it in a like different way? I was thinking
No, it's not. No, you don't have to answer the question regarding your age. It doesn't matter yet. What I'm trying to understand from you, and I don't want this to be a moment where we're attacking her. I want to understand something from her. I want her first, though, to understand where people are coming from. You don't have to agree, right? You don't have to agree at all, at all, with the reasoning women are mad for the documentary being created. You don't have to agree with it, but do you understand it?
No.
All right, what do you think the reason is based on what I just said?
Because you can't paint all Black men with the same brush, that they're all abusive, they're all
All right,
killing Black
so you do
women. It's
understand
just
the
not
objection then.
true.
Wait, okay, so you don't agree with it, but you understand the objection.
No, I don't understand the objection. It's like, it's ridiculous.
No,
We should be
you were saying
happy
it's
that
ridiculous.
someone
So
wants to clean up the Black male
wait.
image.
I'm trying to get to first principles. If you're saying it's ridiculous, then you have to understand it. I don't think she's trolling. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it's okay to understand but disagree. Do you understand it?
Okay, I understand.
All right. What is it?
No.
Can you explain to me the objection?
You guys are saying that she's cleaning up the Black male image, but it's not reflected of real life.
All right. So you do understand it. Got it. All right, cool. We get it. It's not fully there, as Vitamin just pointed out, but cool. All right. What do you disagree with?
I don't agree with that a Black woman is dying every 5 hours in America. I just don't believe that.
Well, it's every 5.5. But are you saying the FBI is lying?
By the hands of a Black man. I don't believe that stat at all.
Wait. What part don't you believe? You don't believe every 4 women were killed per day in 2020? Is that what you don't believe?
4 black women by black men.
Wait. We're gonna get to the black men part. You don't believe that 4 black women were killed per day in 2020?
No, I don't believe that.
Okay, well, I feel like we're at a standstill because why don't you believe it? Let's ask that. Welcome, Black.
Chaz, a YouTuber, I don't know how to pronounce her name. She already debunked that
All right,
that
no.
fake stat.
If she
Fake?
debunked
It's not fake.
No, stop. It's okay if she debunked it. So you agreed with her debunking it.
I did agree with her.
What did she say to debunk it?
You guys should watch her video.
Who is she?
CHEZ CHARDE.
You said CHEZ.
I don't know how to pronounce it, so I don't want to butcher her name.
You know, Thebes.
You know who she is.
CHEZ.
Wait.
Yeah,
I see the name now, so now I understand.
Oh.
Wait. So I am confused a little bit, and this is not an attack, but you don't believe it's real because she provide evidence that it's not real.
Yes.
What is the evidence she provide that proved that it was not real? Because you still believe it. So if you still believe something, you should have a reason for why you believe that thing.
No, I don't believe that. I never believed in that stat.
No, you don't believe the stat. And so you don't believe the stat. Why? What did she provide to you to make you not believe the FBI stat? Huh?
Why don't you guys just go watch the video? I don't want to talk about her video like that, but you guys should just go watch it.
No, I feel like
sure
you're
you have
closing up.
already
You're
watched
closing up. And I don't want you to close up. What you're doing right now, I don't believe you remember. And that's okay. She might have said something, but I don't think you remembered what she said. And that's okay. But what you're doing, right? What you're doing right now is you're saying it's not real. And when you're saying it's not real, you are not able to explain why it's not real. That is a problem. If we have the FBI saying something, and for all the government is worth, it is kind of the most trusted thing we have now. .gov is the best place to kind of look for research, unfortunately. But I'm not mad at you for being opposed to it, right? I just need to know where that opposition is coming from.
Is that really an FBI stat, or that's just what black
It's an
women on
FBI
YouTube
stat.
say? I
It's
haven't
from the
seen
FBI.
that anywhere else.
I made a
Well, I
video
need a link
on
for
it.
that because I've
I
never seen
made
that anywhere else.
I made a video about it, and I linked all the stats in
One
the
of the main
video.
reasons I didn't believe the stat was because I've never seen it nowhere. I never seen it coming from a credentialed person. I just seen black women on YouTube saying that, so I just never believed it.
No, but
She's a black woman on YouTube
wait,
too. Why is she?
Wait. Are you saying the FBI didn't say it?
The places I've seen it come from, I didn't see it come from the FBI, but you guys are saying it came from the FBI.
When I say the FBI reported it, are you saying that's not true?
It could be true if you say so. I just never seen the link. I just see.
So if I provide it to you
just
now,
saying
wait,
that.
if I provide to you the article linked to the FBI side, would that be enough? Like if I should pull it up right now, the article linking to the FBI website, would that be enough to convince you?
Yeah, I would
that
look
it's real?
into it. Yeah, that would be enough. That would be enough.
All right. Give me 2 seconds. Can someone else talk? I'm gonna pull it up for her.
Can I okay.
Yeah.
Just in general, like when you have questions about stats like that, like every agency of the government has a .gov website. And when you go to fbi.gov, you can search it to find any information that you want if you need to verify it in the future.
And to further go in with LB's point, you can also literally Google every like city or state and Google the CP whatever. Well, I'm from Chicago, so CPD for us, Chicago Police Department, and they literally have everyone who was murdered, their age, the day they was murdered, everything. These are like real stats, real people. You can also look up black femicide. She's awesome because she does her research and she has the stats and she posts the pictures. You can follow her on Facebook. You can follow her on Instagram. I believe she mentioned she has a YouTube channel. I'm not sure. I believe it actually got taken down, but you can definitely follow her on Instagram or YouTube, Black Femicide, and she posts these women. What you're doing right now is a serious disservice to those who have died. And I just want you to understand that before you even say that out your mouth again, that we are lying. Think about the fact that what if it was you or what if it was someone in your family? My own personal experience. I moved to a new city. My first week in that city, I was followed by a black man. Okay, I literally ducked. I was followed for an entire block by this man and literally ducked behind a group of white people to get away and run inside of my building. And when I did and he saw me go, he ran towards the door and he stared at me, staring at him through the glass partition for a full 10 minutes, looking at the address and waiting for someone to open the damn door. Okay? So when you say stuff like this, think of the implications you are talking about because it is real. You might not see it around you, but girl, experience the world. Do some research. Do something. But this was not it at all. And I am in my little feelings, y'all. I am sorry.
I have
But
a
yes.
story. I have a story about when we talk about vetting.
3 baby days, right?
In excuse?
Who said that? Oh, is that who said that?
I think he's playing a video.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait.
In 2015.
Y'all was about to go
Wait. So here we go. So there are a couple of things I want to show you. You're going to have to go through if you go to my video on Black Femicide, right? It's called Black Femicide It's Not Real, the Manosphere Conversation. I don't usually do all these links, but I have the Guardian article. You can go to this article if you don't want to go to the FBI website to kind of go through and collect the data yourself. There is a primary source, which is the FBI website. I verified this. They actually use a lot of Black femicide, which this woman literally worked in and out collecting a ton of data regarding Black women because no one wanted to report on it. So props to her. I also need to start donating more to her, but whatever. So if you click the Guardian article right here, again, you can go to the primary source. I linked it for you. You can go to the Guardian article right here, and it summarizes it for you. My registration, I think, is done. Anyway, you can go there and read the article, and it will explain all of this to you. Yeah, you said if I showed it to you, you would go and do your own research. Please, please, please go and do your own research. It bothers me that you are citing to someone that literally got demolished by. Sorry, let's not do that.
Yeah,
I think it's important that you. I'm being careful.
But is that stat? If it's true, is that still a reflection of all Black men?
Okay, so that's the difference.
Never all.
Well, yeah,
but it's always some.
Yep. And thank you, Erica. Wait, before we go into that, so are you now moving to the second layer of your questioning?
Who, me?
Yeah. Because so first we were talking about whether or not you understand why Black women were pushing back against the documentary. That's fine. We had the conversation. You understand why, even if you don't agree. The reason you don't agree is that you don't believe the FBI stat. I've provided you the stat, which you will go and do some research on. Now you are saying the stat says the stat says Black women were being killed, but it doesn't say black. You don't believe it was by Black men, right? Is that where we at?
Yeah.
So are you saying you don't believe it was Black men?
Wait, I don't believe what.
You don't believe that it's black. They're being killed by Black men.
Or are you saying you don't believe they're being killed in that much period? Like in that.
She can. We.
I do believe that some Black women endure domestic violence from the hands of Black men, but I don't believe that majority of Black men are putting their hands on Black women. I just don't believe that.
But so that's a separate question, though. You are saying multiple things. The first is when it comes to the Black femicide stat, are you not believing that it is majority Black men doing it?
Hello.
Hello?
I'm on. You're on mute. My mother said hi.
Oh, hi. I've been drinking.
Hi, Mom.
Me too, Mom.
Wait, did she leave?
She said I've been. Yeah, she did. But why you wanted to say hi?
No. Oh no, not. Oh, yeah, I wanted to say hi to your mom, Jessica.
I
Hey,
think
how are you?
you?
Huh?
Oh, she said condolences.
Condolences.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that so much.
And then I said, I've been drinking.
I've been drinking. Get it.
You're so pretty.
I had to grab a glass of wine
Wait,
too.
who was that, LB?
Oh, that was my mommy.
Oh no, that
Yeah,
wasn't your
they'll
mom.
have the
So who
same
was that?
smile.
Who was that? That was not your mother.
You don't
No,
even understand. Like
that was not your mother.
It
Absolutely not.
looks like your friend.
about the men that I've dated, they've all said that if they met my mother first, I was like, she wouldn't even want you.
Wait,
So there
so
you go.
Jessica, back to you. What were you? So, are you saying that you don't believe this is majority Black men killing Black
No.
women? So, if I can show that to you, what would you do then?
If you can prove to me that majority of Black men are killing Black women,
No. Reframe that. When it comes to the Black femicide stat, it is being done by Black men.
that's true, but
Wait, what is your butt? Wait. All right.
But it's like these stats are kind of like, it's like if you look at any race of women, if you go to white women, majority of them are being abused by white men because people date within their race most of the time. Same way
All
when
right.
it comes
So
to
wait.
crime, Black on Black crime,
Wait. Stop. So this
white
is
on white
important.
crime,
Wait, no,
it's within your
Jessica.
own race.
Jessica, this is
Black women are not
important.
special. Just
Jessica.
getting like,
Jessica. Wait, Jessica. What you're just doing is super important for you to recognize. You came up here saying that Black men aren't doing this. You remember that?
As a majority, I know there's abusive men in every race. Like that's
Yeah, no.
denying that.
But you came up here saying that you didn't believe the stats, and even if they were true, Black men aren't the ones killing Black women. You remember saying that, right?
That I said I didn't believe the stats. I didn't say that Black men don't kill Black women.
No, that they weren't the one killing Black women on the stat. I know this because I divided up
Yeah,
your
I
question
said I
into.
didn't believe the stat. I didn't believe that every 5 hours a Black man is killing a Black woman. Yes, I said that.
All right. So, and you did say, just an FYI, I don't know if you meant to say it, but you did say that you don't believe black men are the ones killing black women. You said that. No.
Well, I didn't mean to say that because
Yeah, because people who live amongst each other tend to be the ones who kill each other.
majority of black women are dating black men. So when it comes to domestic violence, it only makes sense that they would receive it the most from black men. Same with any other group of women, they receive it the most from their own counterparts.
Yes.
But you're
Okay.
going
And
out
that
your
is,
way to seem like black men are just the most abusive. They like
they
you can find
are
abusive men in
statistically, though.
any
No, no, no,
race,
no, no.
any
Jessica,
race.
Jessica,
It's not just black men are the only ones
Jessica,
that are abusive.
Jessica,
Wow.
Jessica. Are you saying, if I prove to you statistically that the ways in which black women are being killed is disproportionate, would you then believe that?
Sure.
No, I'm asking you because it feels like you don't want to believe this, and it's okay to not want to believe it, and that's fine. You probably have to do your own work, but I do think it is important that you know the stats, right? And when it comes to white women versus black women, like before the pandemic, I'm reading here. Before the pandemic, black women were twice as likely as white women to encounter offenders armed with handgun, according to stats from the National Crime Victimization Survey, right? And we're going to go on now. I don't want to go through all of this. Sorry, let me read this because I don't want to forget it. Y'all watching Themis try to talk sense into these folk is the equivalent of trying to entangle some Apple earpods.
AirPods and that's funny. I know about the tangle. Everybody knows about the tangle.
All right. So we're going to go, but sorry, this is important. When you compare black women to white women, it's super important that you do it so appropriately. But advocates and experts said the stark rise makes it clear it's time to address the factor that have long made black women face a 3 times higher homicide rate than white women. Black women's homicide rate is 3 times higher than white women. So, yes, white men kill white women, Asian men kill Asian women, but black men kill black women
more
than any race of
men to their own women.
So, do you understand now the issue, Jessica?
Is that a credible website you were reading from? Like,
what the Lord? I can't.
I just feel like you guys want to be negative in this space. Like, I mean,
He's not,
negative.
sweetie. He just quoted a website to you.
It's just like you guys don't want no one to uplift black men in a positive light. You want
What is a
everything
credible website? What is a credible website to you?
Like, you guys even got mad at the girl on the panel for saying she loved black men. It's like we have to hate them with why?
No,
You talking about LB?
I think there's
LB.
something with me, but like I get what they were. I get the criticism, the pushback.
Can we stop for a moment? Let's take a step back and take a breather. Jessica, as a black man, I can say this. I appreciate you. I really do. And it's because I know there are people like you that makes me feel obligated to at least give half of the energy you were giving for us back. No, this is not general, right? All right. So the question you're asking is whether or not any of this is correct and accurate, and whether or not we can trust the reports. I think it's good to have a healthy dose of skepticism when it comes to reporting. The problem is when we theorize, we have to do the best with the information we have until we get better information. So, do you have better information?
No, I don't.
All right. So why would you not trust the best information we have. I mean, and you don't
Because
have
I
to
feel
fully.
like people on YouTube, because even on the Manosphere, both sides spit fake stats to make black men and black women look bad. So I don't
All right.
trust it
So,
immediately
so do
unless
you
I
think?
see it for myself from a
Do you
credible
think?
website,
Wait, wait,
because
wait. Do
both
you
sides
think
say fake things a lot of the
Wait, wait, wait,
times.
wait, wait. Do you think I'm spitting fake facts?
I don't know, maybe.
Fair enough. You don't know me. So if this were true, let's operate in assume arguendo sort of approach. If this is true, if everything that I'm saying is true, does that change your mind at all?
Mm, that no, it doesn't change my mind.
Okay, so
Because
why
Maybe
would
think
you?
that through a little
No,
bit
no, no.
closer.
Wait, wait,
negative.
wait, wait.
You
Why
guys
would you?
operate from a negative standpoint. I feel like in this space, you guys put
All
on the
right. Well,
trope that I'm
that's
dark
fine.
Think
You
should
can
we
skinned,
be
feel.
saying
Wait,
black
wait, wait,
men
wait,
don't
wait, wait,
want
wait,
men?
wait,
me,
wait,
which
wait,
is not
wait,
true at
Jessica,
all.
Jessica. You can
It's like,
feel that way. Wait, Jessica. You can feel that way, and it's fine. Again, I welcome a healthy dose of skepticism, but I don't understand why you would engage in a conversation, even if every single thing that you said, if we disproved every single thing you believe, it wouldn't change what you believe. That's what you said. So I don't understand why you would engage in any conversation where if you were proven wrong on every single point, which we just did. I mean, the only thing
but
is
those
if you can.
stats don't prove that it's majority of black men. Those stats that you showed me do not prove that it was majority of
Wait,
black men killing black women.
3
wait,
times
wait, wait, wait.
more than another racial group? That's a lot.
Too many. It's too
That's a
many.
lot.
Even
That's
if it's not
much.
There's not
majority,
that
it's
many of
That
too
us
many.
compared to the whole.
is too much. It's
Will
too
it
Well,
much.
can
help
you show
you?
me a stat on the
He just showed you a
percentage?
stat.
Wait,
You're
wait.
not.
Will
You
it
don't.
Show me
help?
a stat of the percentage of black men arrested for domestic violence or something like that. That would be
That
more
wait, wait,
accurate
wait.
to
No,
show
that's
how
actually
many
something.
black men
Murder
are
is a part
actually.
of domestic violence.
Yeah, and that's
Yes.
something you can actually look up.
Yeah,
I
so
can.
you should bring up that stat. Show us the percentage of black men
I'm
charged with
sorry.
domestic
I
violence.
gotta separate you. We've done this. He's done this so many times. You gonna have
No,
to
no,
go
no.
back in the archives because
I
this is too
understand
much.
what you're doing. I do get what you're trying to do, right? And I can appreciate it. I think that you're making the argument that majority of black men, period, aren't committing atrocities against black women, right?
They're not.
No, no, I'm asking you a question. Yes or no? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
All right. Do you think those men have a responsibility to take care of black women generally?
Yeah, it is black men's fault to take care of black women.
Do you
I
think they're
mean,
doing a good job of that?
no.
All right. So you think black men aren't doing a good job of taking care of black women?
No, I don't think they're doing a good job.
All right, good. So we don't even have to go down that road. All right. But you think that the black man is fundamentally good?
Fundamental. What do you mean by that?
All right, generally good.
I'm gonna say yes.
But if they're not doing what they're supposed to do in protecting, how do you ascribe goodness to them?
Mm-hmm.
But black women have to take part in that too.
Wait,
If
wait,
you're
we will
gonna
get to
say
black
that the
women. We
black,
can get to,
if you're gonna
we
say
can,
the
wait,
black
wait, wait, wait,
man
wait, wait,
is
wait, wait,
not,
wait, wait, wait. I promise you I will let you talk about black women. But do you see the problem there when we talk about good for black men? Like, it's hard for me to say we are good when we have dropped the ball in the protection area. Like, if our duty is to protect black women and you think a minority of men, only a minority, is causing harm to black women, and the majority of black men aren't doing anything to prevent that harm, like you just said, they have failed in their duty. We have failed in our duty, right? To protect black women. how could you then ascribe goodness to us?
Because all black men are not like that.
No, but the men, you just agreed that the men sitting idly by aren't good because they're not doing what they're supposed to do, which is
Okay,
protect you.
if you look at the black community, it is fucked up. And it's the black man's fault and it is the black woman's fault as well.
All right. Thank you. It is the black man. Um, it is the black man and the black woman's fault. Do you think the black man should lead the black community?
Yeah, so it does start with them.
All right. So if it starts with them, how are you blaming the people who are supposed to be followers?
Because black women, we make poor decisions as well. We allow ourselves to get pregnant without a ring. We don't
Wait,
see
you
no
allow.
problem in being baby mamas.
Wait. All right. So
If 80%
again,
of the black children in America are born out of wedlock, clearly black women are okay with being
Wait,
baby
wait, wait.
mamas.
Where you get that stat
The
from?
man
Who's
has
this?
to ask you to marry him
I
first.
got that stat
Where
from
you get that stat from?
CDC.
all right.
80% of the children, black children in America,
Oh,
are born
so
out of wedlock.
that's that you believe.
So you got
That's
some.
Because I
wait,
researched that stat by myself.
whoa.
Yes.
So you do believe in stats.
Yeah, the ones that I see with my own eyes.
All right. So
Or the one that affirms your perspective.
Yeah, because who
No,
told
that's
you?
not
What made you
no,
look
you
that
have
up?
to wait, stop.
What
Let's
made
not.
you look that up?
Stop. Everyone pause.
Yeah.
I looked it up because I was watching a video on the Manosphere, and they said that 16% of black men were producing children, and I was like, that's totally bullshit. And when I researched it, it was all the way bullshit. So that's why I know on YouTube people like to spit out fake stats to go with their narrative. It just is what it
All right.
is.
The more black women who can interpret stats, the better. I hope Jess is learning. Me too. Thank you. But not ascribe. All right. I'm stepping back. So
But
you
as a
believe.
woman, when you produce children out of wedlock, you are producing children that have no protection, which also leads to black
No,
children
that's
being the
not
most
true.
unprotected children
That
in
so you
America.
believe. So
Because
do
your
you,
father is your
wait. Stop,
protection.
Jessica. You believe? Do you believe if someone get pregnant and they're not married, the man should not take care of the child?
They should, but you guys should have never even got pregnant in the first place.
No. You don't get to continue. If you believe they should still take care of the child, then you don't get to say because you have a child out of wedlock, you there de facto.
But you're not a
should-
woman. As a woman, you should value your womb. Why would you give a man a child that doesn't even respect you enough to marry you?
You
What
value
sense
your
does
womb by taking care of the children that come out of it.
what
Wait,
sense
wait.
does that? You're giving your greatest
Okay,
gift that
period.
God gave you
You
to a
got
man
this.
that doesn't
Wait,
value
Jessica.
you.
Oh my God. Wait,
He
stop.
doesn't want to marry you, but you can give him a
You're
child.
going on a soliloquy.
Look, Jessica, we're not going to be able to have this because I'm only talking through this so that I know people and I know people will come back. You will come back and rewatch the portion that you were in. And I'm hopeful that at some point when you rewatch it, then you can figure out if you were right or wrong based on your sort of own logical reasoning, right? I am doing this only for you. Now, if you're saying that women should protect their womb, whatever, that sounds like a female conversation. Y'all can have that conversation. It's fine. But a man should protect the child that he helps to sire.
Mm-hmm.
Are you disagreeing with that? Yes or no? Just yes or no.
I do agree with that.
All right. A man not taking on his responsibility is him shirking his duty, and he should be blamed for not doing what he is supposed to do. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. So the man is to be blamed for not playing his part.
Yes, and so is the woman.
What is the woman supposed to be blamed for now?
Why did she allow a man that didn't see any value in her to make her wife get her pregnant?
All right. So she made a mistake. Wait.
A man doesn't
Stop.
just nut in a woman without her
No.
permission.
You're asking me a question, and I'm Gonna answer. I agree. I think women should be better at choosing men.
Yes.
Do you know how to make women better at choosing men?
You're supposed to use your discernment.
So you're telling me that you do have the secret for discerning who a man is better than the FBI, the CIA, and the entire US government.
What does the U.S. government have to do with black women being baby mamas?
The
FBI
government
stat.
wait. The government and all the system in place could not vet men enough to know what they will and will not do in certain situation. In fact, the manosphere, while I don't agree with them on anything, were very overt. The lead attorney specifically said, well, we don't know, this man could have really actually loved her and then changed, right? People change. So the truth is, we actually don't know how to vet. I'm not opposed to women having the vetting conversation. I am of the opinion that one, it's not even just about vet, people actually change. People literally change and just become bad people, just up and leave.
I
People,
don't believe that. I think a man will show you from the beginning if he's a family man, and it's up to you to see that. If you cannot see those,
again,
a man does
again,
not. A man that's a family man does not abandon his kids, and you should be able to see that from the beginning.
So what about
Okay.
now?
Okay. So what about all
stop,
of the?
wait, stop, wait. So
And
you
also,
believe,
let's not pretend
wait, stop, Jessica. Jessica, you do not get to monologue. I'm sorry. You get to converse with me, but you do not get to monologue. You are telling me that women know when a man is bad, and there is obvious signs to tell when a man is bad, and they should know this. Is that what?
Yes,
So you're how now? I need to ask, how old are you?
I'm 23.
Have you ever been in a relationship?
Yes.
Have the man ever done something that you did not expect?
Yes.
No. The answer, I will answer for you. Well, let me see if you're in good faith.
But you see the red flags leading up to it. It's not just
No,
out of
no.
nowhere.
Did the man ever do something you did not expect?
Yes.
Exactly. You cannot predict people's behavior all the time.
A man
Plus,
leaves you with his.
We are not Charles Xavier, girl. This is not the X-Men. I am not a mind reader.
no, I think it's important. I think, and I'm gonna say this to you. I appreciate you taking the time to come up here and have your thoughts being challenged. It wasn't easy to talk to you because I realize there are people who are triggered. I think that you are young, and this is not an attack on youth. I think that you have an amazing opportunity to learn, not from me, but there's so many women talking about this stuff online. The fact that you're even here means that you are at least attempting to diversify your thought process and the media that you consume. I don't know if you're trolling. I don't think you are, but I do think that you should take some time to actually listen to other opinions. Mahogany Pink is a great content creator. I will recommend her. Even if you don't agree with her, just kind of look up what she says and maybe go back to the other side that you listen to, I don't know, and compare them. But I do think that you have an awesome opportunity because of social media to do a lot of learning. That you are skeptical of the stat is actually a good thing. Don't let anyone tell you differently. Don't just believe things that you want to believe. Actually be skeptical of all of it and research and research and then research some more. I hope that you will come to some other realization because I do think that you are prime for abuse in a way that I think is unfair.
Mm-hmm.
Your love and loyalty is
Mm-hmm.
not always reciprocated, and
Mm-hmm.
I just, the fact
Mm-hmm.
that you stood firm amongst everyone on this panel means that there is, I don't like saying this, but you have a kind of strength that is powerful. And I just don't want that to go to waste in the wrong direction. Whatever that is, I wish you luck on it, but like, I am here if you ever want to talk, but I'm very fearful because you're adamant about rejecting stats, even though you present stats. So please, please, please be careful. That's all I can give. Please watch this back, watch this little part back, and know that I do wish the best for you, but I'm kind of fearful. I will let you have the last words, and then you can go and we can all close out. But get your last words, and then we'll talk. We
Oh,
won't all talk to her. We'll talk after she leaves, but I don't want her. I want her to get her words out.
I know she gets to say her last words, but there was something that I really didn't want to say to her, and it's like not. I promise I'm not like being evil right now. When she said she was 23, it just triggered something in me that allowed me to have more empathy towards the situation. But I also want her to understand that it's not that we're coming from like a patronizing place. It's genuine. Like the women that are here that are older than you, we've been through things that, like, it's not that we're just scarred because of them, but we've gone through things that we don't want to see you and other women younger than us have to go through. And when I was 23, my mindset was similar, like, well, maybe not 23, maybe more like 20, 21. But my mindset was similar to where you are at right now. And that's how I ended up with a man that felt like I was his mother. That's how I ended up holding on to so much hurt for years behind abuse because I blamed my when things did happen because that's how I thought about stuff. I always thought about, well, what did the woman do? When it happened to me, I said, well, what did I do? When, like, yes, like I could look at the situations I was in or whatever, but the real question that needed to be asked is, what did this man do? Why has this man been getting away with this? And why, when something happens to me, I can't go anywhere to be protected and safe? Like, those are the real questions. So, like, it's always good to hold yourself accountable, but like also like it's not healthy to just say, what did the woman do? What did I do? Because that woman, that like mythical woman, will like one day be you in some situation, and it doesn't have to be a negative, horrible situation, but just in general, something as little as like what Thema said of like just a man doing something you didn't expect. Like, it will catch you so far off guard if you constantly think about a woman's responsibility and you give no accountability to men as well, or like you're guarded against that. So like what I did want to say is that I could see how maybe hearing that you're young and you're prime for being abused or whatever. Like, I know that's not the exact wording, but prime for being abused may come across very like hurtful and negative, but I think it's a genuine warning. And I wish that somebody had said that to me because my mindset made me prime to be abused, and I was.
Me too.
Yeah. Jessica, oh, Jay, thank you. I appreciate that. I hope you feel welcome here, and I hope you keep coming back. And I hope you do find women who give advice because I think there's some good one. Again, I will keep pushing Mahogany Pink. You get to say your final words. Use it however you want. I will give you up to 30 seconds. Whatever you want to say will be uninterrupted. Go.
I don't really have any comment.
All right. Thank you so much for coming on. Hopefully you stick around. Will you stick around?
I don't know.
Awesome. Have a wonderful night. Bye.
Bye.
I can relate to that mindset because what it makes you do is excuse what other people are doing. Like it took a long time for me to actually blame people who abused me for abusing me. I would always think to myself, well, what did I do? It's that thing of wanting to take accountability. But actually, I think we're really conditioned in that way. Just a quick
Yeah.
story.
So
To God.
yeah, I'm glad you
Wait,
mentioned
wait,
100 PTR.
before we go there, she kind of reminds me of my grandmother.
Really?
hmm
In
hmm
what way?
Um, in her attempts to protect, like, I don't know what it was. It was like I understand it, and it it
Oh.
no, it's sad.
It's the problem of she has all this ability to protect and to love, and that's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is realizing that not everybody is worthy,
Mm-hmm.
and not everyone is willing to reciprocate.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, no, that's it.
And
Yeah,
again,
like,
too, and I feel like the thing that's great about Black women is almost the thing that becomes, it's like the double-edged sword. Like it's a thing that's weaponized against us, it feels like. Because, and I think maybe that's what LB was trying to share earlier, there is a love that we have for our community that we want to see it thrive and to do well, but we cannot do it on our own. And we've been doing it on our own for so long. And again, it comes back to, and I keep repeating this, it's the disloyalty for me.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's the, you pour so much in, but you do not see, do you see how fervently?
Yeah.
That's
Well, that was the whole
is
thing with what she was
more
saying.
grace.
She
Yeah.
literally stood and said that she acknowledged what Themis was saying, that she did believe that
like
Black men failed, but at the same time,
she could not name what
could,
they do that is good.
that made
And,
it.
and this is the
wait,
problem.
the thing that
And you don't
reminded
see
me
that,
so
sorry,
much
if I may
is
say quickly, you don't see the opposite, the way she fervently defended and stood for. I wish I would see the exact same thing on the other side of a young Black man standing up in the manosphere amongst other Black men and saying, no, you will not disparage Black women in this way. Black women are great for all of these reasons. So again, this is the thing.
no, that's it right there. That right there. The fact that she, like, I wish more men would go to the manosphere and go on panels with the six of us up here, and we're pretty in sync, I believe, in our belief. And she was willing to step in front of six people and disagreed with all of us because she was going to protect.
Yeah. And see, and it's a woman doing it. So our point.
Yeah, and she stood. Yeah, and she stood up. Like she literally stood 10 toes firmly to the ground on her point, and I can respect that. But it's literally that catch-22 where it's like, girl, on one hand, at first I was like, okay, she's trolling, and then it was like, no, she's not. And then when she started mentioning stuff, I was like, no, she's not. And then when she mentioned the CDC, I said, okay, listen, I can't. And it's literally what everyone is saying.
No,
that
I mean,
she wants so badly for us to win, but she's going about it and she's rooting for the wrong people to want to win. It's literally what we all do. We all want men. We all want Black men to step up and stand 10 toes, like fully on the ground, and protect us and do what they got to do. And we will ride. And it's literally that whole ride or die syndrome, because we will have their back. Like if Black men start showing up the way we're showing up, then we know that we're going to stand firmly, because it's like, yes, thank you. This is what we've been asking you for, to show up, to be accountable, to take charge, to lead, to protect, to do all these things. And now that we're saying it, yes, we can stand fully behind you. But she doesn't have that on her end. She's literally out here fighting by herself, and she's going to tire herself out, and she's only 23 years old.
Exactly.
She's literally in a few years, she's going to be us in a different, maybe on YouTube or maybe somewhere else.
Yeah,
But she's going to be us.
when I to sit at and listen to my mother and her friends and the way that they talked about the men. And I used to say, oh my gosh, you guys are so bitter. Like, what is wrong? Not all men are like that. You guys just had bad experience until I lived a little.
I remember that.
And when I was going through stuff at that age, I remember distinctly continuing to put myself in positions to go through the same things because I was telling myself, I don't want to be bitter. I don't want to be bitter. I don't want to be a man hater. I don't know. It must be me. I must need to do something different. It's me. And I listen to her and I hear my daughter. I heard that, even that little baby voice she was using. I heard my daughter. And not that my daughter says things like that, but just in the ways that I have to sit her down and get her to talk and then get her to listen to herself and go, does that really make sense? You know, like, does that really work for you? And it's so sad because at the end of the day, when she goes out into the world with that fervent love for, Black men, eventually when she makes an inevitable misstep, because we all do, they're going to turn that around on her and say, well, you should have chosen better.
Yep.
And that's
Wait, sorry, this just perked me up. My mood just changed and I prefer this mood. Themis and those, it's not our duty. Girl, I already know this is a Black man, and it's so annoying that, like, I hope Dean is on, so he's gonna hopefully change my perspective. Probably not. It's a choice that Black men make when we know that the woman we choose to be with has our back. But now all women are worthy of protection. You know what? A lot of white people were saying George Floyd was not worthy of protection. Black women still went out there to protect this man. I think when we look, you know what? Let me not do this. You just don't want to lead, and that's fine.
Exactly. Just say that. Just say that.
And it's crazy.
Yeah.
This is why you are not leading.
They talk about accountability for victims, but they never talk about accountability of the people that are supposedly in power. You need to be accountable for the way that you treat people that are vulnerable to you. You need to be saying to yourself, hey, am I exploiting this person? Am I taking advantage of this person? This person is depending on me. This person's whole livelihood and safety depends on what I do and how I do it. Am I supposed to be doing it right? And it's really like
whoa, Jessica, please tell me Jessica saw that. Please tell me Jessica saw that, because Jessica came up here, and this is so unfortunate.
Yeah,
right? This is what I'm saying.
She came up here and fought for the collective of Black men. She didn't say my dad. She didn't say the one.
No, she didn't.
She didn't say the ones that are worthy. She fought for Black men. She fought tooth and nail for y'all. And then you show up, and you were like, oh, not all of them. All right.
Exactly. And this is what I'm saying. It's stratified and it's one-sided. It's one-sided. Black women have, and to our detriment. You know what it is? I'll tell you what it is. It's an unrequited love, which is crap. There's an unrequited love between the Black woman giving love to the Black men, as exemplified by this young girl, the passion and the fervor that she stood and defended Black men, the collective of them, as you said, not those personal to her that she knows and loves that are close to her, because I have wonderful things to say about my brothers because I know who they are, right? And like certain men in my family. But I cannot and I wanted to say this too, in terms of her saying like accountability. Yes, there's accountability to be said on both sides and about in terms of but I feel like Black women have been doing the work, though. That's the difference.
Yeah. I love this. Wait. I've been on Jessica's side since I tuned in. Don't get it twisted. No, you weren't.
No, you're not on her side because you just said
you defended some Black women. Her. you would not have given ammunition against her in the way that you, maybe you don't understand what you just did, maybe you don't, she is literally arguing for the collective of black men, and you literally just disregard the collective of black women, and you
Sure
will
did.
only protect those women that you
sure
know.
did.
There is a distinction even in the way she decided to fight for black men and the way you decided to fight for your specific black women, disregarding all the rest. It is a difference.
Yep.
That is bad. And I feel so horrible because I know she's no longer here because she would have typed already. But I hope when she rewatches, because she will, she sees this. And even if it doesn't change her now, it changes before anything bad happens.
And y'all never realize that you do this. And then you'll turn around and say, not all black men. I'm not like that. But you just betrayed her. Flat out.
In that comment.
You
Exactly.
specifically betrayed her.
Yep. Yep.
She came up here and proved everything we were warning her about, sir.
Yep.
And you didn't
She
even
came
think
up
about
here-
it. It
this
wasn't a
woman
hesitation. It
defended-
wasn't a thought. It was inherent. You just did it without even thinking.
This woman defended all 21 million black men. And you just took 21,999,999 black women and said that they weren't worth it, including the one who defended you, because she's not your girlfriend. She's not your mama. She's not your
She's not
sister.
your sister. Exactly.
You just came up here and gave every person who talks about why all black men, we have to talk about black men, and it's not all black men. No, it's enough. It's too many.
It's too
You
many.
just outed yourself.
Can
And
I-
given that there's at least 1 million of you who talk this mess, you do not
Then the
even have the self-awareness to have this woman coming up and defend you against 10 people, 9 people that are older and
On her
better
own.
informed. She came up here loud and proud.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All her work, sir.
And then you gaslighted and said that you was on her side. Like, no,
No,
sir,
you're her
we're
friend.
not.
If you're the type of black man who's gonna be her friend,
We don't
she
have.
don't
He
need an
said we
interview.
don't know him. We don't have to know you. We
don't
saw
have
what
to
you
know
just
you.
did.
We
It was
read.
what you
We
just
can
did.
read. We can read. Y'all think that it's 1864 and somehow black women missed the train and cannot read. No, sir. We can read what you say.
We can comprehend and read between the lines better than you can. That's the problem. A lot of y'all don't comprehend or fully understand what you're typing and what you're saying.
No, there
And
were
then it
no
gets you
lines
in
to read
trouble.
between. He specifically said.
I know,
black
girl.
men
But I'm
don't-
just saying,
It
they
was
act like it's something to
for
read
what he
between.
wrote.
It's just, you know,
Oh my God.
For those of us who had, do you understand that for those of us who had good fathers, good uncles, who showed kindness and chivalry to everybody they met, they went out of their way, they built the community. My father, my grandfathers, my uncles, you are not worthy to lick a good black man's boot with that behavior. Because a woman came up here and defended the whole male half of American descendants of the enslaved, and you just said, because I don't know her, she ain't worth it. Because I'm only going to be chivalrous to women that have my back. You maximum may know 100 black women. That leaves 20,999,900 who mean nothing to you. And since I mean nothing to you, I'm talking to you straight up. Like it is, because y'all do not understand what is about to happen when 21 million black women, the better majority of us, get over the grief that we have, that we're not going to be able to, it's not going to be possible to necessarily find somebody like our father and our uncle. Well, you don't know what's going to happen when women who have skills and are getting this 21st century knowledge no longer want to be bothered. If we try to help you, then we have to mother you. Then you resent being sunned. You will take everything that we give you and then go find somebody you think you can leave. Although, of course, those divorce rates suggest that even when you do try to go to another community, you can't manage it over there either. Because you don't understand civilized manhood. A man was put here to be a good husbandman to the earth. You don't understand why you were created. And so you come up here and take a woman who is defending you, who is doing everything that y'all say a black woman should do, and you throw her and 21,999,000 people under a bus you don't own, because white men own it and Asian men own it. See, and see, this is the thing. I have young girls who are that age that I mentor, and you just threw somebody my age under the bus. You need to, and see, I'm like this. I'm a 41-year-old mama bear. You done crossed the line, sir.
That is
We're not gonna do this.
But see, the thing is, without her even realizing that she was throwing herself under the bus.
That's true too.
But he won't come up here
is what we've been
defend
doing
her.
I mean,
He's
like,
not gonna
this
come
is
up
the
here.
problem. No, wait, stop. This is the problem for me.
Loyalty.
Like, it's just like, even after she was getting questioned up here and she stood in there, then you would go and say some foolishness like that. Like, I'm kind of over this topic. Dean,
Y'all see, yes, y'all see how the universe did that. I mean,
Yeah.
listen, the universe just took what this little girl was saying, and it was like, okay, baby, let me give you this knowledge. And without unprovoked,
I'm not even
without
gonna.
even
No,
asking for it, it just
it's
flipped.
not.
It
It's
just
not the
showed up.
universe. It's someone who does not understand how they are literally misdirecting energy. Like like it doesn't take anything for you to be quiet and like not disrupt what someone just did for you. Like, you didn't have to disrupt that, but now you just make her look like, I'm not even gonna say it. Like,
Foolish.
it's just like
He just invalidated everything that she just said.
yeah, like, just don't don't even if it's performative at this point, just stop. Like
But
literally,
they
just
can't
stop.
help themselves though, so I think that's part of it. Like, they just cannot. And again, we saw it with the video that we were trying to watch, which the lady came on and she was trying to have a conversation in defense of what Tina Knowles did. And then in the course of that, from the jump, this man is disrespecting Black women, even as she was trying to defend Black women in this video that you were trying to. So again, and I know that you want to refrain from using it, the word Themis, and I respect that, but I'm that's why I call myself truth teller, because I believe in calling a spade a spade. When you see repeated patterns, like, that is telling you something. And the fact that like there's all these like these synchronicities that just keeps happening, it's a pattern that I'm noticing. And that's what, because I used to also fight against, you know, the overarching negative view of like Black men or what have you in society. But then it's like, no, you have to pause and be like, is it founded though? Is it a lie, or is it true? Or is there some truth to the perception that is out there? And if yes, then what needs to be done to correct it? And the thing is that again, it comes back to, and I keep driving home to this point and not trying to like split hairs here or there. There needs to be the accountability. There's a toxicity there that is pervasive, that causes different Black men that jumps in and out to say the same thing. They're echoing the same thoughts. It's a pattern. And it is
it's also called narcissism.
Wait, no. We're gonna move on because it's
Are we moving back to the video?
Yeah, no. We're gonna. I'm going to Dean. We're not gonna finish that video.
Before we move on, can I just really quickly point out something that I think is really, really important? I wouldn't interrupt you.
Before you do, though, this is not someone who just hopped on. He said he was listening to her and he was there and he was supporting her. So I don't know why he would listen to her, support her, and then write that. But go ahead, LB.
Yeah. And I do apologize, but I felt like it's really important to say this. I think that considering that we want to help not only her, but like women like her that are in that space still. I think it's important to point out, like, the man that says that he will only be there for his sister, his auntie, his mama, and his girlfriend or wifey or whatever, or wife or baby mama, whatever. Like, the moment that you're not that anymore, you become one of us. And so What I will say is if you are not blood related, and even being blood related doesn't help you to this man, if he says that is not there for Black women generally, unless you're X, Y, or Z, just remember that nothing is permanent, nothing is absolute. And just because you're his girlfriend today and he loves and protects you today does not mean that he won't decide to not love and protect you one day, because I had some, and I know that I keep going back to me, but I've had people who I felt loved me. And the moment that I was no longer their girlfriend or their best friend or whatever, the moment that I became just another Black woman to that person, I was immediately in danger. And so it can be
And
that
that's
serious.
sad.
I'm not saying that it's going to be that serious for everybody, but it can be. And I speak on it because one, because I did do a lot of blaming myself and I carried a lot of guilt about it. And to me, this is my way of making amends with it. It's making sure that when I see women that are in a position where they could easily become what I have, and not to say that who I am today is not good or isn't shaped by my experiences, but also I went through a lot of pain that I don't want to see other women go through. And so if you're thinking oh, well, you think this, you think that, but I'm going to be his wifey, I'm going to be his girlfriend, I'm going to be something special to him. Just remember that nothing's absolute. And when you're no longer that title, you become what he's talking about when he says, but them other Black bees or whatever.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm not confused or anything. It's just I don't understand sometimes how you can see a display like that from anyone, and I know that no one will care. But how do you see someone do that for you? Literally jump in front of a truck, and you're and not feel like you're obligated to I don't understand that. I disagree with her, but in her doing it, I'm I now have to protect this person. It's unfair for her to do all of this and not have it in return. And these people don't. Dean, go ahead.
Hello?
Yep.
Am I coming in clear?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I completely I completely forgot why you timed me out or called me out.
Oh, me too.
Because I honestly didn't know I honestly didn't know what I did that was problematic.
No, actually, he called you before he called Jessie.
Oh, it was about the Tina Knoll thing.
Yeah.
No, it was about the Tina. He mentioned something about Tina Knoll and about watching the documentary, and mentioned something about how we should have watched the documentary. And basically, what we were saying wasn't valid because clearly none of us saw it. And that's what Thema said, that we didn't have to because Tina stated what it was about. That's what it was.
Yeah. So Tina Knowles said it's about cleaning up the Black image because Black men are seen as dangerous and blah, blah, blah. And that's what she's attempting to do, dispel those myths about the Black man. And the discussion is about whether or not these people were correct in what they're talking about. And you don't think we should talk about it unless we watch it, right?
You're free to do whatever you want, but my point is, and I don't see how I'm wrong in saying this, it's operating in ignorance and it's purely conjecture.
No, if I talked about the documentary and what was in the documentary, that would be purely conjecture. If I'm talking about the creator and why you said she's going to create the documentary, that is talking substantively about why she said she's going to create the documentary.
He also said, Themis, point of order, that Black femicide is not Black women's biggest issue.
Oh,
yes,
that
yes.
is why I brought
That
him
is
up.
why.
That's what I
That
said.
is why I brought him up. I
He
knew I
was
wouldn't have
told
brought him
by
up.
you to stop talking in the chat and did not stop talking. And that, sir, blatant disrespect to the host is why you were tired.
Go ahead. That is why. Because I knew I wouldn't have called you up for the Tina Knowles thing, because that's just not a debate. All right. What is black women's biggest issue?
So my premise isn't that what is black women's biggest issue. My premise is that the thing that's killing black women the most is not black femicide, and
We know
words
that's
mean
not what
something.
you
Okay,
said. You
What
said
is
the
it? Heart
biggest
disease?
issue.
I'm sorry.
Deanne, do you have the comment?
I'd have to
Yeah.
go
So
back to that and say
so
that.
like
But
words. Okay.
you did say in the course of that conversation that black femicide is not black women's biggest issue.
It's
You were
not.
asked. Okay, so you were asked to come up and defend that, and then say what you were just asked again. What is the biggest issue?
So I'm sorry.
What is black women's biggest issue?
Yeah. So my premise isn't what's the biggest issue. It's saying that black femicide is not the biggest issue, and it's statistically not. I don't understand how.
No. You're conflating two things. The
Okay.
biggest cause, the largest cause of death, the thing that caused the most death for black women is not black femicide.
No, not even close.
No. We agree. But you said it's not black women's biggest issue.
Correct.
All right. What is black women's biggest issue?
But you're asking me a question that I'm not talking about what the biggest issue is. I'm addressing black femicide, and words mean something. Like
Right,
femicide.
but the thing is
Okay.
that you put up, you are challenging something, but you don't have any evidence to
I've
support
got
it.
evidence that
No,
black
but if you're
femicide is not
saying
the.
No. All right, wait, stop. I just want to know what black women's biggest issue is, because you said it wasn't the biggest issue. Like, you didn't say it was not the number one cause of death for black women. That's not what you said.
But that's literally what it's implying. It's saying black femicide. If you look at the CDC.
The biggest issue.
Okay.
No, words have meaning, sir. If you meant the
Okay.
number one cause of death, you should have said that. Do not come up here and start this foolishness again. If you're gonna tell us that words have meanings, and
It's
you're gonna
not the
say black
biggest
women,
threat to
I'm
black
not
women.
finished. You
Okay.
did not say that. You said the biggest issue. So if it's not the biggest issue, you need to be able to present an issue that's bigger, or you need to say cause of death. For the
Okay,
point
let's
of
do it.
order, I
Let's do-
don't think
okay.
that you get to choose what the biggest issue to 21 million human beings is. That's a separate issue. But if you want to say something else is a bigger issue, and you are arrogant enough to think you have the right to choose what 21 million people think their biggest issue is, have at it. But since words have meanings, if you want to talk about cause of death, talk about cause of death. But if you got a bigger issue,
I
put
mean,
it
we're
on the
talking about
table.
femicide.
Okay,
So
no,
what is
because
the
words have
largest
meanings.
threat
Remember?
then? So what is the largest threat then? If not
Yeah.
just black femicide, what is another threat to
Yeah.
black women?
So the CDC publishes this data. You could do a quick search.
Wait.
For,
Are you
okay.
going for? Wait, are you saying the leading cause of death for black women? Is that what you're
That's
saying?
what I'm talking about, because we're talking about femicide, which is death.
So again, Deanne said words have meaning. So you don't get to set the agenda for another group. You don't tell black women what their biggest issue. Now, you are correct in that the second leading cause of death for women ages 1 to 19 is homicide.
So now we're going to slice up women in age groups. That's because that's
the CDC that you go to does that.
right. But okay. So I'm not your enemy here, by the way.
No, you are.
And
No, absolutely you are.
Right. Okay.
You are the enemy here because you came up here to derail a conversation that you did not know the stats for. And that is fine. I am willing to go off the rails with you, but you don't get to say, oh, go to the CDC. You don't get to say, go to the CDC. Then I go to the CDC and see that the leading cause of death for women, black women, non-Hispanic, age 1 to 19 is homicide. You don't get to do that.
So did I say 1 to 19, Deanne?
I said 1 to 19. You said go to the CDC. On
Yeah.
the CDC website, the second leading cause of death for black women is homicide.
Ages 1 to 19, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you were mad saying I shouldn't slice it up like that. No, you should
No,
have thought about it. You should have thought about how it was sliced up on the CDC website before you sent us there.
Is anyone on this panel age 1 to 19?
We made
Oh
it
my
out. For crying out loud.
Wait. Is anyone on this panel dead?
That might be, maybe.
Wait, I would like to point something else out as well. Now, when we're talking about ages 1 to 19, what are these good
you,
men
Jesus.
always saying that the age range is prime for women for them?
I'm sorry, what was the question, Vitamin?
What are men saying?
Vitamin, I kind of wish you had let the dead comment hang in the air for a bit, because the way in which he just proposed that because you guys aren't 19, which also implies that because you guys aren't dead, right?
Exactly.
You shouldn't be talking about this.
Yeah, I'm not dismissive of death. I'm not dismissive.
What are you doing?
So what was your point?
What is your point?
And yet you are.
You see, this is why I didn't want to talk about the issue, because it's emotionally charged.
No, go ahead.
Like,
And this is why you should keep
and
your
I'm not
mouth
gaslighting.
shut.
Don't do that.
Don't talk.
Construction.
But you
go.
Stop.
We should just let him talk.
Stop. When you sit here and you come up here and you're like, oh, it's emotionally charged, your passive aggression does not work here, sir.
Not being
Your passive aggression does not work here. I am being direct with you right now because you keep derailing the conversation, and that's fine. But when you sit here and say that the biggest issue for Black women is not blah, well, you are wrong. You are a Black man. You do not get to set the agenda for Black women in terms of what their biggest issue is. But now you come on and you're saying, oh, well, the leading cause of death is not, it is not Black femicide, right? Well,
Yes.
okay. The leading cause of death for women 1 to 19, actually 1 to 44, based on the CDC that you pointed out, was unintentional injury. Guess what? Because the injuries are unintentional, there is really no way to prevent those, right? Okay, the second leading cause of death, which would probably be the main one if we're talking about the one which we can correct, is homicide for women ages 1 to 19. So come again. What should we do about the main? Since we're talking about the main, how do we prevent unintentional injuries from happening? Please let me know how we stop unintentional injuries from happening, since it is the leading cause of death for Black women. Please let me know that.
So you're putting me in this position that I wasn't arguing for. Like, I'm not trying to say what Black women should be doing. If you say it is not their biggest issue, then yes, you are attempting to set the agenda for someone else. It is not your biggest issue. Oh, okay, cool. What is? Is that not setting the agenda? Please let me know if that's not setting the agenda. Yeah, so I'm bringing statistics. Like,
No,
I'm just
no.
okay.
Answer my question. When you say the biggest issue is not something, are you not attempting to set the agenda?
I personally am not, but I understand what you're saying.
No. All right, good. So you are trying to set the agenda. Cool. The agenda is set. Now you come up here and you want to remove
See,
that.
they're laughing because
No, fine. You say you want to talk about the leading cause of death. Let's talk about the leading cause of death. The leading cause of death for,
That's not
let's
what
do
I said.
ages 1 to 19 first, and we can go down the line. Actually, we won't. But age 1 to 19, it is unintentional injuries. How do we prevent unintentional injuries? Please let me know.
yeah, this is a straw man, Themis, and
It is
I'm
not a straw man. Did you not say you were talking about the leading cause of death instead of setting the agenda as in
I was
the
talking
issue?
about Black femicide.
No, but did
my
you
God.
not say, Dean?
It seems like you guys just hate my guts.
Dean,
Like
No, Dean,
No,
you were
no.
saying
please
that
stop.
it's not the
Stop.
biggest
Wait.
threat.
Time
I
out.
don't,
It wasn't
I
the
don't
biggest
need any
threat.
help right now. I actually really don't need any help. I am actually really annoyed at this. So you came up here and you said you weren't talking about the leading issue. You said that you were talking about the leading cause of death, right? Right? Am I wrong?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
no,
I'm
no,
saying
no.
black
You don't have
femicide
to
is
answer. You don't
okay.
have to answer. It's fine. So now we're at the leading cause of death, right? For black women. It is unintentional injuries. That is the leading cause for black women ages 1 to 44. Like the leading cause for black men ages 1 to 44 is homicide. The leading cause of death for black women 1 to 44 is what? Unintentional injuries. How do we prevent unintentional injuries? Please tell me, since that is the leading cause of death, how do we prevent unintentional injuries?
You're right, Themis. I'm wrong.
Well, we know
Oh
that. Have a
my
good night.
God.
Goodbye.
Oh my God. Oh my
I
God.
hate when he
I
does that.
cannot
Like
stand
he's
when men
like a
do
notorious
that. It's so
gaslighter,
patronizing.
and
Like,
he does it.
that's
Yes, he twerks all day in the comments. Famous, I just wanted to thank you because I made it to one of your epic lives, and I
Oh.
watched, and I'm like drunk now. Like, I'm sorry, but I just wanted to thank you because I made it to one of your epic lives, and I'm sorry for your loss. But you know, everyone in the end, I made it on a live with you. Like, I love you. Like,
Thank you. I'm honored.
yeah, you remind me of my grandma, and I lost her. But you know, at a young age. But you know, I love when you talk because you know it hits me. But yay, I made it to a panel with all of like my faves, as Mahogany Pink said. But I gotta go. I'm gonna still be in the chat.
I
Maybe.
mean, we're gonna wrap up now, but thank you so much. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night.
See you next
I
time.
appreciate-
I couldn't even get my buzz with all this foolishness.
Famous, I didn't forget about the historical documents. My hard drive is not working.
No, you're
And
fine.
it's not letting me in my hard drive. I have to like wait until I go back home and get the cord from my mom's house. And then once I have it and it's open, I'll like send you those like historical text document. But I didn't forget about you. I do apologize about that.
No, you're fine.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Send it when you can. Have
right.
a good night.
Bye, y'all.
So cancer. So if we're breaking this down, because let's do it. Because I think he thought I was just trying to be facetious, and I literally wasn't. We could actually go into depth on this, and if he had just answered the question, which you unintentional injuries are just what they are, unintentional. You don't prevent those, right? And so for me, that is a problem. Now, when we get to the second column, it's homicide and cancer. Okay, how do we prevent cancer?
Depends on the type of cancer. You can't really.
So it's the homicide that is the issue here. Like, I don't understand why you are attempting to derail in this manner. Like,
but I don't want to shy away from the fact of the age range, because the intent was to try to say, oh, well, the age range, it eliminates a lot of people. But it does apply, because when you listen to the men speak, they're constantly saying they want young women within that age range. That is their desired age range. So if that is the highest form of not living anymore at that age range, and they're saying specifically, oh yeah, this is who we're going for, what does that say?
Look, what they know, the thing is, I don't even care what they want. It doesn't matter. The problem is, you don't get to lump all age range together on this channel when I didn't do it for Black men. I do 1 to 4 as homicide because to talk about the fact that 25 Black men were killed per day during 2020. I do that only, right? Now, should I continue? I could if I wanted to, but I leave it there because I wanted you to be included in the death rate in the way that you want to be included. I gave you that grace. You don't then extend it to Black women ages 1 to 99 and then make the leading cause of death heart disease. You don't get to do that.
But see, here's the bad part about this. What's the death rate for human beings? The death rate for human beings is still 1 for 1. So if you stretch that age out far enough, everybody's going to die of something that's inevitable. Hold on a second. I just get my thought out, but I need to go check on my mom. Hold on.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Spin Rush, go ahead. What were you saying in the chat?
Oh, first off, Themis, thank you very much. You're moderate. The way you're handling this whole discussion is great. And the first thing I want to get out is I respect every woman's story here. All of you have shared your stories here today, and that requires courage. And of course, I believe you in your stories. When I chimed into this conversation, Jessica was on the panel, and I took her side because I felt that the conversation was pretty much lopsided, that all Black men were being described as violent. And that's where I took issue. I was like, wait a minute. Whoa, slow down,
Wait.
Okay, sure, please.
What on the panel made you believe anyone here said all Black men were violent?
Actually,
I never said that.
This was happening in chat simultaneously as you ladies were giving your stories. And I was like, wow. I was like, wait a minute. This is slanted. This is totally off.
No, but I'm sorry. But
yes,
did anyone say all Black men were violent? Because for anyone to say that would be weird with a Black man speaking, unless they thought I was violent too, which is not like you have a right to believe that. But
yes.
Did anyone say all Black men were violent, or did you just get that vibe?
No. Of course, yes, I got that vibe, but also is what I saw in chat. And unfortunately, the chat is now, there's just so many comments there. We'd have to go all the way back and look at that.
I promise I will go through it. Is there anyone, like I save all the chat so I can find. Did anyone say all Black men are violent?
I'm going to review the chat for you while you guys continue.
Of course.
No, I can find.
Yeah. So it just feels, basically the whole conversation right now, again, just feels really like negative towards Black men. And I was like, no, there are a lot of Black men who are not violent. A lot of Black men who are taking care and protecting the women in their families.
Yeah,
they are doing that. I just want to put that out there.
I believe some Black men are protecting the women in their family. That is not the problem.
Nope.
Okay. What do you think is the problem? I just want to make sure I understand you clearly.
The responsibility to protect people who are not in their family, to lead the community. And by protecting, I don't actually mean going out and fighting people, because I am not a fighter. Caring for people who are not intimate with you and not your family.
Mm-hmm.
How do you take care of people, both on a interpersonal level or even over the internet, where the way in which we even speak about Black womanhood?
Well, I think, of course, you have to be active. You have to be active in the community. And, of course, you have to be here. And you have to be here.
That was not a question.
Okay,
that was an answer to your question about how. My question to you is, what made you believe we were talking about all Black men?
Again, this was the comments that I saw in the chat when I tuned in. And especially when Jessica was there and she was saying, I heard it in her voice, and she was kind of like almost pleading, like, not all Black men are violent. And this kind of goes back to, I think, the key point.
Wait. I said in response to her, no one said all.
Yeah. So I think the bookmark point was when we were on the topic of Tina, what's her name? Beyonce's sister, who has this new show that's coming out, The Profile. Yeah. And so it seems to be like, okay, this is not accurate. And basically it seems the Tina Knowles. Yes, Tina Knowles is basically trying to promote the image.
All right, let's do this. Yeah, I feel like this is good. All right, let's take Jessica out of it for a moment.
Okay.
So the reason why Tina Knowles, Miss Knowles, is creating this documentary, at some point she said it's for her grandson or something, but she also said that it is for because a woman came to her and says, "Oh, why did you allow your daughter to marry a drug dealer?" And she thought, "Oh, the reason someone would say something like that is because the image of the black man is poor." Do you think that premise from which to build a documentary is a good premise? That people think Jay-Z is a drug dealer or was a drug dealer.
He was.
So do you think it's a good premise to build a documentary disproving stereotypes on black men? Not the documentary itself, because none of us have seen it, as Dean would point out.
All right. I haven't seen it yet. So
No, you don't have to say the premise that she gave us. Is that a good premise?
I believe so, but again, not hearing more from her, not allowing her to expand on her thoughts, or clarify her remarks a little bit more.
She clarified. She was on a plane, take my word for it, and a white woman came to her and was like, "Why did you allow your daughter to marry a drug dealer?" And she was like, "Oh my God, I realized she didn't see him as a CEO. She saw him as a drug dealer. And I thought I need to change the image of the image of the black man in the media is so bad, and I need to change it."
If she wishes to do that, and she has the ability, she has the means. She should. Yes.
The premise is that she thinks the woman is wrong about her son, and that the reason the woman thinks Jay-Z was a drug dealer is because of the media portrayal of Jay-Z. Do you think that is a correct assumption?
Possibly, yes, but I believe that Jay-Z was a drug dealer. I knew that, but again, our beginning is not always going to be our end. So
yeah, but does he promote it in his music? Does he say he is a drug dealer in his music? I can find the lyrics.
Yes, he has. Yeah, I listened to Jay-Z. Yes, he's been truthful about his past.
He has an album. Not only truthful, he glorifies it. But not only that, glorified. I can find the lyrics. I promise you I can. Now, it's important that when we're talking about this, we're being honest. So if Tina Knowles felt bad that someone is talking about Jay-Z specifically, we're not even talking about the broader black community, because none of us have watched the documentary. She is saying that this woman believed Jay-Z was a drug dealer because of the media portrayal of him. And so she wants to help clean up his image. Let's do him, right, in this scenario, because this is the genesis, right? Is that appropriate? Because would it be a lie that the woman believed he was a drug dealer, or would that be the truth? Is it a myth that he was a drug dealer? Is that a myth?
People believe that. I have to answer honestly.
Is it a myth that he was a drug dealer?
I do not believe that it was a myth.
Answer the question. Is it a myth that he was a drug dealer?
No, I don't think so. I believe he was, but again, I wasn't there. But
yeah, and so he said he's a drug dealer. Do you think it is the media portrayal of Jay-Z that make people believe he is a drug dealer, or is it based on his own words that people believe he's a drug dealer?
It's based on his own words.
All right. So what myth is she trying to clear up? Why is she upset?
As I understand it, she just wants to change that image.
As
I understand it.
Is it real or false? Is the image real or false?
Again, I believe it's real, of what Jay-Z's image and also what she's trying to do.
Yes. So what we are talking about is the genesis. The reason she gave for starting doing the documentary. It is a misplaced sense of authority that she has to clean up her son's image. He can do that, that's fine, but don't say it is a myth. Don't say the way in which he was perceived is a myth. He promoted it. He said this is what he did. And so And yeah, and he made a ton of money off of it. And so when people accept the image that you gave to them of who you are, you don't then get to blame them for believing who you told them you were. Do you understand that?
Yes, Demas, that's clear. It's very
All
clear.
right.
Thank you.
Now, if we go on to talk about the documentary about Black men more generally, I haven't seen the documentary. So I actually would agree with Dean on the part that if I attempt to talk about what the documentary is and does, that I don't know because I haven't seen the documentary. So I can't go into it. However, if it is saying that Black men are not dangerous as a collective, do you understand why women would be apprehensive who have interacted with Black men? Again, I'm not saying all, I'm saying, do you understand what women are saying? Not that you agree, do you understand?
Yes.
All right. So that's it from me. Do you have any questions, comments, or concerns?
Not really. I think I wanted to give Dean a chance or Truth Teller a chance to kind of clear things up with me based on some comments in the chat. Hey, I just, again, if you don't want to go back to the topic with Jessica, then I could just leave that alone.
Excuse me,
But
are you referring to Deanne? Because Dean's not here.
So not Deanne, excuse me. My apologies.
I was like, wait.
My apologies, Deanne.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening
Did
to
you
you
or
too.
did you not say in the chat that you do not believe in chivalry and that you believe your duty only goes with the woman that has your back? Did you or did you not say that?
When I used the word chivalry, yes, I used the word chivalry. Yes, that is correct. And I did believe that, yes, I said that if the woman that a man chooses, I did not put my own name there, the woman that a man chooses, he wants her to have his back.
Okay.
And there are men, and factually, and I won't talk too much, there are men who do not extend their chivalry to every woman based on that. I'm not saying all, so I have to be clear as well.
What is that? Now you stated it, said you didn't put your name on it. You are a Black man, of course.
Yes.
Is this your personal belief?
I just believe as a human that to be kind to everybody, period. I mean, if I see some woman or something holding something heavy or anything, just would do just to be kind in general. That is my personal belief.
Okay. So if that is the case,
yes,
we are to believe that you came loud and proud for a viewpoint you do not espouse because you are a good man and you could have chosen to talk about the way Black men who are good men should be what you just described, but that's not what you chose to do. You could have, since you are on Jessica's side, you could have operated in that spirit when you made that comment because we all listened to Jessica.
Yes, you did.
And what she said. And not 10 minutes later, you're stating the viewpoint that there are men. Now, I will let you say you didn't put your name on it, so now we understand it excludes you. But you know that there's absolutely no way, since you came with that loud and proud and open, to not know that you are exactly the kind of man that we have seen on this show who can receive all this praise and all this love and still let this woman get beat down the street because she's not the one that he's chosen. That, as LB said, he could have been his choice last year, but because she left him, she can just die in the street. And we know that this happens because all these folks that have come up here and bought their FBI stats and their CDC stats, turns out they say the same thing. So either your representation in the chat was somewhat unwise, and I said what I said about that, so I'm not going to go through it again. But if you are the kind man, and I hope you are, because I want to believe my father and my uncle have some representation, because they were men, and my father still is, were men who see what's going on in the community and they make at least wisdom available. And a lot of times they go out of their way to be able to help where help is needed. My father even would go so far as a military man, he wasn't going to let the boys beat themselves down the street. This man went into fights at past 60, just like broke them up. This is the kind of black man that black women would be glad to give all this energy loving.
Mm-hmm.
So either your presentation in the chat represents you or what you just said. But because you said both within 20 minutes, do you understand why black women are even looking at the good men like, wait, he espoused the bad position. But then 20 minutes later, I don't know if you're on the West Coast. It's already 11 o'clock here. But he comes up and represents. He's got a very fine suit, good tie, very respectable looking gentleman, and describes the good man. But there's a cognitive dissonance, so we don't even know anymore if we can even trust the good man. Do you understand how this is a problem for us as black women, sir?
Yes, and your comments are fair. Again, I was frustrated by the limited chat. When you see only 200 character limit there, I was like, whoa, this is not going to work. And all that time while Jessica was, pleading her case and trying to make her point, I really wanted to come up here. And I was so busy at the time. I was getting up from my computer and coming back. But yeah, again, yeah, it can be frustrating. And I find that chat is very limiting and it can cause confusion and things get lost in translation.
Well, please note, you don't have to chat it in, write it in the chat, chat it in the chat. It's too late. I'm going to bed. You can come up and make your statements and clarify and contextualize, because what we saw in the chat, I am fully in agreement with Deanne. You literally threw her under the bus with what you said in the chat. Even if you excluded yourself from that, you threw under the bus after she came up here and fought tooth and nail, not really, because we weren't mean or anything, for her. LB, go ahead. And then we'll wrap it up.
Sorry. Crap. Sorry. Okay, so I just want to be clear. So what I just heard, because I've been drinking, so like my mom got me on it. But okay, I just want to clarify. So you were witnessing this young 23-year-old girl allegedly being emotionally and verbally abused, but you were too busy to take a couple minutes to come on and to protect her.
I am in the office right now. I really, oh my God, it was burning inside of me. I really, really wanted to click on that panel button and just join and help her and support her. But yeah, at that time, I could not.
So
I'm giving you my honesty, and that's all I can give you.
I appreciate that. So instead of helping her, you decided to throw her under the bus.
No. I'm not throwing her under the bus. No, that is not correct. I was so glad to hear her argument. She was very passionate in her art, even if she was not exactly accurate or unprepared to defend her position or what she wanted to say. I did feel the passion in her voice, what she was trying to comment on. I know, like when she kind of discredited the facts when you showed her the article of the Guardian, her response was, well, how can we trust those stats? She was passionate, and I just couldn't get but I have to say, she was not prepared.
Deanne was explaining it, and I hope you got it then, but do you understand why she came up here and fought for the collective of Black men, and you writing, essentially, you don't have to be chivalrous to all Black women, just the one you chose. You understand how that undermines her position.
It does, and it's a reality of the men that are out there.
All right.
It's not
So
all
I
men.
mean,
So, but
I
yes.
don't disagree with you. I
But if
literally
you're, but
don't.
if you're
Which
asking me,
is what I was trying to convince her. Maybe if you were here, you could have
no.
convinced that young lady that her fighting for all the collective is not the best idea. Like you could, I wish you had told me that. I would have pulled you on here. I don't know what job you're doing. Just take a bathroom break and come up here to tell her, like, young lady, don't do this because these men ain't loyal. I cannot believe I just quoted Chris Brown. I think it's time for me to go to bed.
Themis, you do a great job, and this is not the first time that I've watched your podcast, and so that's why I tuned in. I made sure to turn on all notifications so I can see you in the future and talk to
I
you.
appreciate that, but I don't think I'm doing a good enough job if people aren't actually understanding what is happening. Like it feels sometimes that like I am talking to myself or to women who already understand the assignment, and the people who don't are they they refuse to accept that there is something fundamentally wrong, and it might be them, right? And I just don't understand how the disconnect is so deep yet so very obvious to everyone else. And not just everyone else in terms of black women, but like literally everyone else, like everyone else.
It's stubborn.
Anywho, I appreciate you guys. We're gonna go into the after show now for like 5 minutes, but so thank you all. You guys will all get a moment to wrap up in the after show. Did we do we do this before the after show? Yeah, I think we do this before the after show. Then I don't care. Let's go in the after show. I think from an entertainment perspective, this was probably a good show. From my mental health perspective, I hated every minute of it. Of the end, I think that it is like really frustrating. I don't feel bad. Let me just say this now. I don't feel bad about the way Dean and I interacted. I really don't. Um, I think that I've been extremely graceful to Dean in ways that he does not actually deserve. And I do that because, like, I do want dissent, but there is a point at which if you just accept any kind of dissent, you will just be like just floating in nothingness, right? And delusion. So I'm just gonna leave that. Someone said, Tim has got to grow his hair back to match the logo. Oh, I completely forgot. Oh, thank you. Anyway, we're gonna go around. Not India making me sad now. I'm kidding. I'm not. Let's go around and everyone get their closing statement. Or get their closing piece. Let's go with Vitamin, then Nana, Distant Star, and then Spin. Vitamin.
I guess I just want to kind of bring it back full circle with some takeaways. For one, we are totally in our right mind when we decide that we can't trust these men. I don't say that lightly. I am an optimistic person. I do. We had a whole lot where I talked about my belief in the goodness of people, but at some point, when you grow up and you have the experiences, you gotta take people for what they're saying. And I wish that at her age, I don't remember her name. I don't want to say it wrong. Jessica. At her age, I had the access to men talking, to be able to see with my own eyes and look at stats and look at what they're saying and look at how I'm feeling and everything, and kind of put it all together and see the bigger, broader picture of I'm on my own. Because then you can make those decisions of, oh, I probably shouldn't go that route. I probably shouldn't trust those people. I probably shouldn't take this at face value. So it's sad
and ironic that the very thing that they're saying to do in terms of vetting and not just believing everything that you see comes full circle when you listen to them, the good ones. Say the things that they're saying and believe the things that they're believing, and kind of giving a viewpoint in real time of why you shouldn't do those things.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I oppose to men telling women to vet. It's not our place at all. I think our place is to say we should be better, and women can tell each other to vet, and they can try to figure out how to do that, because I think it's a losing game. But I think you should try to vet, obviously. I think there should be some level, but like, that's not my place.
I mean, I appreciate being able to see the hypocrisy in real time.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. Have a good night, Vitamin. Bye.
Bye, Vitamin.
Oh, I think the next person was Distant Star.
Hey guys.
Yep, there you go.
All right. This is for the manosphere black men. And I guess the ones that are in the rap culture, they really are intertwining a lot at this point. But black men are getting played by the manosphere and rap culture. Unfortunately, that's the most popular type of media for them. And it fools them into thinking that they're winning something. I don't know what they're winning. I don't know. I'm not even to the point of asking for reciprocation, because maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like a lot of them are just half alive, and you're alive just enough to be eaten off of. And there's nothing a man like that can give me, or black women in general. Themis, I think you're trying to appeal to something that no one else is trying to cultivate in black men, aside from black women, maybe. But that relationship is parasitic at best. So I feel like you're trying to get them to see their own humanity, dignity, and self-respect. And they don't realize that when they engage in behavior that does not reflect any of those values, everyone else benefits. Right? Like, not black women, but like everyone else is benefiting from your dysfunctional behavior. I value myself very highly. I'm committed to my own happiness. This doesn't mean I'm always happy, but I'm fully committed to my own health and well-being. And it is just strange and a little bit surreal to walk around in a world where, you know, the male reflection of myself does not seem, and honestly, many black women as well, right? There's a lot going on here, but this is the topic that we're talking about. So it's just very strange and surreal. That's just what this brings up for me. Yeah. Thanks for listening.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, someone was like, "Oh, you said I love the hope. I love the hope that Themis has, though. It's noble." I appreciate that. That's the only way I can operate. So that won't change. I think someone was upset that I said if that changed, then I wouldn't do this. I don't know why anyone would be upset about that. It's like, if I do this but don't believe in it, why would you want me to do it? Like, that don't make sense. But I honestly, like, if I didn't believe it, I couldn't do this. No.
Okay. So I'm glad that I saw you all this evening. When I was listening to the young lady talk, it reminded me of a younger version of myself. And I get it. Like, whatever our values are, a lot of times our values are passed down values. They're not really values that we've taken the time to examine. And I remember being in Ghana and I went to Amina Castle. And when I was there, I remember they showed us two chambers, one where the women who were being enslaved were held, and another one where the men were being held. And when I went to the one where the men were being held, I cried. I mean, I just cried. And then I went to the one where the women were being held, and I didn't cry. And it puzzled me a little bit. I'm like, no, wait a minute, why am I not having that reaction to the women who went through the same thing that the men went through? And so, it's really just been these past past couple of years that I'm getting more of an understanding of it. We've been talking about it here a lot. That thing that I talk about, how we've just kind of thrown ourselves under the bus because we've been cultured in a way where we put Black men first and Black women. Everybody else comes behind the Black man. They're supposed to be in front, and so I'm glad that we have spaces like this where we get the opportunity to talk about those ideas. And perhaps some people who are here who haven't really thought about what they think or why they think the way that they do, maybe they'll take a minute to kind of start to re-examine those things. And so when you're in a mode where you're just in survival mode and you're trying to just survive, you don't really care. So it's hard to have a bird's eye view when you're trying to just survive. You're just trying to maintain whatever it is that's going to get you to the next day. And unfortunately, for some people, that comes down to leeching off of other people. Unfortunately, in Black male culture, a lot of their relationship with women is based on deception and seeing what they can get out of them, trying to replace their mother with somebody else who will take care of them the same way. It's very, it's detrimental. So that's it for what I want to say. Thank you so much to everybody here. And I look forward to seeing you all next time. When are we coming back? Can you tell us that?
Yeah, well, not next week, but the following week.
The following week on Friday?
Yeah, I do need to take a break because, like, I do have to deal with some emotional stuff that I think I got triggered too easily tonight, and that's not a thing that happens to me. But yeah, I do need to take a step back. I think I came back prematurely.
Okay, we'll take care of you.
Will do.
See you later. Bye.
Bye. Spin Rush.
First of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to come up here to your panel and speak to you directly, also with the ladies that you have on your panel today. It's a lot to take in today. And of course, I think, again, having this dialogue, this communication, and letting people share their thoughts and their personal stories is a benefit for all. Even if at times we can be petty with each other, that's going to happen naturally. But it's still good to hear what people have to say, and you allowing them to kind of, expand on their ideas or, follow up. I really appreciate that. The only thing I would have to say is, again, you really have to kind of judge things case by case. Again, as I said earlier, my position is like, I'm just trying to make sure that not all Black men are painted with the same paintbrush there, with a generalization there. I really want to avoid that. I know my father, my grandfather, my family, all those people who worked hard to bring us up, to bring me up to be where I'm at today. Those were good Black men. I know
have
that.
A question for
and
you.
That's yeah, sure, of course. Go ahead.
Do you think there's an issue if Black men who consider themselves good, if we try to always separate and say we are the good ones, do you think that dissuade us from actually thinking about Black men's image generally and how we have to substantively change it? Because it seems to me, and why I reject the quote unquote good Black man idea is if I own that, I don't have to do anything.
I see what you're saying. So just like, okay, I'm good. I don't need to worry about anything else or any other person's problems. Is that what you
Yeah.
mean? Yeah. No, we can't sit back. No, we should not sit back.
But
We
it
need
feels
to be
like there's not
proactive.
that urgency to act if you get to escape liability.
Sorry, one more time.
It feels like there is not an urgency to act if you can escape liability by being the good black man.
I
Like,
can
I
I can
don't
I can
think we
I can
can,
see that that being true. That some people just like
it's hard to accept goodness when we have a responsibility that we're not carrying out. Like it's hard for me, and I'm not, obviously not saying all black men, because whatever, but it's like, how do we say we are good when like people are dying and like people are getting abused, and like obviously we might not be doing it, but like aren't we supposed to prevent it? And if we can prevent it, are we good? Like it's just like it's hard to accept that like women are dying. My grandmother, for example, spent her life caring for people, and she died. I mean, she died loved, but she was single. And I wondered, like, all that fighting for nothing, to die alone and unprotected with three husbands, three, like, 8 children, and all of it ended, and she cared for them. And I'm taking this kind of personal, but it's like, do we even get to say we are good? Like, we don't take care of the people who take care of us. We don't see women as valuable outside of the context of their ability to sexually gratify us. And it's funny because I see women throw out gay this, gay that, and it's like, I don't care if someone is gay or straight or whatever. Like, you owe these people something. Like, you are part of the community. Like, you owe something back. You need to care for these people.
Yeah, and I see what you mean, and of course that would be honorable. That would be the right thing to do. However, we do know that someone has to be the one to say the reality of the situation. It's true. I mean, yeah, I think it was just the other day. I mean, I was watching Harriet on Netflix last night, and she gave her all to go down there to bring back those slaves. And then, to imagine if Harriet Tubman had not been appreciated or not been recognized, that would have been a shame. That would be a shame. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
thank you very much again. Thank you so much, and please take the time that you need to deal with things that you're dealing with right now.
I will.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Dia and LB, let's talk and then go to bed. Let's close and go to bed. I will take a break. It's not hard in like any like meaningful sense. It's just like
exhausting.
It's just like, I feel like we should be at a point where the conversation, like, I shouldn't be 4 steps ahead of anyone in a conversation. Like, that's not cute. Like, it's like exhausting now, because it's just like most of the conversation, most of the facts, most of the we should have already done the research and figured it out and then come on here. It shouldn't be that we're learning in the process of talking. Like, it's just like, it's exhausting. Anyway, go ahead.
What's been like sitting on my mind is the idea of loving yourself first. A lot of people think that it's selfishness when you put yourself first, but you have to put yourself first at some point in your life so that you can learn what love means to you, and you can't give that to other people until you can define that for yourself. So like, if you don't love yourself, you can't love anybody else. And if you think that you're loving someone else but you haven't taken the time to figure out how to love yourself, then what you're probably doing is either enabling giving into somebody who's using you, or like, I don't know, but it's not love. And I just think that understanding of love is really important, and like you really need to dig into that. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. Thank you, LB. Before you.
Themis, I'm gonna say it again. That 25-hour week that we did, we spent 8 talking with gentlemen who are not prepared. Did better today. We just ran them off, ran a couple of them off panel. But, sir, like I said, this is sort of a soul-breaking day because, people want to be an authority, but they're not prepared. They're gonna come up here loud and proud. Here's what the problem. Here's the problem. In our community, people are doing this every day, and they're wondering why we can't get anywhere. I already told your eyes tired. I don't have to rehash how folks gonna look at stats. I don't have to rehash how a good man confused the what out of us with his statement, and then came up here and told us that he comes from good black men. So if even the good people are are giving us cognitive dissonance and confusion, this is where we are. Themis, you have a tremendous amount of ability to bring content that helps those who are ready. And even someone who's been upset at the chat about how we treated someone this evening, says that he really learns from what you have. I am hoping that we get to some conversations that are helpful to those who want to learn. I really am, because this is exhausting. And I'm like this. I'm not willing to continue to come here and be exhausted. I didn't even come for the whole live today because I was not going to sit up there and talk about love is blind. We already know those people are fools. So it's just like, I'm not going to give time in my life to discuss foolishness. Themis, you are a black man who is doing a good work. I am the woman that I say I am everywhere. I'm not going to continue to be exhausted because this is ridiculous. There's so much potential here for us to have conversations that move those that are ready to move forward. I am so tired of black men coming up here trying to defend their brethren instead of and getting mad because they're getting talked over. Well, you're just as bad as Kevin Samuel. No, we actually have truth over here. We actually have kind of done our work. And there's a few women that have come through here as well. But Jessica's 23. We can understand that. But it's just like people keep coming up here loud and proud, strong and wrong. It is exhausting.
Yeah.
To keep people that do not have their lives together and to give them hours of time and then have people tell us, well, you've got stats, but I still don't believe it. It is a waste of time because a man or woman convinced against his or her will is unconvinced still. And the person who taught me that I had to block for the same reason. Themis, at some point, we need to be having conversations when we move things forward. A lot of today was not it. It just was not it. We spend time. I'm in that chat. People keep doing the same stuff every single week. People do not want to weep. It's just like you tell folks, stop talking. We've talked about no name calling. Because the healing resources are not there. So I'm glad you're taking a week break. That means all of us get a week break as well. But I'm hoping we can turn the corner because this is ridiculous. We've spent 10 hours, and I don't even know what happened on the Friday and the Sunday shows entirely because I wasn't there. I don't know what that was like. But I've been here 4 hours. So for the last 29 hours, we put in 10 hours just constraining foolishness and having people come and derail stuff and having the audacity to come tell us we hold them accountable to what they say and they're going to pitch a fit like they some tired little wounded boy. This is ridiculous. and we need to grow and heal from this. And again, theme is that story about your grandmother. That just proves again what we're talking about. As Black women, we are exhausted behind taking care of everybody else. And then they come and say in our face some of the stuff we've heard tonight. This kind of environment, a lot of us gonna have to leave it because
Did someone
it's
come
just
up
too much.
here and say it was Black women's fault that they were in domestic violence relationship?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
I remember.
That was Mr.
Right.
Rucker. That was
Yeah.
Mr. Rucker. And see, again, this is a pattern. They keep coming up here and they keep saying in our face. And see, what happens is it's kind of an ABC problem. We have a topic, the discussion is going well. We open up the panel, the discussion is going well, and then C happens. Some fool comes up here and gaslights. Then the chat goes off. Then the men are mad because the chat is telling them what they need to hear. And then D and E. We cannot constrain that chat without having to then time people out and throw them off the page. And it happens over and over and over and over and over again. And it is ridiculous because you are a man of high intelligence. So to have this chaos break out every week is ridiculous. It's
I
ridiculous.
think I think that I shouldn't say this. There are people, I'm not going to say race or gender, but I think there are people who do not understand civility, courtesy, and um, just appropriate means for interaction. And because you're civil with someone, I think they take that to the extreme of what they are allowed to do. And I think other people read my civility, people read my willingness to engage as somehow allowing certain things. I might not call you names, and I will never, let me be clear, if you're here, I will never be on here calling people's name. Like, it's just never gonna happen. And so, but I'm also not a doormat. And I think there is a misunderstanding of sternness when it comes outside the context of yelling and cursing. I think the people don't understand that. I am stern, and I know that I am stern because everyone around me knows this about me and have pointed it out. Kindness is not a weakness. Because I am graceful does not mean I will accept you to behave any way. I do allow for people to act out certain times because in my mind, there are social interactions and cues that we have not learned as a general matter. And so I will correct you multiple times. However, there is a limit. I'm not going to tell you what my limit is because I don't want you to test it. And it depends on the person. So please note that I am going to take a break. I am going to regroup. I'm going to come back, and there will be some changes. I accept if you do not want to be a part of those changes. I get it. But I do actually agree with Deanne as she was speaking. This is ridiculous. Like, we cannot be going back and forth on remedial stuff. Like, you're going to have to go do your own research. And the reason I was so willing to provide information to the young lady who came up and to other people tonight is not because I wanted to prove it. It was, I want you guys to take this moment, this live, as indicative of I'm not just saying things. If you've never believed it before, believe it now. Everything that I say, I have reasons to say it, and I provide my stat. Now, I will be telling people from now on to go find it themselves because I'm not going to sit here and Google things that you can Google yourself before you come on here. So I think it is absolutely ridiculous. It is a waste of time. I'm already long winded. So we don't need to be going 10 hours because I talk too much and you have too many questions. So I am looking forward to a new chapter when we get back. And I hope that it will make this a better stream. But yeah, I agree with Deanne. This has to stop. It has to stop. And if the need for dissenting opinions is not strong enough for me to accept people just being absolutely ridiculous and operating in bad faith. So I appreciate your time. This was not the best live for me, but I do appreciate coming back and I do miss you guys a lot. You guys give me so much life. I will be in the community tab posting things on my Instagram, posting things. I took a break from social media last week. I'm not doing it next week, but I won't be posting videos until the following week. So I will see you guys really soon. A week is fine. I'll be doing therapy all week just to get through processing some of the leftover emotions and things like that. I'm not saying I'm going to be perfect when I get back, but I will try my best to do my best. So have a wonderful, wonderful night. Bye.